we started the stream to talk about the game. I just didn't think we were going to touch base on the titledness again, but...
Okay, so I did hit the button. We're going to get started soon. It shows connection, so I'm going to say that it's going, which is brilliant because I can't fucking talk today. So, hello everybody, and welcome to the next project that we're doing, because unfortunately Cheddar died on Wednesday. We weren't able to get to our scheduled spot. He graciously allowed me to have his slot, so I think we're going to be making that, I'll at least try to hold that end to myself if I feel like I need to delay on the weekend.
I died for like a week and a half, by the way. It wasn't
just the one day.
Like, I somehow managed to, luckily, it still lined it up so that Sunday could work. But, like, my sleep schedule got so fucked up, and I was sleeping during all the weirdest hours of the day, and then all this stuff that, like, it did line up for last Sunday. I was still, like, awake at the time that we would do the stream, but, like, Wednesday, I tried, like, staying up as late as I could, and by, like, 3 o'clock in the afternoon or whatever, I was like, fuck me. And then I finally got it fixed around yesterday. Yesterday is the first day in, like, a week and a half that I went to bed at a time that I would want to go to bed, and today is the first day that I woke up at a time that I would like to wake up, So
you were completely knackered for a straight 10 days.
Yeah, and it was bad. Like, my sense of time was super fucked up, and, like, I basically always felt tired while not being tired. Like, it was a really weird, my clock is screwed up. So it wasn't just like, oh, yeah, my days are nights, my nights are days. Like, it wasn't that. Like, it was that, but it was on top of that, it had, like, a weird lethargy to it where, like, I felt physically ill during the time I was awake because my brain wanted me to be asleep, but I could not fall asleep no matter how hard I tried. And I think part of it had to do with potentially overusing sleep aids at one point in time, like a month ago. And then, like, my brain came to a point where it, like, needed those sleep aids, but then I ran out of them and didn't see a need to buy more. And so, like, I think that's what it was, is I was using ZQuil, like, basically every day after I lost my job because stress was keeping me awake. And then now that I've kind of worked through that stress, I think my brain got fucked up because of the ZQuil, and then it couldn't fall asleep without it. But I ran out of it. And I think, essentially what I think it was is I was in withdrawal symptoms for some of the time. And then, because I was getting these really bad headaches too. And then once, like, and then I just crashed when I finally was, like, super exhausted, but luckily now it's fixed, or at least hopefully, we'll knock on wood. We fixed it one day. Yesterday I went to bed at a decent time, and because yesterday the time I woke up was like 5:45 in the morning. So, like, it finally, like, the window lined it up that I woke up at a time where it's, like, close to the time I used to have to wake up for work. So I'm like, okay, so if I just treat this day like a work day and just, like, kind of get stuff done around the house and then, just go through the day as normal, we should be able to reach the end of the day without passing out. And then I did. And then, around the time I probably was going to start to feel really tired, I had D&D, and that helped keep me awake.
Give you a focus throughout the day.
Yeah.
So, yeah, that's why we didn't put anything up on Wednesday. So today we're going to be doing, obviously this is going to be your chance to do your final guesses if you have any. But as promised, we're going to be doing the game that I was recommended from the Retsu Talk podcast from way back in the day. We're going to be doing a shoot 'em up made by Grasshopper Manufacturer. That is pretty fucked up Star Fox-esque.
So here's the thing. I forgot about the Star Fox part this week. So during my, like, absolute terrible week of no sleep and, like, having really bad headaches and stuff, I thought of, I bet it's No More Heroes. And then I'm like, no, it can't be No More Heroes when once, like, either, like, today
it's not
or
a shoot
the
'em
other
up
day,
at all.
you said something about it being Star Fox again. And I went, oh, yeah, that's right. So it can't be. No More Heroes. But then I was like, well, isn't there like a No More, like, there's like a small No More Hero game that came out between like 2 and 3 at one point on like the Switch or maybe it was the Wii U. I don't remember at the time, but like that was like kind of a shoot 'em up like Star Fox kind of game, and I was like, yeah, maybe, because I know there was some weird game, but I'm like, that's only one game, and it was presumably short, so I don't think that's it. So I have zero idea what this game is basically what I'm getting at.
Okay, so we are going to be playing the game Sine Mora, which for some reason has a 2/3 recommended rating on Steam. So this might end up being a mess. I did practice it once, so I kind of know what we're going to be doing. I will share with you in a second. I just need to alt-tab back over.
What's it called?
It's called Sine Mora, which I think is Latin. I'm going to be sending that over to you, and you should be able to see the title screen at least.
Oh, yeah.
So, yeah. Just this game. We're going to be doing this game. We're hopefully going to be able to do it in one episode, and I've set myself a rule. We're going to be trying... I'm going to try to get through it on normal mode up until 10:30 or 10 o'clock. And then whatever we do up till then, I'm probably going to switch down to easy mode, because I think that's going to be enough time that I can spend in normal mode to at least get some decent progress into this game.
Anyway, you said a thing that confused me about the game, which was that it had like a certain rating on Steam.
It has a 2/3 recommended. It's only at 66%.
Where is this percent? I am not used to knowing that there's a percent to ratings. I always just see like very positive.
Yeah, but if you hold your cursor over that rating, it will give you a percentage.
That says 84% of viewers that were positive.
Yes. So, kind of low for what I was expecting, so...
I don't know. Let's think of another big game.
To travel through time, the first thing you must learn is...
I'm kind of hoping this is going to start, because I'm pretty sure I clicked new game. So I'm hoping that it starts at the start and it not where I left off.
Not immortal. You must give due consideration, not only to when and where you do things, but also what you do while...
Because I don't remember if the game actually started with this character, so I might have to go back to the menu screen to start it again, because I might have clicked the wrong button.
Without power. Yet all power on Seoul lies in the hands of the Lael Empire. The Inkies have disregarded both principles. They labeled their rebellion an eternal war.
So yeah, I did look at this game, and I will say, for what was promised, it is here.
Mirage Mountain.
Okay, so this is the beginning of the game. We are starting over.
I'd say
1200.
Trust me, just wait for it before you put any judgment in there.
No, I'm not judging the game. I'm talking about the percentage thing. I decided to look at other games that are considered a really good hit and see what percentage they're sitting at. And I was like, well, first I'm going to look at Baldur's Gate 3 because that's the game of the year this year. And that one's at 96. Okay, that makes sense. Then I checked some other games, and like Street Fighter 6, which is like really good, and everybody really liked it, has an 86.
I'm actually going to...
This game's 84, so...
I'm going to adjust the sound.
It is very loud, I noticed.
Because it sounds... Where's the sound? Where's the sound? Okay, here we go.
I noticed the game is very loud.
Let's kick it down by like a half.
Because yeah, I turned down my volume on the Discord stream.
I'll put voice volume a little higher. Okay, so yeah, the game's a shoot 'em up. It's gonna look like this. It does have some additional features in it that is the game's on a constant time limit, as you can see, and I need to get more time by killing things. So that's why that's happening. We get a nice little prologue, tell us what's going on.
Cobalt King to the pack. 2 Merensteins at 55. I'd rather not have to face them one-on-one. Copy that, Cobalt King.
Because my brain says just because this genre is very narrow, I feel like it's just gonna have lower ratings in general. Because you have just less reviews in total, so the few negative reviews you do have, you know, the few reviews you do have,
well, yes, that's true that it's a part of it, but I mean, you're still
more.
It is still a positivity rating, no matter what the pool is.
Well, yeah, but like my point is, 84 isn't that low. I think judging 84 to be low, like, well, it's lower than normal. It's like, yeah, well, it's lower than normal because there's just a significantly lower reviews for this game than there are for other games. So even one negative review pulls that percentage significantly lower. Right?
Well, yeah, if only 12 people reviewed it, sure.
Well, yeah, but my point is, I think on Steam it said there was only 500 reviews for this game, and compared to, like, you know, how many reviews there are for probably, like, once again, Baldur's Gate, because it's the game of the year, and I feel like it's just the default thing to look up. Like, how many reviews does it say? So Baldur's Gate, under just recent reviews, has 19,000 reviews, right? So, like, my point is, one negative review from this game is going to hurt a lot
hit that
more
percentage very much. If there's 20,000 people there.
But I'm saying one negative review for the game you're playing is going to weigh it a lot more, right? If there's only 500. In fact, when I looked at this game, there's so few that they don't have the recent reviews, all reviews separation. There is only just the all reviews. I mean, there wasn't. I remember, I just looked because you said something and I was like, wait, there's a percentage? And you're like, if you hover your mouse over, I'm like, oh yeah.
Are you, like, you said 84%. Are you looking at, like, the original release or the EX release?
Oh, there's, like, an EX one?
Because I'm playing the re-release.
Whatever the first, I was like, I just typed in the name and the... So you're playing EX. I think I looked at the non-EX one. Okay, because, yeah, I just typed in the name and clicked it. Yes, this one has a much lower. This one has 66%. It also has 200 less reviews than the previous one. So yeah, my guess is they didn't change enough, and that causes negative reviews, right?
I think that was a sentiment in a couple of them.
So I feel like if that's a thing with a re-release of a game, it's like you might as well just get the original.
In position.
You know, they didn't. This is just them trying to resell you a game you already own, kind of deal. In which case, then yeah, I see why the reviews are more negative.
Okay, so the first thing happened in the game.
Is, I don't expect this game to be bad. Like that's the thing.
No, I don't think it's gonna be too bad.
I don't expect it to be a bad game.
Unity. 3 bombs killed 664,000.
So yeah, that just happened.
To the elated cries of nearly 2 billion citizens of the Empire. But this is also
we killed 650,000 people.
Yeah, we essentially bombed Hiroshima and
the one that never dropped. He did the unthinkable, unprecedented in the history of military aviation. He ignored his orders. According to the news, the co-pilot buried a bullet in my son's brain that very instant. An Imperial father would have been shattered to hear of this treason and struck dumb with shame. Me, I'm just a collaborationist father.
With a great trench coat.
Who resembles an Imperial
and my tiny eye patch.
I have not torn my clothes from my body in mourning. I have not apologized for the actions of my progeny. I have sworn.
So his son refused to drop the 4th bomb, and for it was killed.
Killed by his pilot colleague immediately.
I mean, they didn't drop the 4th bomb, so.
Monita point.
So even though he was killed by his co-pilot,
call it the eternal
they still didn't drop it.
Like literally 2 seconds after he didn't push the button.
Since the war broke out, more than 2 million Enkis have vanished without a trace. Imperial stormtroopers and collaborationist headhunters dragged them away, women, men, and children alike. The way we figure it, data in the Monita research base might point us to their location and how we may be able to help them. We shall take every measure, no matter how few our numbers may be.
All we need are 5 planes, and that's it. We'll be able to topple the entire Empire.
I guess we switch which nation we're playing as, depending on, like, the mission.
Yeah, it's
now we're playing as this girl.
It's a little confusing, especially considering every chapter in this game is 2 stages that you have to do.
I mean, it didn't seem... I wouldn't call it confusing. So the first mission was the flashback of the Empire dropping the nukes, right? And this mission, though, we're playing as a person who fights for the side the nukes were dropped on.
Yeah, but for a character we're not introduced to, I would be like, you know, what faction are we dealing with here? What's the assumption, considering we're talking about 3 factions, being the Enkis, these collaborationists, and the Empire?
I mean, the collaborationists are people from the Empire who are fighting on the side of the Enkis, Jeff. That's what a collaborator means.
Well, that's what
so there's two sides. It's just some side has people fighting for it that shouldn't be fighting for it, like traitors to the Empire.
Well, that is the definition, but how do we know in this fictional universe that they're going to stick to that definition? And not just twist it to something that means something else.
Well, so typically if a story is going to twist a definition, they make it very clear very early on that they're going to twist it. They don't twist it later. So, you know, they didn't explain collaborators as a different definition than the normal definition we know, so I'm going to go with the normal definition.
So yeah,
is the red
it's its total health bar.
Okay, but you have to shoot specific spots.
But
like
yeah,
right now you have to hit the top. But I'm asking, like, the red power-ups that you've been grabbing, are those like our health up? Because
no, those are our
weapon
weapon upgrades. When I take a hit, I lose them. And have to go get them back, which is really annoying, especially in a harder boss fight. And now I only got less than 20 seconds to live.
I mean, that's been the norm of when it starts. It always starts around 20 seconds.
Well, it's only chapter 1. It's gonna get a lot worse later.
I mean, a lot harder, yeah. I guess here comes the octopus monster again. Yeah.
Well, we didn't kill the hexapus, so...
No, we got to a point where it moved to the next phase, and we had to, like,
it just fucked off. Because it was too scared to go up against our tiny one plane.
I was gonna say, what's our special weapon on this plane? Because, like, the seeker missiles on the last level?
Giant laser beams, it looks like.
Giant fuck-off laser? That's pretty good.
Yeah, I suppose I shouldn't forget that I have that and my time distortion thing.
Okay, now there's damage happening. Okay, we got it.
So yeah, that was Chapter 1A. This is going to be the second half of Chapter 1. Which I believe... Yeah, it's going to be Renatra's.
I hope you die in there, Coss.
We turned our plane into a sub.
We're in an underwater plane, apparently. And those mines fucking suck dick that they, like, home in on you if you fly past them.
Yes. I'm having a bit of a harder time in this one than the first time I tried this.
Well, because the second you lose your power-ups, you have to chase after them, which causes a bunch of those mines to home in on you because you fly past them. Like, that's the problem there.
I suppose this would be a good place for a topic, and one I've kind of had in the back of my mind for a few times now is in recent days I've kind of been realizing on a personal basis that I don't know what it is, but I've kind of felt like I've been losing my gamer patience with a lot of games that I've been playing recently.
I mean,
and
we're older, and thus we don't have as much free time, and thus our time having to decide what to spend our time on is much more.
I'm not sure if it's just because, like, I was like, is it just because I've been trying to, like, shotgun a whole bunch of Final Fantasy games, like, all the time, interspersed with other things, but then I was like, no, it shouldn't be the case, because, you know, a good game should motivate you to go through it, because, you know, being more satisfied, you're gonna chase after that, which is probably not the best idea. That also, while I'm doing that and my other thing, I'm also doing a third thing, which is I'm playing through Elden Ring again on the side. So, I'm trying to, like, balance doing 3 games. Because right now I'm up to Secret of Mana, and I'm doing that very slowly. But I'm like, Secret of Mana, I'm playing the SNES original, and I thought that it was like, you know, this is like one of the top 50...
Jeff, you have to go down to the lower corner to destroy that thing, yeah, because those are the things that are keeping the door from opening.
Okay. Because I was like, the Secret of Mana, it has a reputation like one of the top 50 SNES games. Like, this should be like one of the top best, like, this should be a no-brainer slam dunk. Like, I should be having, like, the best time ever, and it's like, it's definitely not bad, but, like, I mean, I've been playing through it, and it's been kind of
part
rough.
of that comes down, I was gonna say, part of that comes down to personal preference. At the end of the day, a game can be the greatest game ever, but if it's not to your personal taste, or there's things in it that go against your personal taste, then it's gonna suck, right? Even if it's the best game ever by consensus.
Where are you, Peary?
Oh, and if this stuff looks confusing to you, to my understanding, I believe all of these pods, this is an underwater jail.
Oh, okay, so they're like prison pods, essentially.
So that's incredibly fucked up, because when you think about it, it's like, that is so fucked up, like...
You start firing already, or is it still cussing on?
Yep. We're in our next boss. And I have to try and develop a skill set for this very quickly.
I mean, I think part of it is you have to use the fuck-off powers more often than you do in these fights.
Well, apparently that was just a screen nuke.
I mean, yeah, that's the point. The fuck-off powers are useful. Because, yeah, the idea here is that... Okay, that's a skill you need to learn about these games. Jeff, at times in bullet hells, you are not going to be able to shoot your target, and instead you have to choose to avoid the attack. So if that laser attack, if you wanted to not get hit by it, you had to fly to the lower right corner, where the laser literally wouldn't hit you, but you can't hit your enemy. You tried to have both, find a spot where you could hit the enemy and still get hit, and that's how you got hit at the very end of the lasers. Not a spot that allows you to do that.
I would say what I was trying to do there was, trying to avoid contact damage from the front of the ship. Because I didn't know I could be there and not, like, take damage just by, like, being on top of the ship. But you are right, that's the thing I'm gonna have to do. It's just that there's unavoidable stuff here. Well, I mean, it's not unavoidable, but you can kind of get what I'm talking about, right?
I was gonna say part of the thing with bullet hells is that I think like every bullet hell, it by design is like the super hardcore players are gonna like beat it without taking damage. So like I wouldn't say there are unavoidable attacks in these games, but yes, things get very difficult to avoid if you're not like a super fan of the genre who's played like 1,000,001 of these.
And now it's deciding to do this.
Well, yeah. So what you do is you don't be in the one that's pushing air, because then you can easily dodge the bombs because you just don't have to be where they are. Stay out of the one that's currently pushing. which yeah, right now is I think the only one you can damage now. Or can you only damage them while they're open? Oh, maybe you can only damage them while they're open.
Yes.
You have to deal with the back. You have to learn to dodge. I thought.
But it's
you
not
damaged
too
one
bad.
before it opened.
This is still, it's still the easier part of the game. We're still in chapter 1. I had 40 seconds to work with.
Yeah, I'm curious how hard the thing is. But anyway, you were saying about games becoming harder, or harder to buy your time.
Well, I've been noticing a part of it is that, like, I've been cutting corners more often, being more willing to reach for cheat codes, and to cut out the bullshit I've been dealing with has been happening more often. So I'm like, I was like, am I just losing patience with just the gaming I'm doing right now because I'm not finding much enjoyment in it?
I'll pay you double, you piece of shit.
So yeah, we weren't really here to save anybody. Yeah, we'll trust me, we'll have plenty of time to talk topics because we're obviously gonna start failing the game, and story stuff won't happen all the time as it has been.
My revenge caught him up, as it did all other members of that damn crew. It took me circles to find him. The Empire cast him into Bokumono for rape. And for all anyone cared, he could have rotted there forever. The girl he raped was an Inky named Miriam Magusa, but her racial handicap was a well-kept secret. Should it ever come to light, she'd end up in a dirty, forgotten labor camp like the rest. So far, she's dodged suspicion. Imperialists are too half-witted to look beneath the surface. She was young and tough, but more important for my purposes, she was a pilot who could be politically compromised. I needed her to help me pay that bastard back for the death of my son.
So yeah, Renatra's not exactly a good person.
I did the same with her soul. I threatened her with exposure, so she stuck by me.
Okay, yeah, so the Koss isn't a good guy. I don't know if we've met the Puri person yet.
We've met, I'm pretty sure we did, because I'm pretty sure she's the one at the beginning of the stage who told us, I hope you fucking die in that tin can.
Oh yeah, maybe.
And now we're returning to prison.
All right, Miriam. You may not like it, but you're the bait. You've got to alert the entire defense net.
All of them!
Man, will you leave me be?
Oh, okay, yeah, we saw her.
Will you
We
let
just
me
didn't
go?
play as her. Now we're playing as her. So, because we played as, like, the deer-looking lady in the first one.
Yeah, the one from... I'm assuming the Yankees.
Yeah.
This one is the rape victim who I think we're threatening to turn into the Empire, and she'll go into a labor camp for accusing someone of the superior race of raping her.
No.
Is that not what it was?
We killed her rapist, and for that, she got
Oh,
okay. That won her trust, right? And that's how we recruited her.
Well, then why are we threatening her with what are we threatening to expose her for?
I didn't hear a threat of exposure. I heard that he's using her as bait in this mission.
Well, yeah, but that was like the last thing in the text box of the last thing. The conclusion to chapter 1.
What, that he was using her?
Yeah, he's using her because she's good at driving.
Yeah, she's a good pilot, and he's using her because he wants revenge on the Empire for the loss of his son. That's why he's using her. That's kind of weirdly chugging. I don't know what that's about.
Skilla? I don't know, it's been running perfectly fine the whole time.
Oh, maybe that was a Discord thing then. Unless, because the game randomly was like, the frames got choppy during that. Yeah, the frames are getting choppy on my end, so I assume that's just your computer
Where's the
trying
target
to
on
send
this
it.
thing? I guess I could wait, we're going immediately into the other boss?
I see the rigs. Lots of aerial defense.
They shot 3 missiles, that's a lot of defense.
Now, baby. it in.
Oops.
I was gonna say that's part of the tricks of this game is that if you have a particular attack you don't like, you murder that part first.
Well, yep. Something you can do. Ah, come on. Here's my laser spinning wheel. This is the most efficient weapon I can find. The laser spinning wheel. We don't need weapons that fire in a forward direction, we just need them that hit every direction at once.
Mine.
I hope you die in there, Cough.
Yeah, she keeps telling us to fuck off and die. So we're not going with a working relationship here.
I don't know. I think I missed a sentence then somewhere.
I'm in the service.
Maybe they'll come back to it later.
I mean, he could just be using the fact that she's, cause at the end of the day, if he is using something against her, he doesn't have to use the rape against her because she was raped. Her rapist went to prison because, as far as the government knows, she's not Enki, right? They don't know she's Enki. She is Enki.
Yeah, they don't. They don't know because
prison.
the other thing would. She wouldn't be free to help us if she was found out, apparently.
Yeah, so yeah, that...
Because bureaucracy is real stupid.
So that would be, well, she would be in a labor camp, Jeff. It's not bureaucracy, it's fascism.
Well, no, it is bureaucracy because they couldn't figure it out.
I mean, yeah, the idea is that if it's like a skin tone thing or like there's some sort of physical feature, maybe she only has like half of it, right? Like maybe her dad was it.
Now here's the underground city.
I'm also playing as a different character now.
Yep, we're back to playing that first deer lady, who I don't remember the name of.
Yeah, I don't remember it either.
That's the problem when you only get introduced to a character. Here we go. It's Akita.
Akita Dryad.
Copy that, Dryad. Thanks.
And she's fighting for the people fighting for the freedom of the Yankees that...
Yeah, I'm pretty sure they're the Yankee freaking
I guess
freedom
it's
fighters.
3 faction, but like the third faction's literally 2 people, from what I understand. It's just the guy who's on revenge. Cross,
yeah, it's just one guy.
And then the people, you know, the girl that he essentially forced into helping him.
But if Renatra dies in the mission, then she can go away. And do the thing that she wants to do.
Because we were talking to some superior commanding officer here.
Oh, and the other annoying thing is that the walls also cause damage.
I mean, yeah, that's what the trick to these levels is. They combine your space even more. Because the biggest trick to this level is the fact that the
bits.
I mean, I was gonna say the fact that the worms take up space, and thus by taking up space, also combine your space if you don't kill them early enough.
You don't have enough spread going. I mean, we're level 6 of 9. We're not doing too bad right now.
I think I saw something strange. I'll make a lap around the observation tower.
Dang it.
What is it he tells
Ah, come back here.
Nothing. Sorry for the false alarm.
I'm still trying to figure out where's our health.
Oh,
I'm sure that's on screen somewhere.
We don't have health. Every time we take damage, we lose time on the counter.
Oh, Okay.
So if we get hit too many times, then we're gonna die because we ran out of time to do things.
Okay, so we literally can't die, like, in the sense of an explosion, like our plane's gonna blow up.
Yeah, we can't literally...
It's a time thing, so we're just gonna run out of time.
Yeah, it's not like we get shot down explicitly and that kills
these
us.
are classic. These are classic. Where,
Yeah, you gotta have
like,
the death train.
It's the train where, like, each phase of the fight is you just move up the train.
Yeah, exactly. And if I remember correctly, this was the point in the game where I first ran into problems. Where the boss was a little bit too hard.
Well, yeah, so far the death train hasn't been that bad. You just, once again, you have to target the...
And then this. And then that.
I think one thing you have to do is you need to rely on the fuck off weapons more, because you never use them, and...
But what if I need them in the future?
What, is it a limited resource, or is it like a recharge?
Yeah, I got like 5 bullets in the thing.
So there's 5, it's not a recharge, because it's labeled as a battery, I see, so I was like, is it like a recharge if it's a battery?
I guess this is a decent time to at least show it off. A little bit.
Says we'll need at least 200 meters, since we still have no clue what we're even looking for.
We have to search the entire airfield.
Fictional worlds where you can use what I assume is fictional.
Aw, dang, it wasn't active yet. Well, that was a wasted bullet.
I mean, there's also the idea that if you use, if you're at max, enemies don't drop them, but if you're not at max, enemies drop them. I'm
actually surprised I'm at level 5 because I thought I would have lost a lot more of my upgrades at this point.
The ones that are on the screen when you move transition phases automatically get pulled back to you if they're still around.
And I guess I'm not literally losing the entire thing because I just lost 3 there. And I actually have a whole minute, like, fuck, I'm actually doing a lot better than the first time I did this.
Yeah, you have more than a minute.
But then again, I don't think we're at the really fuck off hard batteries yet. Welcome home, motherfucker! Here's our death house. So yeah, I guess what I have to say about Secret of Mana right now is that I bothered not to play the remake that came out in 2018, 2019 because like, I know that fucking, like, the established game reviewers have that reputation of being really easy on their scoring, but even them, like, they consistently gave the remake a 6 out of 10. And, like, 6, in my mind, is, like, that's probably the lowest score they could give a AAA game that doesn't have, like, something very obviously wrong with it. And especially for Secret of Mana, it was, like, 6 out of 10. Holy shit, they must have really fucked it up.
It's Duroc. We're packed.
If even they recognize that it isn't up to snuff. So I decided just to play the original. Especially since it sounded like they didn't add any new content, like substantial new content to the remake.
We didn't lose a single person during the Manita operation, but we lost an entire civilization. The scientific data and documents we found there were horrific, beyond what we could imagine. The Imperials, hoping to develop technology...
I mean, to be fair, they are fascists who are trying to develop time travel.
Their Anki captive sensory organs in order to make them more docile and easier
and also
to
this.
handle. These deaf, blind, nerveless creatures are indistinct from the worms in the Manita caves. Except for their dreams, that is. The only thing that keeps them from simply expiring is their occasional remembrance of life, inspired, of course, by a fear of death. The project could be described as a nation living in fear, serving as slaves to a planet. There's no technology that can fix what's been done to them. There is no way to right this wrong. Even if we free our people, we cannot give them back their lives.
Yeah,
it's over.
That's super fucked up. Like, oh,
Yep.
we're gonna just basically turned them into husks by destroying every sensory organ, including the nervous system somehow.
Like everything.
My point is, like, at that point, she claims they still have a fear of death. I disagree, because at that point, like, you literally don't feel anything with the outside world. There's no, like, you can't feel, like, touch anything. So you literally don't know if you're touching anything. You don't know if there's anything around you. There's no way to sense anything. So what you do is you just eventually just go super insane. Like, eventually your mind just breaks because you literally have nothing as a point of reference.
And then they turn into Dark Souls monsters.
Where can this pride of self go?
Except probably not, considering they aren't able to feel the outside world at all.
Yeah, there's literally no way for them to feel anything. So there's no... You can't hurt them. Like, their nervous system is destroyed to the point where, like, they physically can't feel pain anymore.
And their families made up a close-knit tribe, a nation. Language and land kept them together.
I think they're just talking philosophy, but I haven't read a lot of this yet.
The entire
I was talking over most of this.
Units and subunits. Tissue is made of cells and cells of atoms. This is the essence of nature. The same nature.
Yeah, I think that this is just philosophy.
It was my fate to be childless. The
it doesn't sound like it's establishing anything other than character traits.
Me, this is how I chose to live my life. I had hoped the raid of the Eyeborg factory in the Cardinal Canyon would let me burn as bright as the stars.
Oh, I remember. I think this is the level that has, like, a real screwy gimmick to it.
Hmm?
Oh yeah, that is this level. I died on this level, like, a lot of times because I couldn't really understand what the gimmick they were trying to aim for was until I found it out on my last continue.
Gotcha, but yeah, now we're playing as Durak.
Copy that, Durak. You should be able to open the gate by eliminating the sentry guns.
I'm still trying to figure out, like, what is an Enki. Like, that's the problem, is, like, it's like, because it's not animal people aren't Enkis, because Voss is a bison guy, and he's not an Enki. He's
part of the Imperial something.
Yeah, he's an Imperial, but not citizen. An Imperial. Yeah, he's an Imperial citizen, but he doesn't have, like, he doesn't emotionally.
Yeah, he's a collaborationist.
The ethics of a, the same mindset that, one would expect of an Imperial.
He hasn't been brainwashed entirely, and that's probably because he did get become part of the collaborators, the collaborationists. Yeah. So yeah, just doing some sentry lasers, getting them out of the way.
But, like, this organization we're currently playing as, they refer to the Enkis as their people, so they're Enkis. But they're not, like, the same animal, because that was my other thought. I was like, okay, are they, like, deer people? It's like, no, because Durak's like a cat or something.
I think that they are mercenaries.
No,
or at least, like, people with a grudge against the Imperial.
It's not that Enkis are a distinct group of people. They're not like, just...
Well, no, not all the Yankees are mercenaries, but, like, mercenaries working for the Yankee cause. Or they just have something against the Empire.
Oh, no, because the organization here that Durak and the character we were playing as where we were shooting the train, they're Yankees. Like, they refer to it as our people, our culture, right? That's what when talking about Enki stuff, they use words like that. So, like, but, like, the problem is Enkis don't have, like, a visual tell. So as of right now, I'm like, what is an Enki other than just some random term that is associated to some group of people? Is it like a religion then? Is that what it is?
You'll have to follow the path.
Because Dryad here and Durak are both Enkis, but they're not the same animal. Because she's like an ocelot or like a tiger or something, and Dryad's clearly a deer.
So yeah, I had to figure this out over a lot of death, but I did eventually figure it out.
You have to stay inside the rubble?
Yeah, because these lasers are scanning shit, and if they scan me, they instantly just kill me. If I'm not in the sphere of trash. So yeah, I will admit that I died in that tunnel like 8 times. Because I couldn't figure out why I was constantly exploding.
Dryad, I made it through. Third
Dryad!
charges out.
Really?
And now
They're gonna-
Spider.
They're gonna choose to pronounce it different just to be different. It's not Dryad, it's Dryad. Like,
It's an alien culture.
fuck you, it's Dryad.
God, you sound like me when I get annoyed by this shit.
I mean,
But what I do to get over it is just call them a dumb version of their name. Ow.
I'm trying to. I must be a Discord thing. Cause I assume the game's running smoothly for you.
Well, yeah.
There's these moments where the game, the moments where the game just like frame-wise is like absolute terrible. I can't tell what's happening, or like things are like kind of weirdly clipping.
Yeah, I don't know if my internet's fucking up on it or not. I don't know what the hell its problem is.
I mean, so what I think it is I think it's simpler than that, Jeff. It's I think it's as simple as this game
Has a lot going on.
Well, it's very frame important, and when you stream things over Discord, you're not sending it to me at 60 frames a second.
I'm surprised I didn't get killed there, to be honest.
Like the resolution, if you're not paying for like you know,
like the Discord Plus.
Premium or yeah, whatever it is. Essentially all you
get is what you get.
You get like the lowest possible like quality for the streams you send people, which like is pretty much good enough. But I think in this game, I think it becomes really noticeable at certain moments or something. There's like certain scenes that
Oh yeah, he sends the spider children at me.
If the frames aren't moving at a super specific.
This is it's a bit much, to be honest.
I mean, I don't know. I think one of the things that helps this game is as long as you're killing shit, you're getting health back. Like it's a weird, because the health is you lose time, so killing things is essentially getting health back.
I'm just saying I'm really surprised I did that in one shot, because I died to that boss probably an additional like 3 times.
Good. You're almost there.
I need you, robot gorilla man.
Yeah, I was gonna say, what the fuck is this? This is a new character all of a sudden. At least with the Durek thing, we were switching from being a character that like was in the background and talking to us to be like, you know, to playing as them, right? They were a character we knew, and then they became a character, you know.
Well, I will remind you that the company that made this game was also the company that made Killer 7.
What's that purple plus do that you picked up?
Points? I don't remember what it does. Anyway, I need to deal with that tank. Because he's causing me some problems. And now here we have the megaphone trucks. Ah! Everything's coming down! Ah! I'm literally being bombarded.
I think the way you progress the game right now, though, is you have to take out the ground stuff. I think there's gonna be infinite aerial shit until you get rid of all the ground stuff. Because like what seems to be like a new phase is when ground stuff comes in.
Again, I am surprised how good I'm doing.
Just restricted number of enemies.
Okay, now the wrecking ball. Why not?
Okay, yeah, so that one's time.
This one's a little fucky, to be honest, because the gimmick here is that I believe that the gimmick is there are no enemies. For a very long time, and now my firepower went away.
Okay, you can shoot the Gatling guns on the thing.
Ah, damn it, come on. Well, I'm dead.
Oh,
or the game just gave me 10 seconds and a checkpoint.
It gave you 10 seconds because you killed the thing and that was the checkpoint. And when you, I've noticed when you hit, like, when you, like, get to a certain phase of the boss, you get time. But you only have 10 seconds going into this fight, so there's that.
Well, we'll see. I don't know.
Unless there's like
okay,
little
no, they gave me 40.
Oh, no.
Ow.
They give you a lot more. Okay.
Give me 40 seconds as standard.
But yeah, when you killed you literally happened to kill something in the same second that you ran out of time, and that was
like very literally
what you needed to kill to progress. So then the game defaults to progressing when those two things overlap. The game defaults to progressing, rather than kill you, because progressing there gives you more time anyway. Because I've noticed, I noticed during the last boss,
Tsuchigomo,
the big spider thing, that like when you essentially like you got to a point where you like moved to a different phase and the clock like went up 30 seconds. Like,
yeah,
so
that
like,
one was
okay. When you kill an enemy or like kill a random little thing that's on the boss, that's one of the things you have to kill, you get like a few seconds. But when you kill everything and move to the next phase, you get a ton of shit. Because yeah, killing one of the little nodes there gave you 5 seconds. So you're buying yourself 5 seconds every single time you hit something and kill it.
And I managed to squeak by on my superpowers, thankfully.
Yep, you were able to kill a bunch of because you had a bunch of things at like slightly lower health.
Okay, that was my fault, obviously.
Yeah, so when that attack happened, you needed to move to either the lower right or the lower right or the upper right corner.
Well, hopefully I can squeak by
like
on this
window.
one.
There was a window where you could go under the blade and head to that corner, but
Hopefully I can squeak through this one on my cluster bombs if needed. I mean, I probably should just fire one because I got 5 seconds and I exploded. Yeah, well, that was fair. I wasn't as efficient as I needed to be. It's not like this thing's gonna give me any firepower upgrades, considering I only have 3 of them to work with.
I mean, when I see the damage you do upon hitting something, I think you're doing fine enough damage. Like, I'm not concerned. It has to do with you have to be able to, thread the needle at when you can and things like that. So it's more of a game of defense. Like, I feel like your damage is fine.
Yeah, that's how it feels to play, because, like, I'm looking more at my ship and just assuming that my bullets are hitting things rather than aiming.
Yeah, and as someone who doesn't have to control the ship and be defensive, I can, I'm looking at the damage you're dealing and seeing that it's fine. The difficulty with this and why things got close until you did the cluster bomb here is because the blade is spinning, your bullets are constantly hitting different targets instead of a singular target. So when you threw the cluster bomb, you killed like all the shit you had at low HP because you had it at low HP. Okay, there must be a tell that says I'm going lower, I'm going high, because I know the last time you did it, it went like high.
Okay, I should be fine.
Yeah, you're fine here.
Come here, you little damn turret. You're gonna end your face. Being the last one on the wheel.
For those turrets, I felt like they were like the hinges holding the wheel together, and that's how you were.
Possibly.
There were turrets on the wheel that were shooting stuff, and then you killed all those.
Oh, they're turrets, like the missiles are having turret. What? Okay, now it's just throwing trash.
The missiles are shooting more stuff. So yeah.
Eat this.
Yeah, I like if you don't damage something for a while, the game kind of highlights the thing that can be hit.
Come on, you're dead. We both know that you're gone. And that's the end of the Destructo robot we needed to kill for some reason. I'm not sure why we blew up that wrecker bot. Other than it was there.
I mean, I still want to know who the goddamn robot gorilla is. Cause it's like, okay,
well, we're not gonna tell you, boy.
Because like, at least the other characters felt like established and like I understood who they were. But like, this character was just all of a sudden I was like, oh, huh.
You just have a robot gorilla. What else do you need?
He's just telling this new character that came out of nowhere.
I got the Garai on the Little Moon. The sons and daughters of this lazy, simple nation support their slovenly way of life with their constitutional right to hold and
What a
trade
weird right to have.
military-grade robots.
Okay, so he's explaining where he got
Why
the
I bought a
robot.
Garai is simple. It's top of the line.
So there's your explanation. He just
Pride
bought
of
it
the
because it was
Empire.
nice.
Yeah, he explains what it is and like who the robot gorilla is and why he has
Perhaps
it.
it's of
He
greater
bought a
interest
robot.
why I tested it in
Oh, he
the
also
sun.
got it from the future.
34 circles before the factory that builds this model was even constructed. Amusing though that may be, that's not why I came. Memories guided me. Memories of my son. He was just a child when we came here to hunt. It was a perfect place for a boy adventurer, thoroughly exotic. If it rained steaming, acrid heat. But our hunt was looked over by brilliant sunlight. A psychiatrist would easily arrive at a diagnosis. I tested the freshly purchased Garai at that very time, in this very place, because I wished to punish the Empire the very moment it stuck its toe into my paradise.
So were we just blowing up people
Right.
who were defending themselves?
If only I had spent more time with my son.
Like for the crimes of the future?
Maybe if I
I
still
mean,
could.
they're still
My
they were
heart
still like
finds
Empire soldiers, but yes, we were the one that attacked them. If we weren't defending ourselves, that makes sense.
And now we need to go there.
This is amazing.
I just woke up!
They suck up cloud matter and extract the splendium from
Why
the
are you in a tux now?
Suit,
See
not a
one closer
tux.
up?
Yes, but be careful, son. And be quick. They probably have some kind of defense mechanism.
Even combed his hair today.
This thing is
I'll
badass.
be waiting for you on the ground with my new friends. The
So this is a flashback, and his son is a cat?
I'm not sure, but yeah, I think it is his son.
Well, I should have paid attention. It does say the year when, like, the level starts.
Yeah, a little bit too much to pay attention to there. You're probably fine.
But like, he referred to them as, he referred
Oh,
to them as
damn it.
son, but he could have said son in the sense of, okay, it's time extend. The purple's time extend. I don't know what that means, but
I'm not
because
sure.
there was something you picked up that was just time.
Is that putting time into one of my sub things I never use? Because I actually haven't showed you the other thing that this game lets me
Careful
do.
with those insects. Their poison
Could be.
is just as dangerous as your own weapons.
Okay, so we're shooting worms again? Or no, we're shooting giant bees. I'm also apparently on the path with no enemies, so that's not exactly helpful. Okay, let's see.
Yeah.
Try-
So if you ever pick up the green, it's an additional charge. It gives you a charge back of your super weapon. The green things that enemies drop.
Oops. Oops. Damn it, come back here. I get rewarded for my incompetence for once.
I mean, I do think to a certain degree that is something in the nature of this game is that it awards your aggression because killing things gives time. So if you can like be kind of greedy and like kill something
Whoops.
as fast as possible, while even if you take hits, as long as you kill it faster than it kills you,
Come on through the narrow road.
you make more
There's
time
the
up.
trail of the label. You see?
Okay, there we go.
I see it.
I can do that.
Oh, you can slow down time.
No, I don't think I can shoot them, so... classic timing game.
I think it shows a more difficult route.
Well, I wanted that thing. If I want the reward, I gotta go for it.
Yeah, at least luckily, so the way you lose your powers, like the
Bye,
things when you
powers.
take damage, is if they go off screen. So here, I was gonna say the luck of this is that, you know, if you get hit, they bounce off the walls. They have to go, they have to go off screen, and they can go off screen in any direction, from what I've noticed. But in these, where you're in these tighter walls, they bounce off the walls.
Well, I guess I just bought myself a harder boss fight.
Dad!
Yeah, okay, he's calling him dead.
I've got to make an emergency
Well, that's
landing.
weird. I don't understand how these animal people work, because your child is not the same animal as you, and that confuses me.
Maybe they want a little bit more variety, so they're like, everyone's adopted in this culture.
Everybody's a different animal somehow.
Okay, what's it gonna do? A lightning spread attack. Oh, wow. That's a lot. Eat this! This is a bit harder. Well, now what the fuck? I can fire tons of tiny bullets.
You were doing pretty fine. You're doing better than you think you are.
If you couldn't tell, this is definitely
you have upwards of 80 seconds. Like, there's a lot of mistakes you can make.
Jeez, just getting hit by that tiny thing did me for 5 seconds.
You hear me, son? Get out of
Yeah, but when you killed that, your timer was at 99 seconds.
And this is how our son died. He took on this thing. Okay, where's the thing here? What am I aiming for, game?
I think you swing. I think you swing the thing that's chasing you into him.
Maybe. Give that a shot.
Because I don't see a weak spot. No, you have to like fly a circle around him. You can't fly into him. You fly like around him. I think. Oh no, the wings hurt you. Where are you supposed to shoot? You're supposed to shoot the spike? No, the spike doesn't do anything. Like, I literally don't.
It is the spike while it's airborne.
Oh, that's so weird.
And unfortunately, my stupidity means I have to do this.
I'll smash you.
I mean,
to be fair, I did just waste my entire advantage being an idiot.
I mean, that was super unclear in my mind.
Got him, Dad. I got him.
I also did it while wearing my pajamas.
And it's like some weird, just basic t-shirt.
Well, at least I got the checkpoint. I'm not going to have the advantage, but that doesn't really matter. Welcome back to the Forge. We can see you.
Charge 6 out. I've reached the inner ring.
Of the Forge? How deep is this foundry? Well, there's our gorilla friend and his infinity cousins. Oops.
Well, alright, this is a good level to start our get on.
You want to talk about Pokemon
topics.
Pizza?
Well, I was gonna say, I don't think we ever technically finished the last one. I think the story stuff just came out. So you're saying that essentially games have to vibe, you're more willing to speed up a game if it's not, being fun for you. And I think to a certain extent I agree with you. I just think it's different for me because I don't play games to play every game in the series. I just play a game I want to play. So like I'm more willing to give up on games now because
you're not doing something like really stupid.
I'm like this game's not worth my time. Like I don't need to play this game. I'm more willing to do that nowadays than before.
Well, it sounded interesting. That's why I wanted to go for it.
But yeah, so I mean, I agree with you, and it's partially because we're older and we have just less free time and stuff. But yeah, I mean, so yeah, new Pokemon game got announced. It predates. It's like early, during the time like the Eiffel Tower would have been built, era of like Paris or the central city of the central city Luminos City, the central city of
oh yeah, that's why it sounded familiar. I was like, that
of X and Y.
I was like, that doesn't sound like it sounds like a part of the original Legends game. It has to be something else.
Yeah, we're doing Gen 6 this time. which is why it's Z again, because X, Y, and now Z.
The
Another
Z
reason
game
why
they
it's
never
Z.
made.
Yeah, now we're finally getting a Z game.
We'll finally learn the dark secret of Zygarde.
But yeah, so this game, I assume, you know, like Legends Arceus, I assume the legend of this one's gonna have to do with Zygarde, because they did add like all these forms and stuff to Zygarde and Sun and Moon, but like it's like kind of a just, oh, he has all these cells, gather the cells and you get the super, and he's the guardian of the planet, whatever. And with him being the guardian of the planet, this game, you know, takes place when they're like really industrializing and building up.
In a problem.
There must be some sort of outlet on the ceiling somewhere.
Nope, heroic sacrifice.
It's no use. I checked the book. Today's my day. This was it. I'm going to detonate the charges.
Okay, so the whole mission was a heroic sacrifice.
No!
I mean, there's some element of time travel in this game that hasn't really been explained very well. So like, you know, that's how he got the monkey and then also destroyed a
Gem
thing
among the stones.
that kind of like
This is how she
prevented it
thought
from
of
being
herself
made.
and how she lived her life. We envied her for it. And
So
we
when she says,
hated
I
her
checked
for
the
it.
books, this is the day I die,
She fought
she's
for
like,
our
yeah,
cause, so we
the
put up
recorded
with
history says this is when I
constant
die.
insults.
Oh, that's what she
Pride
meant.
and her
Yeah, that's what I assume, because there's
Rock.
been time travel
The
shit in
last
this
Yankee
game.
aristocrat died that day at the Cardinal Canyon. Her
She got
body
turned
was
into a
used to
Han
build
Solo trophy.
But at that moment, we finally recognized the worth she always claimed to possess. Was she a hero? The old world died along with her. That was the world that still had heroes to give. We're a defeated band of war survivors. We would be afforded no heroes, alive or dead. The winners write the history books, and that is not our privilege. We will eternally be sinners and criminals. This is not what Durak deserved. She hoped to leave a loftier legacy. At the very least, she left an indelible mark on me. It was she who made me realize that we can gain no satisfaction from being the hunters, and certainly not from being the hunted.
This is serious.
If we
Believe
cannot
me.
become heroes,
Akita Dryad.
we must become demons. Demons of a timeless world. Nightmares of the Lael Empire.
Yeah, that's the confusion. There's some weird time travel thing involved, but it you know, because time travel is just kind of a thing, it seems like, you know, it's not like we're changing the past to change the future. For the most part, it's more just like the enemy is in all of time, like they invaded all of time, so we jump between different points in time to do stuff, which is like weird, and I don't get it.
I'm actually amazed we're just up to chapter 3. I thought we would be way farther by now.
The plan was a mad and desperately complex one. Return to the day of the bombing. Reach the city as it falls under siege.
You think they would have thought about
Take
this a
over
lot
the Inky
earlier.
aerial defense tower, then strike the bombing squad so severely that they had no hope of dropping their deadly cargo. This would be a mighty feat for a well-organized army, let alone a small group of 3. There's the Greybeard seeking revenge, the wavering lady who'd rather stab a knife in his back, and an Abad. I would seriously question the sanity of the man who conceived such an operation, if that man were not myself. The Abad was the key. Only a Garai is capable of aiming with such accuracy.
Oh, I can't do it anymore because I only have one eye.
Skirt could be convinced to venture into that hell in the first place. I've sent them there to change the history of our entire world, all in the hope of saving one single man.
So he's a collaborationist, but he doesn't actually give a shit if the Yankees make it.
I mean, he's a collaborationist now in the sense because his son was executed for quote unquote being a collaborationist. When he goes over like why he feels sad, he doesn't say I'm a collaborationist, right? He just says, you know, I'm not really an imperial father either, right? So he's kind of just on a warpath of revenge, where his whole deal is whatever he wants to do.
Hey, it's
He's trying to do
Leonard. He's come back as a giant gun.
the chameleon bot Leonard.
What makes him a chameleon bot in the case?
I don't know. They just said chameleon bot.
Wait, is it not actually hitting me with those lasers? Those are the lasers to queue up the sky lasers.
No, the blue when you have that blue shield, you don't take damage. I don't know. I thought you were actively activating that blue shield, but maybe you don't actively activate it.
Well,
maybe
that didn't turn out too well.
Maybe it's a power up or something. But all I know is that the blue shield, you don't take damage when you have it, but it's not gonna last forever, so you can't just stand in the laser.
Well, now I know that you can't do that.
You haven't been activating that blue shield?
No, it's just I think you get
Must
it
be a
first.
Power up.
I did not think the giant lasers from the sky would immediately fucking kill me.
Apparently they do.
You gotta trust the giant sky laser. You gotta treat it with respect. Otherwise, it'll come and get you in your sleep. Well, now I'm kind of in the place I don't want to be, but whatever.
I was gonna say, if you angle your shots good enough, you can hit the things shooting the lasers without them hitting you.
Come on, come on. Come on, just give me a little bit more time, and then we can all have a nice gun-free day today.
Yeah. And whenever it says time mass stabilize, it
little
resets
flag.
the time anyway. Like, it took away all your time. Like, if you were ahead of 40-some seconds, you would have just been back to 40 seconds here. I saw when it says time, whatever delay, it changed the clock to 0. And then when the game starts back up, it puts time on it.
It's like fascist Venice.
Yeah, this kind of. Well, this is the city they dropped the bomb on, so.
Oh, so we were the fascists the whole time.
So, yeah, I mean, from what I understand, it's still occupied territory. So they just, in the name of annihilating that people, they dropped a bomb on the area they lived in, even though it was occupied space. So you know, you're fighting the people that essentially are trying to make sure everybody stays in the city to die, right? That's what this stuff is that you're fighting. You're fighting the people on the outskirts of the city.
Look how deep the city goes. Okay, so don't get too close to the giant airplanes.
Yeah, when they blow up, there's bullets that fly out of them. The bullets aren't everywhere. Yeah, there must be a power up that's like when the next time you take damage, the shield comes up then. Because I thought you were activating it, like it was a resource you could activate.
No, unfortunately.
But it must instead be some sort of power up that's like the next time you were to take damage, it pops up for a little bit. And maybe it's that thing you just. But yeah, shield. Yeah. There's an item you pick up.
Oh, the blue things?
So underneath your timer, there's the word shield, and if you pick up the thing, that word lights up, which means the next time you take damage, you don't. And it gives you a little bit of time of invincibility. So there, you should have used one of your super fuck-off weapons because you were already full, and that green didn't do you any good because you were already full.
Oh, yeah.
It's because the green isn't ammo.
Well, have to keep that in mind.
If you're full and you see one, just blow the fuck off weapon for the sake of blowing it in case you can get like a kill or two with it.
I lost my 100 seconds.
Yep. And now you're back to presumably 40.
Apparently the guys weren't built to speak. Hey, it's a 13 Sentinel spot with a giant laser on its head. It's like a Crucible Knight, one of those Sentinels put together.
Yeah, so Pokemon, get back on topic. Pokemon X2A, or X2A.
Yeah, you should probably explain the title for the people who don't understand what the hell they're
Actually, it looks
looking at.
very similar to a Gundam. There's a Gundam that has a very similar design to this thing.
It has
like,
the very
remove
ancient...
the big... Well, its head and its coloring makes me think of a certain Gundam.
I'm not sure what the hell they were going for with the name Stirrups. Holy shit. Now they're chasing me. This is gonna require a little bit more thinking.
Well, okay, so if you can figure out what's doing the attack that's fucking you up so bad, Jeff, you focus it and use your fuck off weapon on it. Is something you can do.
That didn't do a damn thing. And also, I'm dead. Wait, how am I not dead?
You killed something that gave you 10 seconds.
Well, at least I got 6 credits.
Okay, so it's the one on the far side of him that is the one that did the fuck off attack.
Come on back to daddy. Oh, come on. You just disappeared. Okay, then I just threw a building at. Wait, why am I still taking damage? Does it have a reflector on it and I haven't been noticing?
It could, because I've noticed that. Yes, it does. So when his heart thing opens, you can hurt it. When it's closed, it's reflecting your bullets at you.
Okay, so that's something.
Because I was like noticing there was times where there was no damage being done to the boss, and I was trying to figure out like what you were supposed to be shooting versus.
Give me your face.
Hey, you can shoot it again.
Oh shit, they're alternating.
Yeah, now it's just that thing, I think, is the only thing you have to kill. Okay, so he can do that attack no matter what. Yeah. There you go. See, the fight got significantly easier once you realized there was a reflector. Which I should have noticed significantly sooner, because I noticed you weren't doing damage, but I didn't realize it was reflecting bullets at you. Because I wasn't watching your time. I was watching the fact that your bullets weren't doing, like, there was no health bar going down. So I was like, okay, I don't know if Jeff knows that he's not actively shooting anything.
It was kind of hard to tell, considering there was a bunch of, like, other effects I had to look at. Whoops.
You have to fly up into the ceiling when that should happen. Is there a button you can hit to add more credits? Like, I'm curious how because credits normally just mean that it's simulating an arcade game.
Damn it.
Great. Double great. Triple great.
So yeah, you have to dip up there, but then dip out once you can.
Well, I think what happens is, you have to redo the stage, kind of Mario style.
I was gonna say, you did an actual strat there that I think might be the best way. Stay to the front of the screen, and the second you see it coming, like the second you see the train coming, just shoot forward enough instead of just going up into the one that's directly above you. Like try to get to the brand new one that's loading. Essentially.
I think the only warning I'm gonna get that they're coming is that red light.
No, you red light and a train honk.
Oh yeah, and the train honk. Whoop. Should have taken some damage there. Sorry, game. So I'm not playing this game seriously enough for the people who play this on higher difficulties.
No. So, anyway, back to Pokemon.
Sorry. Sorry, I'm distracting you.
Back to Pokemon.
Saved message addressed to a
so one interesting thing for this game, the entire game from what they stated on Twitter, so it wasn't really in the trailer, but they stated it on Twitter. The entire game takes place in Lumino City.
That's gonna be kind of interesting.
They're gonna expand Lumino City like from a visual sense.
Well, it wasn't a huge city even in the game. They just didn't do anything with it.
I mean, it's huge in comparison, but like my point is, in comparison to all of a Pokemon game, if that's all you can explore in a Pokemon game was what is in the game, then you know there's not a lot to explore. But yeah, so it's gonna be during the time of like the city's being like essentially industrialized, becoming the big mega center it becomes. And so, yeah, the story's definitely gonna have to resolve around Zygarde because industrialization is, kind of always clashed with nature and the natural world, and Zygarde's whole thing is he's the protector of the natural world. So that's where the Z's stuff's gonna come in. I think they I think they showed off the 3 starters, like what the starters are for that game.
Are they coming up with new starters, or is it just gonna be
no?
from the packs?
It's likely the same thing Legends Arceus did. So I know, I swear to God they showed the starters, and the starters are old starters. Like they're from, it's like, 3 starters each from none of them from the same gen. So there's, they're doing like 3 gens, right? Just like they did Senequill. It was Senequill,
oh yeah, it just didn't really
was,
make all that much sense for this game to really have starters because you're constantly having to catch Pokemon.
Well, but my point is, in the last game they picked 3 starters, but they weren't the same gen. Like, it wasn't like, oh, Gen 1 starters. It was like, nope, you get Rowlet as one of them, you get Cyndaquil as the other one, and you get Oshawott. So you had 1 Gen 5, 1 Gen 7, 1 Gen 2. And I forget which ones they showed, but I swear in the trailer they showed, there was like a part in the trailer where they showed.
So do you think that this game has any chance in hell of redeeming Pokemon X and Y, which were comparatively really bad Pokemon games?
Yeah, because it's not, the problems with Pokemon X and Y is it's not my thought process with it and why. Also you still have Az will probably show up again. They'll probably extrapolate on that character.
They're gonna have to do a lot to redeem that guy.
There's another character, by the way, that's a play on the A to Z.
Is it
His name is Az.
Is it just literally Zaw?
Oh no, my point is his name being Az is just turning A to B into a name, like beginning and end of the alphabet, right?
Wasn't he just like a hoity-toity thing, like on the Alpha and Omega? I don't really remember what was up, why he had that name.
He was the king. I mean,
yes, he was the king.
That just happens to be his name, Jeff. Just his name is Az. That's his name. Like, like your name's Jeff, his name was Az. It's not anything special. Like, there's symbolism in his name that the writers and the creators of Gen 6.
Unfortunately, I'm in the middle of literally every bullet, so I'm not doing well.
This one's very chaotic. I gotta find the trailer.
Oh, the thing making the giant laser was the target.
I swear they show. I swear they showed the 3 starters, but maybe they didn't. Maybe I just had that in my head. But I'm rewatching the trailer right now just to see.
Well, we can speculate. What starters would we like? Pikachu.
I mean, well, first I'm gonna double check that it doesn't show the starters.
We could go for an outsider one. We could have how about the duck with the crazy hairdo?
Jeff, I'm not gonna guess the starters until I verify that they weren't shown. Because I'm not gonna waste my time guessing stuff that's already confirmed.
Oh, but isn't that fun?
No. I find it to be an incredibly tedious waste of time. I'll speculate with you if we don't know it, but if we do know it, I'm not gonna sit and speculate it. Because I'll speculate the unknowns, which I've already done by saying I think it's gonna be heavily Zygarde. I mean, it's definitely gonna be Zygarde, because Zygarde's like the big legendary of this gen. But yeah, according to their Twitter, the whole gen takes place, their whole game takes place in Luminos City.
It's definitely a ballsy decision.
And so my guess is you're gonna go to like different districts of Luminos City. Well, I mean, at the end of the day, even Luminos City that we did go to, in theory, there's I didn't see starters, so I guess it's speculative. So I guess my guess would be which starters work the best for a theme of industrialization. Like which starters do you think? Because they're gonna have regional, they're gonna have a special form. Take a guess.
That's it. Maybe Bulbasaur.
Anything they do?
If that was the question.
Bulbasaur?
Because I can't really think of many ones that would fit like that.
Well, because you know, essentially all of the Hisuian evolutions of the 3 starters they did are very like traditional Japanese style like designs of those legendaries, right? You know what I mean? From what they did for Legends Arceus for the 3. Samurai was kind of a cheat because Samurai's already just a samurai, so by like
well, I mean,
that's, you know,
you can definitely do that sort of thing because like
well my point is they did. Like,
yeah,
they
because
all have
if you're gonna
that design,
if you're gonna have to like sandwich this in with something, like you're gonna pick your best choices out of what you got.
Yeah, so
you're not gonna have you don't have these aren't made for what they're doing, so they kind of just have to pick their best sort of fits.
Oh yeah, my one is like which starters fit into this kind of setting or world enough that that you can
I'm amazed I somehow managed to thread that needle.
You can make an evolution of them that feels more city inspired, right? So
that's
in the
that's a lot
run,
easier. That's a lot easier.
The fully evolved form is going to be city inspired, is what I feel like. The you know, the Hisuian of this, the Luminos. I don't know if they'll call it Luminos, but they'll call it Kalos. I don't know.
They'll call it Kalos City. It's the only city in the whole region.
Well, no, because technically the regional forms are named after the region, because they're regional forms, right? So Hisuian.
Well, yeah, but it is always unless you want to be like it's like a time displaced form instead of like because the region's already named.
Well, yeah, but Sinnoh's already named, and it wasn't called Sinnoh in Legends Arceus. It is Sinnoh. It's just not called Sinnoh yet. Like it didn't have that name yet.
Damn it, damn it. Now they're just going away.
So like, you know, my question is, in this early era, Kalos, is it still called Kalos or is it called something else? Otherwise, because the whole game takes place entirely in the
get out of there. I want them. They're stuck in a pocket and I can't get them.
Yeah, but it's not. Oh, your little powers, yeah. I mean, if they're stuck there, that's good, because that means once you kill them, if the level goes on, it's gonna automatically give them back to you, which you just did.
We just killed the circus.
But the level might be over, but
they could do the dumb thing and they could call it Salik.
Well,
but I don't think they're gonna be that stupid.
No, so because it was Hisuian instead of Sinnoh. That's like a completely different name. So I don't know, because it feels weird. Like I feel like we're going less far into the past, but given
that's another thing is that.
So I'll argue against myself here by saying there is weird shit with history where, you know, here's 3 things that existed at the same time, Jeff. Cowboys, samurai, and like the Phantom Thief of like Victorian England, because Victoria industrial England is the same time that samurai were running around Japan. So like there's perspective that you have to take into account. So, you know, with this being like the industrialization of France, that's roughly the same time as the industrialization of England, because all of Europe did that at the same time. I feel like it could be roughly the same time that Legends Arceus takes place in, because Japan, by being isolationist, didn't have that as much of an industrial period. It didn't have like the same style industrial period that Europe had, and that, you know, the eastern side of the United States had.
But just as I say, feast for one means famine.
So it could be that it has a different region name. Otherwise, you could call them Luminos forms instead, by like taking the city's name.
And in name.
Yeah, that's another question. Is that if this whole game is gonna jail itself to one city, do we even really need to name the region if the only thing we need to care about is the city in of itself?
Well, so the reason you need to name the region is like they're called regional forms, and I would be surprised if they don't do regional forms again. But when we went to Kalos the first time, regional forms hadn't yet existed.
Well, like you said, that could be the workaround. Is like we're not going to name the region. You can assume it's still the same name. That, like they might not put a spotlight on it, and they might just call them Luminosian forms.
Yeah, they might call them luminous forms.
Or that, because that's actually a better name.
And that's my thought, is if they don't go with like a region. Otherwise, it would be.
Oh, gotcha.
We'll call them Lumiforms.
It'd be Kalos. If they go with the region name, it'd be as it is now. It'd be Kalos, and I don't know how you make that, because what would be the, like, you know, a person from Kalos is what?
A collusion.
Right? Yeah, I assume collusion. I assume you go with like Parisian and you call them a collusion.
It's not exactly a good name, but we'll go with it.
But like that would be the other default one.
Fuck you, train.
Unless they do the thing of during this period of time, Kalos wasn't yet called Kalos, it was instead called this, and they come up with some other brand new fucking name.
It was called Bertold.
The city is still called Luminos City, so like I feel like
they're planning on calling
still gonna
it that.
be. I assume it's still gonna be Kalos. I mean, they literally call it Luminos City in the trailer. Like they show like these are the design plans for like building the city of Luminos City. So like that like shows up like a piece of paper of that shows up in the trailer. So there's that. But yeah. So I guess we'll speculate what starters
what could fit for city slicker Pokemon?
Because I feel like the ones they chose for Legends Arceus, while the forms they gave them at the end were very you know, they were stylized, like the Hisuian forms of them were stylized to be, you know, historic Japan ones. I feel like when they chose the starters they chose, I felt like they chose them also because they felt like they fit the environment anyway, right?
Well, yeah, it's kind of an obvious thing you want to do.
The otter, the owl, the weasel are kind of feel like they fit that, you know, that very rustic environment that you're gonna be in, right?
So does it seem like they're going with a specific time period, or are they just going with like Fantasyland time?
No, it's like early Paris. Like when Paris is becoming a big mega city.
Like pre-Revolution Paris?
I mean, probably roughly around that same time as the Revolution, if I had to take a guess. I don't know my Parisian history. It's like whatever time the Eiffel Tower was constructed.
Well, how about this is an easier thing? Does it look like Assassin's Creed Unity? Does it just look like that?
Well, so we didn't get so this game is 2 years out.
Yeah,
this
it's
game
2025.
is not coming out this year. Yeah, which is another thing we should talk about, because this is the first time there's not going to be a Pokemon game releasing in a year.
Oh yeah, well we kind of could have assumed that was happening, because that's been happening for a few years, where just Pokemon releases have been not really dying off, but they've been slowing down for years.
That has not happened. In fact, we got 3 games within like 1 year, like a year ago or 2 years ago.
Yeah, but what happened in the previous 4 years of that?
I was gonna say Legends Arceus, Brilliant Diamond, Shining Pearl, and well.
I guess that is fair. There have been more remakes than original products.
There's always been a Pokemon game like every year, Jeff.
Yeah, I would
believe that. They don't really take a year off. So like, you know, we had Sun and Moon, and then the next year we were getting another Pokemon game already, right?
I would like to remind you that I'm comparing this to like the DS years, where like they had like 3 or 4 series concurrently running at the same time.
Yes, you are correct. But I think the important thing here with it, where, you know,
what is the important thing here?
Well, so the important thing here is that the games are getting more development time.
Oh, that's what you're going after.
They're not pushing. They're not pushing.
I'm in a grid of death.
They're not pushing the studio to get all these games out. Well, there goes like, oh, cool. They bounce back if you lose them right at the edge of the screen.
Well, the game took 2 of them away.
I only saw
now
one
fight the Death Star.
But yeah, so you know, this game is, by the looks of it, getting more development time than, you know, the last previous games have.
What the fuck?
I think that's a good sign. I think that's a sign that the horrific launch of Scarlet and Violet.
It wasn't really well. The launch was horrific, but like the state I would describe it now is like it's. I don't know. It's still embarrassing, but it's kind of acceptable in a weird way.
Yeah, I'll agree with that.
I don't know what you'd want to call it.
It's patched. It's
Yeah.
Band-Aid fixed. It's Band-Aid fixed. It's
That's
not
fair.
fixed,
It's Band-Aided.
fixed.
It's what they could manage, I guess.
Yeah, and I think that
Okay, I see what they're doing. It's constantly rotating in different directions, and I have to deal with that. Actually, I don't even know where the fuck I'm supposed to go here.
I think you have to fight your way to specific weak points that are throughout it.
Well,
like
it's definitely a good sign that they're taking, like, someone higher up is taking, like, finally taking some responsibility and being like, well, we can't do this like how we did it. We need to fucking change. Because it clearly didn't
That's what
work.
I think. Only time will tell if I'm correct, because we can't. I think we can't celebrate it now, but we can take it as a sign that things might be getting better.
It's a good sign, but you can't. You never know.
Yeah, but my point is, we can take it as like oh good, they might be taking more time on these games now.
What? No, I'm going backwards.
Yeah, Jeff, the screen, as you move forward, the screen does move with you. So it's not it does auto scroll to an extent. But
there, I bought myself 50 seconds. What the fuck?
Yeah, because it was a big AOE bomb around you, and it went through the walls.
Okay, what am I aiming? Am
You're
I supposed to hit all the
Jeff.
turrets, or?
No, Jeff, you pretend you have to get to the pink spots, Jeff. When you destroy the pink spots, it literally destroys them in one bullet. Those aren't the pink spots. They're really big pink spots. But it's a maze. You have to run around the maze to find them, like that. See that on the right?
Oops. Oops.
Not the big one in the center, but the small one that you couldn't get to because of the wall, but you could see it through the wall. See that? You have to get to those. You have to run around and get to those. It's a maze.
I might have to go with another screen nuke because, yeah, fuck it.
I mean, yes, because the thing's rotating, Jeff, but it's not. You don't have to move with its rotations. If you move towards the open spaces, the screen gives you the open space.
Ah, god fucking damn it.
If you sit in one spot too long, you're gonna get trapped in.
I'm doing this on 3 things.
So, you need to shoot that, and then you need to get out, and then you need to continue the maze to find the next spot.
Except lasers.
Yeah, and the
Unfortunately,
constant moving of it.
are still happening. Oh, these ones have lasers and bullets.
Yeah, so as you destroy the pink ones,
oh, now it's getting faster.
Yeah, I think you're just gonna use a bomb, but because these things don't turn off. I haven't seen them turn off. I think.
Well, no, I'm not waiting for them to turn off. I'm waiting for me to get into like an angle I can get them.
Yeah, I know, I get that. Which this part's rather annoying because I think part of this whole maze thing is the fact that it's a maze. You need to be quick because if you get lost in the maze, you lose a ton of time. But because of how this is spinning, you're not afforded that luxury. Anyway, I think that's the last one right there. Yeah.
I'm actually glad I was able to use my last screen nuke to kill it. Because I only had one shot left on that thing.
Gotcha.
Yeah, so Pokemon Pizza might be the game to get in 25.
But yeah, another thing though they might do instead than regional variants though, I will state, we do know Mega Evolution's coming back.
Well, yeah, it's Gen 6, so they're gonna bring back the gimmick.
We know very little about this game. I'm gonna state that right off the fact because the trailer they show us is basically just like a hologram tour of Lumino City, like when stuff is being built, and it's not in game. It's like a cinematic thing that they just made for a trailer. And then they're talking about like the city plan of we're gonna make this, the city amazing. We're gonna put the city on the map, right? We're gonna make this city awesome.
Yeah, it kind of sounds like they want to make the Pokemon version of a Yakuza game. I wonder how they're gonna do that.
No, you misunderstand me.
Well, they're gonna make the city really dense, so they're gonna add a lot of stuff to do in it.
Oh yeah, in that regard, yeah, because the whole map's gonna be a city. I assume there's gonna be like different districts, and different districts are gonna have like different feels and different layouts and different Pokemon to catch in them and stuff.
But considering that this is a Pokemon Legends game, do you think they're just gonna make Legends again, or do you think it's gonna be radically different?
I mean, I think gameplays-wise, I think we're gonna expect Legends again. So like the gameplay that was created for Legends Arceus, I think we're gonna get that gameplay back. It's gonna be a new story, new environment. Different Pokemon in the game. There's probably going to be Pokemons that weren't available to use in Legends Arceus that are going to be in this one. Because one of the things you have to note with this game, because the whole game takes place in Luminos City, every Pokemon you catch has to be a Pokemon that makes sense why it would be living inside a urbanized area, right? So if a Pokemon makes sense to be found in a forest, but not found within a city's walls, it's not likely going to be something you can catch. Now, given there's probably going to be some areas of the city that, because we're in the earlier time of the city, aren't as developed as how we're used to it in Kalos, meaning there's going to be areas that are going to be a little more, less industrialized and thus have stuff. But I expect, Pokemon like Magnemite and things like that to be more what we're going to be using instead of, Pokemon that are found, feel like they can be found in the wild.
I'm glad I accidentally broke that telescope before I exploded. Apparently these drones just never mind. There they go.
They don't last indefinitely. They just last a really long time.
Oops.
Which, so, that's the thing, right? Here's the Pokemon that we're seeing in the trailer, and thus I assume are in the game, but I won't say that's... I'll say that's a tad unclear. But the Pokemon that we're seeing in the trailer, because as I said, the trailer is not gameplay, so this is a Pokemon we're seeing in the trailer, in my opinion, doesn't mean it's...
Okay, where did I leave off? I think I left off here. Yeah, so we're gonna have to... We ran out of continue, so we'll have to redo the whole thing.
Oh, we have to redo this level?
Yeah, which means we're gonna have to go back into Domus.
Gotcha.
Could be a problem.
I mean, no, because this time you're not gonna dick around the maze thinking you have to move with its movement. So I feel like that maze will be significantly easier on you than it was the first time. Because you know what you're supposed to be doing. Although right now your time's really low. I don't know why.
Well, because I got hit a lot more.
Oh, you did?
Somehow they gave me 11 credits, though.
That's what I thought, is there's gotta be like a button or something you hit that just adds credits. But yeah, the Pokemon that we're seeing in the trailer are Ekans and Arbucks, and yeah, I can see how snakes fit into an urban area. Pikachu, Raichu.
You gotta have the mascot.
Yeah, and Pikachu's gonna be in literally every game. There's not gonna be a game without Pikachu. Bellsprout, Weeping Bell, Victory Bell, which I get because they're kind of more weed-looking plants. I mean, they're not, I wouldn't call them weeds because they're still, they're technically more like Venus flytraps. But they're not plants.
Well, you're going for close enough. You're not going for
exactly.
exactly.
Some vegetation, but not a lot of vegetation, right? I feel like those Pokemon make sense to be in an area that has some vegetation, but not, isn't like a dense vegetation area. Apparently Onyx, but like if there's there's mining and stuff happening or things like that, or like construction, I feel like you can put Onyx in those kind of basically most rock types and stuff can go into those kind of areas and be fine. The Staryu, Starmie, yeah, there's water. Sure. There's like literally channels of water
aren't they...
in Luminos. So,
I'm thinking of something else.
Basically anything you could fish out of the water, I feel like can go into these games.
So obviously Magikarp, and they're just gonna stuff it full of fish.
And Magikarp and Gyarados are the next ones, yep. And then
wait, Gyarados. You can't have a Gyarados in a city. It would blow the whole thing up. That's what Gyarados does.
I mean, Gyarados can be caught in like basically every city that has any amount of water in it across any Pokemon game, Jeff.
That was probably a mistake. Someone's gonna need to work on the Gyarados problem. It's way too endemic, and they're blowing up every city off screen.
Because anywhere you can fish has Magikarp, Jeff. And if any place you have fish has Magikarp, that means any place you can fish, if you use the Super Rod, has Gyarados.
Someone's gonna have to work on this problem. It's clearly an ecological disaster.
In any of the games, if there's water in the city and you can fish in that water, you can get you can get a Gyarados.
Because Gyarados is known for being, hey, I have Hyper Beam, and I have no sense of being reasonable.
But yeah, Gyarados is shown swimming in the canals in the trailer.
In the canals, because it can clearly fit in there.
The water. Yeah, no, it can, because the bridges are high enough up above the water. It's like very...
Would you want to be a giant sea snake in that situation? Because that sounds like it'd be really annoying.
I don't know.
I'm in a tiny river.
My point is it had room. It had room.
My point is that there's a creature that is willing to blow everything up all the time, swimming everywhere.
I mean, an angry creature that could, yes, I would say, be in the area. But as I said, Gyaradoses, because Magikarp are everywhere, Gyaradoses by their nature are also everywhere, and this has always been a thing in Pokemon. This isn't anything new.
You realize that they literally called where the red Gyarados was the Lake of Rage.
Yes. But my point, that place had like a higher chance of Gyaradoses than normal. Like the spawn rate of Gyaradoses and Magikarp is higher at Lake of Rage than other places.
I'm saying that this world doesn't really make sense.
I mean, I'm not gonna argue that Pokemon has to make sense. That's stupid. Because they literally any Pokemon anywhere could cause huge infrastructure damage. Like. You're like, oh, Gyarados could blow up a city. Yeah, so could anything that learns Hyper Beam. Like,
well, at least Magnemite would just take out the electrical system.
It
will explode everything.
Yeah, well, literally, anytime you have a Pokemon battle, if your attack misses, it hits something else. If you're having a Pokemon battle in a gym, attacks are hitting the walls. Like, you in theory will build like there should be holes being formed in the walls constantly when you like miss an attack or something. And
that's what it said. It's literally backwards fucked up boss.
Save your ass now.
That's why I was like, what the fuck does that mean?
Yeah, Starmie you were shown, Pinsir was shown, Eevee and I think all the evolutions were shown. Aerodactyl was shown. I think so. If not, by the nature of having. By the nature
of. So do you think I should waste time shooting all these turrets or just like solve the maze?
I mean, well, so you have to attack the pink things, Jeff. You have to attack the pink things, and one of them is back there. You literally were almost to it, and then you turned around because you're like, oh, should I just focus on solving the maze? It's like, no. The thing of the maze is you have to find these pink things. And then it opens the path forward. So there'll be blocked path.
Have you considered that it's kind of confusing that the things I have to target and the things I don't are both pink colored?
I mean, the problem is where the part I'm currently trying to explain to you, the things have a pink tone to them, but they're not the pink things in the sense that they're literally all pink. Well, like, so you see those electric walls though? If you see those electric walls, Jeff, they block off where you can go. So you have to go this way and then left.
You mean the blue ones?
Yeah, so yeah, where those electric walls are, when you destroy the pink things, one of those opens up and you can go there. They're that electric blue walls. So right there, that one right there, that's where you will go once you blow up the pink thing. But you have to get to the pink thing first.
Come on.
Which, yeah, sadly the rotation's being obnoxious right now for you.
Ah! No, I want them. Give them back. Because that's what's giving me the spread. And I need the spread to avoid the lasers. That was easy.
But yeah, so now you have to go back out. Lasers.
So how is Pokemon gonna survive in a year without Pokemon?
I mean, just fine.
Is it gonna relax on its hundreds of billion? No!
Hey, you can't fly into the electric walls, Jeff. They literally block you from going into
but
parts
my
of the
power-ups!
Like, had it let you go through it, had it let you go through it, Jeff, you were gonna lose all those power-ups when you went back through that wall anyway, because you were gonna take damage no matter what there. But yeah, so, yeah, basically all the Pokemon that they've shown, it makes pretty much sense for them to be in either a city environment, a construction-heavy environment, or like, you know, small parks and stuff, like Gorgeous and stuff. You know, flowers are in parks. People put flowers in parks.
Or, you know, community gardens.
and then everything that's like lives in water is like, yeah, I can see that living in like a channel of a city, like the city's canals.
Come to daddy and be lost by daddy.
But yeah, so
I think I just created hard mode for myself.
Yeah, you flew where you didn't need to go.
Well, now I need to go there. And now I don't.
Yeah, because now the area you need to be in is this, and then this way.
Here?
Yeah,
okay, here's
because once
Town.
you go through it, it closes back off. It closes back off after you.
Yeah, I'm not gonna be able to get in there with this other lasering things.
I mean, you had a gap you could have squeezed in. It was tight because you had to like.
Ugh. Come on, lasers, stop it.
Hey, you destroyed the pink thing. Your bullets hit the.
Wait, I did.
Yeah, so if you look, the pink thing is like
Fuck you!
to the wall. If you
How did
look,
I not kill you?
If you look,
Wall
the
laser.
pink things that you need to destroy are tethered to the wall, and if you attack where they're tethered, that's how they get destroyed.
Get out of my way.
I was gonna say, this is the annoying one because these don't turn off. So either you fly through them or you wait for it to align so that you can shoot them. And I think that's really dumb for this. Because it's like, oh, if you're pressed for time, you're just boned here. Because like once you destroy one, you can fly through it and it just becomes a normal turret. But like, you have to wait for it to angle.
Well, this is the last part of the deal here.
Yeah, there you go.
Okay.
No match for it. What the hell?
It
But yeah,
didn't
so
die.
basically all the Pokemon they showed make sense to live in a city, and I assume that will keep too. So yeah, when it comes to theorizing which starter Pokemon they're gonna use, I imagine whatever starter Pokemon they use are gonna get either Megas or a regional form, and that might be what they do instead. They might not do like Luminous forms like I was saying. They might just do Megas. Because that kind of was the regional form before they did regional forms. We had Megas, and it was old Pokemon getting kind of a redesign. It's just the Megas were like you could only do it in combat and transform thing, versus the regional, which was like a whole new like evolution branch and like basically a whole other. And to a certain extent, while being a redesigned old Pokemon, it is at the same time feels like a brand new Pokemon because of it changes to the stats don't change as much as you'd think with regional forms. The regional forms are still the same.
Okay, so I managed to make it through that attack. So I am paying attention, but I kind of have to pay it like.
Oh, that's fine. But yeah, so we'd want to look for starters. We'd want to look at starters that make sense to be living in an urban environment. So
I think an obvious one, and I'm probably not just saying this for being a Pokemon fanboy, but Soccer Rabbit.
Yeah, I could see them doing Score Bunny.
Okay, so what the? Okay, now now rocks are just happening.
I was gonna say that would be.
How would that make any sense? Like I blew up the entire Earth, but the building's still there.
And I know they're not gonna make it. No, based on
fan demand.
No. They're not gonna take the competitiveness of the Pokemon into account. But like Omega to Cinderace would be like turbo busted. Like that's something no one in competitive wants because singles would just immediately ban it and it'd become a nightmare for anything outside of singles, like where it isn't banned. Like Cinderace is like such a good Pokemon already. It has been. I think it got banned for a while last gen.
Was it one of the Pokemon whose its gimmicks was it just got Protean again?
I mean, yeah. I mean, Protean itself is just innately strong, but its base stats and stuff are also just a really good spread, right?
Well, that was a bad thing that happened.
Good stats. So yeah, I could see them doing Score Bunny as the fire one. Water ones
managed to commit the two greatest blunders.
Taking off my pajamas.
Intelligence.
I was gonna say
First,
water. As far
I
as
had
water
my name
Pokemon,
switched
I
with
could
that
see
of
living
its
in a
reasonous
like in a
pilot,
city
the Cobalt
canal.
Queen reports on the Battle of Mirage Mountain.
Squirtle, but I don't know. I don't think they're gonna do
Central
Squirtle
Intelligence
because they
believed
already
my
have
work would be
megas,
easier
and
to
now that I
accomplish
think about it
than
more
our
and more,
enemies
I'm like, yeah, they're not
presumed
gonna
dead.
do. They're not gonna do regional
This
forms.
was
They're
a
gonna just
mistake.
do new megas.
Knowing
That's
my
what it's
father.
gonna be. Instead of regional forms, we're gonna
But
get
at the
new
time,
megas.
I had no
So
idea he would
anything
spin
with the
such a
mega
elaborate
being,
web
you know,
of revenge.
Gen 3 starters and
I
Gen
made my
1
second
starters
mistake when
aren't
the
going to be
order
the
came
starters in
down
this
to
game because
find
whatever
out
starters
they'd
get
been
added to this
methodically
game, they're
erasing
going
every
to
surviving member of the Cobalt
they're going to
King's
get
crew.
those ones are going to get new starters.
He
So
set up a trap. And he took the place of Zach, the
water-wise,
long-dead co-pilot.
I feel like
The very man who would
Froakie,
report
but
such
also I don't know if
supposedly
they're going to
killed
do Froakie because
Let's bring
You know,
back the
it-
duck with the
to do
stupid
the job.
haircut for the memes.
To end the
How
Well,
dumb
'cause-
it looks.
because
After
while
all,
a frog
the
would
murderer knew
could
of the
easily be
forgery.
inside a
He
city,
might lump me in
I
with the
feel
same
like-
lot.
Ninjas.
I wanted
well,
to
I
face
feel
him
like
head on,
Greninja.
not get stabbed in
Well,
the back.
French
bears the question.
ninjas.
No,
We
if it
faced
bears the
each
question,
other
in the
indeed.
past there was a Mega Greninja. Why wasn't there a Mega Greninja
To do
in
avenge
that
death.
game where like
These mistakes are
Fair
where
enough.
like you had so like
What would that make even? Would that make
where it was
more
a
sense
stagger.
than like Gen 3 Pokemon being able to Mega Evolve?
I mean,
suddenly.
I mean, it's a retelling of the story, so yes, in that universe they always could Mega Evolve, Jeff. But I will state also Greninja already has like a Mega. It's not called Mega Greninja, but it used
totally
to have.
is.
I guess I should say it used to have Mega, essentially a Mega, because they changed it. But at the start in the anime, Ash gets a special Greninja that transforms into a new form and gets stronger.
They say wisdom comes.
And
with age.
it's called the form is called Ash Greninja, and they
I remember
did
seeing that.
release
It's
it.
not that I know
They did
less.
release it into they put it into the games, and it had a special ability
It's
called
more
Battle
that
Bond. It was an
As
event
a
Pokemon,
child,
and when it got a
I saw
KO,
more.
it would transform into Ash
Experienced
Greninja.
more.
The design of it would change, and it would get
Everything was
its base
Rather
stats
than
would change and get
tastes,
stronger.
Colors,
Now,
flavors,
however,
senses,
it doesn't change.
all
It just
sensory
gets
input made
they,
me
like
feel
if you put it
richer.
into as of the most recent game, if you
As I
put it
grew
into the
older,
game and you use a Battle
My
Bond
world
Greninja,
narrowed.
it gets
Fresh moods that I used to
its
know in the
stats go
past,
up when it gets a
I
kill
couldn't
one
even begin
time,
to recall now.
and that's it. But it doesn't change. It stays a normal Greninja. But my point is,
thought
there's
it was
already
just
like a design, so like I don't know if they do that.
They don't want to
Um,
take away the uniqueness of Ash's Greninja because
It is
Ash
the
is somehow a beloved character.
This is the last circle.
No. My point is.
Placid Enki has
My
been
point
used
is,
for
Ash
value
Greninja was a thing in the games. Like,
Whatever
in
the
the
end
form
comes up to.
Ash's Greninja
Oh,
transforms
okay,
into,
okay.
it did transform into them when it was first released.
goes well.
However,
Yes,
upon
she
the
listens to
most
the Empire
recent
during
gen,
the
it no
victory
longer
parade.
transforms.
We will
They
make our
changed
stand.
it in the
There are
most
only two of us
recent
now.
gen. So in
All
Scarlet and
of us
Violet,
are
it doesn't transform,
slaves of the
but from
project.
Sun and Moon on, because it was
We
released
cannot
at
do
the
that.
start of Sun and Moon, like it was like the day one event
Nothing to
Pokemon
be
for Sun
done.
and Moon. Actually, it was part of the
book does not
demo.
have
That's
any
how it
answers.
worked. If you played the Sun and Moon
Either
demo,
both of
you
us
could
die
transfer
or
it into your game. That's how it worked, because you
Whatever.
had it in the demo.
Recording.
And so if you had the Sun and Moon demo, you could transfer it into normal Sun and Moon.
So it was an
once that
in-game
game
thing.
came
It's
out.
not just a part of the TV show.
But yeah, well, it's named, the reason it's called Ash Greninja and its whole thing was in the anime. And it was in the anime before it was in the games, because in the anime it takes place in Gen 6. So we got it in Gen 7 in the games. Ash has it in Gen 6, because it's his Greninja.
Welcome to the Death
Green
Star.
Excalibur. So I don't think they're gonna do Greninja as one of the starters. Also, I feel like they're not gonna do any of the starters from Gen 6 because it's already Kalos. So,
It'd be too complicated.
well, I feel like it'd be too samey. Like, you know,
Oh, that
that'd
too.
be like, why didn't they just do the Gen 4 starters for,
Whoops.
you know, why didn't they just do Chimchar, Piplup, and Turtwig for Legends Arceus? They didn't, right? None of those three are the starters. Even though I personally feel like Chimchar works very, very well for the theme of that game. I think Chimchar and Infernape work very, very well for that game, just like Oshawott and Samurott do, right? But they didn't do it because it's, you know, they didn't want to do the Gen
I can't
4
remember
starters for
too much
the
about
past Gen 4
Chimchar, to be
game.
honest.
Well, and so
Like, he
it's
was just a
based on-
punch monkey?
Well, so thematically, he's based off of Sun Wukong, which is Journey to the West, which is, you know, that era of stuff. I guess it's Chinese lore at the very end, so maybe that's into it.
Yeah, it's Chinese.
Because Journey to the West is Chinese. But my point is, well, Sun Wukong is in multiple. He shows up in multiple mythologies across multiple Asian cultures, and he has different names. The name you might recognize him under for Japan is Son Goku.
Oh, really?
Which is where Goku and the whole Saiyan having a monkey tail thing comes from. In fact, in Dragon Ball, not Dragon Ball Z, but Dragon Ball, I believe he also had the Extendo staff that is the Wukong thing. Wukong,
what
Son
the
Wukong
fuck?
is in Journey to the West. Son Wukong has
Die! I'm not gonna have enough time to kill him. I'm gonna have to go for it.
But yeah, in Journey to the West, Son Wukong has it has like a magical staff that can extend to any length.
Yeah, I didn't make it.
So like that's why Goku had a staff, and I believe it was extended and got longer in original Dragon Ball.
Code Red.
Well, if you needed any more proof that this game had a lot of Star Fox going into
so my
it,
point is, just because something's based off of Son Wukong doesn't mean can't be used in a Japanese sense, because in Japan
they have their own sort of the story.
Yeah, they have their own.
It got translated and it became that.
Yeah, because those, culturally those places share a lot, and we're always near each other throughout history. So, they have different interpretations.
No.
They have different interpretations and slightly different variants of similar ideas.
Why did I take so much damage?
Culturally, they have some similar things, but then each one has their own twist and their own versions. We have
well, yeah, it's literally a reinterpretation of another story.
Yeah, so the stories eventually made it across the water and made it to Japan, but because
there's probably nothing more to it than they just really like that story and they wanted to tell it.
Yeah, but because everything was it was mostly oral, you're not getting a written version of the story. You're getting someone else telling the story, which means details can change and be different. So the Japanese version of the story, I will state here for the record, I'm not a genius when it comes. I don't know the history of the character of Son Wukong enough to know exactly where the Japanese stuff with it comes from.
Yeah, you're just a guy on YouTube saying things.
My point is, I know that in Japan there's a version of Son Wukong who is called Son Goku, which is where Goku from Dragon Ball Z and the whole Saiyans having the monkey elements get their thing. That's where that stuff comes from.
Well, this is fantastic.
You got it.
No, I didn't. Because now it goes crazy.
You moved into the next phase.
Ow. Yeah, there's no way. Oh, maybe.
Oh, you got more time somehow. You killed something.
Yeah, they just gave me a time pickup, and then I lost it. Because I exploded. I ran out of battery.
I don't know, I guess they might do monkeys again. They might do maybe Chimchar. I could see a Mega Inferno coming, because monkeys can climb, and you have a lot of verticality to industrial areas and cities.
You think there's a Pokemon Primarina might fit? Because it's really French.
Yeah, they might be able to do something with Primarina as the opera singer, with opera in Paris. So part of the reason why you made mention to the fact that Score Bunny works very well, and part of the reason for that, Jeff, is all three of the starters in that game have a very industrial concept behind them, and city concept behind them, because London is very England and London are very industrial areas, so it had a similar thought process with those created. That's why you have the monkey, you have the chameleon, lizard, and you have the rabbit, and then the things they all evolve into are things that are are found, the themes that are evolved with them are all things that are city oriented. You have a drummer of a rock band.
Very European.
You have a spy. Well, my point is, my point is not European, but cities. Like, these are things that go in cities. Like, if you would expect to come across this, they would be in a city. You wouldn't find them in the rural parts of a country. You'd find them in the city parts of the country, right? A rock band isn't going to be in the middle of the country. It's going to be in a city, right? Rock is the music of the cities. You know, of those kind of populations. Soccer and stadium sports are in high populated areas, aka cities.
Yeah, I mean they get soccer teams in rural areas.
Not like franchise professional level.
No, not that way, but you begin in the middle of nowhere.
Which Cinderace, I took Score Bunny and then thought of a Pokemon that had the name Score in it, which is not right. But Cinderace is, has a very professional uniform design to it, right? The uniforms there. And so with that, my point is it's not just a guy who likes to play soccer, in his hometown. He is a professional soccer player Pokemon, right?
Whoops.
And then spies. I don't need to explain spies. Why spies?
You don't need to explain James Bond to people.
Well, I mean, so it's specifically James Bond is, yes, what it's recursing to, why it's tied to specifically England and why they're doing it there. But my point is, because England itself is very city-oriented and like large city populaces with London, the starters of that region, all of their themes are things that do fit to cities. And then, yes, especially to British cities, because they're British-related things. Soccer is very big, well, in kind of all of Europe, but
just everywhere that isn't America.
In England, yeah, basically everywhere that isn't America. You're not wrong. I don't know if in Asia. I guess that's something I don't know. I don't know how.
They're too busy playing baseball.
I was gonna say because yeah, when I think of the popular sports over, I guess I have no idea what the popular sports in like China and like Korea are, but like the popular sports when I think of, I guess Japan still plays more soccer than like ice. Because I feel like you see more soccer and I think you see more soccer and things like
maybe I really should just focus on avoiding his attacks instead of trying to bust my way through them.
I think taking hits during this phase, that phase you were just doing, cost you more time than it saves.
It seems like it take a lot of time damage just from anything this guy's throwing around.
Yeah, so I think in this case, only unless you're just about to get the kill would I go for the high risk, high reward, like, take the hit and immediately pick up your shit while taking the damage basically and move forward. This one I would try to evade as much as possible because I feel like taking the damage on him cost a lot more than
I probably could have gotten up to that. Whoops.
Because if you're avoiding him, like if you're dodging everything he does, and
very it's doesn't go well.
I feel like you save more time with her, and you can still kill him within that time. Like you'll get to the next phase with more time on the clock.
Thanks, game. Finally throwing me a bone. And now for... Oh, that was bullshit.
Oh, I dropped time again, but you didn't get it. Damn. Certain attacks of his must just create a... When they're over, they must create a time thing. But yeah, so for this, right, you're struggling to get him, but I think chasing after him to the point where you're getting hit by him is going to cost you more time in the long run than just, hitting him when you can. Right, I think being aggressive here and like because yeah, you have more than enough time on the clock for how much HP. This is likely the last phase looking at his HP at the bottom.
Life functions have ceased in all blocks.
Roar!
So okay, it has a fuck you final attack that you have to survive, which I think you... Oh, no, you managed to sneak into the pocket, so you might be fine.
What the fuck? I actually made that.
Yeah, you ended up being just barely fine because you got into the pocket. Because I was like, this is an attack where you have to you start in the pocket and you have to stay in the pocket. And I was like, if you don't stay in the pocket, this attack might be like designed to like always hit you enough to take all your time. But you made it back into the pocket, and I was like, well, he might have enough time. I don't know.
Well, there goes that building.
Yeah, so I definitely do think they could take any of the Pokemon from Galar starters as possibles.
The only thing you can count on is the state of the present moment. The status quo.
I think other ones they could pick.
According to the current state of things, on the day I killed my father, the terrorist in our registry, under the name of Akita Dryad, extinguished her own nation and vanished into time without a trace. So perfectly without a trace, one could presume she landed somewhere past the time continuum. I have no hope of ever saving my father, and the only one I could hope to seek revenge upon would be myself.
Oh, I missed something in the story. Time has reversed itself. Now this guy's trying to save his father instead of his father trying to save him.
It took me a long
time because they did a sneaky covert thing where him dying was a story that the military told. It wasn't a thing that actually happened.
An intrusion of 2 foreign beings.
And he took another person's identity to go do a dirty job.
Caused her to obliterate
gotcha.
People.
So his father was going for revenge for something that didn't happen.
Power and riches lies with the project. But that's a different story for another time.
Actually, so I'm gonna call you. So that's the game. We beat it.
So the really shitty thing about this is that apparently to get the quote-unquote true ending, and I mean we could talk about that for a little bit, is that you have to do this on. You have to finish the game on hard mode.
Oh, okay. But yeah, so I'm gonna finish the thought. I think when you brought up Primarina as like an opera singer, I think you nailed it. I think that's going to be our starter, our water starter. I think they're gonna do Omega Primarina.
Give another layer of love to that. I don't know if there's a lot of love for that Pokemon, to be honest.
I mean, it's got fans. I think Primarina is fine, and people like Primarina. I think it's the fact that Populo and Brionne look the way they do that like off-puts people. Because I like Primarina. I don't really like Populo and Brionne. I also feel like it's a starter that, like, by its design nature, should go against the normal starter design thing of 87.5% male, 12.5% female, because, like, Primarina's so feminine looking that I feel like they should flip that. Which I think if they did flip that, because starter Pokemon have a very high chance of being male. As I said, 87.5% chance of being male. Versus being female, and I feel like from time to time, what they should do
was on this project.
From time to time, what I think Pokemon should do, I think certain starters for the fun of it should flip it, so you can get a girl one, but it's much harder to get a guy one. The problem with that is if you have the girl one, you can breed it, and still get the eggs of that one instead of getting the.
Which in the grand scheme of things is kind of weird to keep going with because
also a moot
I mean
point,
even back then what people are going to do is that like it's kind of a meaningless restriction because you're just going to fucking flip through the game and you're just going to keep going until you get one of the female ones anyway.
Or you just end the post, or once you get to a point where you can get a Ditto, you get a Ditto, breed it with a Ditto, get the female one, and now you can breed the female one with male Pokemon of other species to get egg moves and such, right? Because that's why you need the female one is egg moves and such. So yeah, I personally think it's a moot point. So yeah, I definitely think they should flip it, and I think a fun way to flip it is there should be like one in every gen, because I feel like there kind of is. I mean, not always, I guess, because
just only to aim for a little bit of variety.
I was gonna say Gen 1 doesn't have one that feels feminine or masculine. They're all kind of equal. But like I feel like every gen has one that's like more feminine than the others. So I feel like what you can do is every gen has one where it's reversed, right? This one's more likely to be female, and like it's rare to get a male one. So like Chikorita to Meganium, Torchic to Blaziken, Piplup to Empoleon, maybe. This is another gen where, now that I look at it, this one's kind of tricky. Because I feel like Piplup you could make the argument for, but Empoleon I feel like at the end of the day is a very neutral design. Which at the end of the day I feel like most of them are neutral design. But I feel like some are slight, because Blaziken I don't think is as a feminine design. I think it's just you can see it as slightly more feminine than the other ones. But I think part of that is because Torchic is cuter and like.
Blaziken's thing is that he talks through his fists, and that's kind of inherently. I don't know. Would you call that inherently a masculine thing?
I mean, I just because it's a fighting type doesn't mean it talks through its fists, Jeff.
Well,
you'd have to look at the Pokedex entry for that.
It does. Like, I think it's designed around like its fists and its feet.
It's designed around
being a fighting type.
So it's designed around its legs, Jeff.
It likes to kick things.
And the reason for that comes from Taiwanese fighting chickens. There's like a specific breed of chicken that don't look like think of a chicken like on a farm here.
Well, I mean, are you talking about like a specific chicken? Because cockfighting's all over the globe.
No, I mean a specific kind of chicken that was created for cockfighting. And this chicken, like when you think of a chicken in the United States or a rooster in the United States, this bird doesn't look like that. Like it looks similar, but like it's significantly longer, like larger. It's like got longer proportions and stuff. I'm gonna pull it up.
Yeah, show me the big cock.
What?
Show me the big
Taiwanese fighting rooster.
And while you're doing that, I will mention that game was a lot shorter than I thought it was going to be, because I thought I was going to get stuck in it. So, we're obviously going to do the spinning wheel after this. But the choice we're going to have to make is that do you want to do a half episode of Ace Attorney, or do you just want to podcast out for the rest of the episode?
I think we can go switch to Ace. Let's finish the topic we're on. Like, we both talk about this game's ending, and then I'll finish the Pokemon thing quick. Here's this is what Blaziken's based off of. The Taiwanese fighting rooster.
And I will.
You can see the rooster in it. You can see that it's a rooster, but it's like, it's significantly different proportion to what a normal rooster would look like. So like you can, when you look at it, you're like, oh yeah, that looks like a rooster, but at the same time, it looks like an ostrich. Like if you would like say this is the ostrich form of a rooster, like it's a rooster visually, but we shaped it to be more like an ostrich or like those kind of like long-legged running birds.
Yeah, I guess it would depend. I would need something in this picture for scale, because it's kind of hard to tell how big it's supposed to be.
Okay. Fighting rooster compared.
Someone just throw a quarter into that picture.
Normal rooster.
I guess I'll show it to everybody so that they can get a good look at it. There's a big chicken.
Okay. Most of the pictures when I googled this are either just a normal. They're pictures of either a normal rooster or the fighting rooster. And then the pictures that have multiple are either two normal chickens or two of the fighting chickens going at it. So it's like, God damn it.
Well, that's what they were bred to do. Of course there's going to be pictures of these things fighting.
But my point is I'm trying to find a picture of the two of them next to each other so you can like see what a normal rooster looks like compared to that. So I guess I'll just do next to a human.
Yeah, just do it next to a person. That'll show it good enough.
Because they're significantly taller.
Really big chickens, and yeah, I mean that I could see that as sort of being an inspiration for Blaziken. It kind of works.
Yeah, here's a guy.
Here's a guy holding a big cock.
Yeah, I mean you're not wrong. He's like crouched down, and so you have him like crouched, but like, and he's the camera's supposed to be the bigger bird, but like my point is a normal rooster at it likely comes kind of close to your knee, but not quite to your knee. This thing kind of goes past your knee, like a little bit. It's like a little bit taller than your knee.
Yeah, that is a tall bird.
So that's what the I think there's other breeds of them, of fighting roosters, but the ones I know of are Taiwanese, and because the fighting style of Blaziken is based off of, I think, Muay Thai, which I think Muay Thai is Taiwanese, but it might be Thailand. I always get things that are from Thailand and things from that are from Taiwan confused. Because what is Muay Thai originally from? Okay, Muay Thai is from Thailand, and I'm pretty sure Fighting Roosters are from Taiwan. So,
well, since you had finished our little cock talk, I spun my spinning wheel, and we got one of the interesting ones on my wheel. It's gonna be yet another one-shot project. We are gonna be playing one of the DLCs for Assassin's Creed Syndicate.
Really, just the DLC, not the game.
If you can guess which one it is, and I'm gonna put a restriction on your guesses because there's only a few options. Is that I will give you 2 guesses, and that's it, because I don't want you to do like all 4 and be like, oh fuck, because that's stupid.
Wait, 2 guesses and 2. What was my 2 guesses? Sorry, I missed what you were leading to because I was looking into the history of fighting.
I'm gonna give you 2 guesses because what I'm assuming is you're gonna do is that you're just gonna Google the DLC list, and I don't want you to just go through the whole list and then I have to give it to you.
Oh, there's multiple DLCs to this game. I gotta find it. So it was Assassin's Creed Syndicate.
Yeah, and I think this one's gonna be really interesting to do because I thought about this a long time ago, and I was like, this is probably gonna be really fun to run with you because it's gonna be a thinker, and I think we're gonna have some interesting banter trying to do it.
Okay, so the downloadable content packs are the Dreadful Crimes, Steampunk pack, Victorian Legends pack, Jack the Ripper, Streets of London pack, and the last fuck, I hate pronouncing this word. Maharaja. There we go. I always
this one actually got 4 DLC packs with story stuff in it.
Oh, so 4. So yeah, the 4 I take are the Dreadful Crimes. The wait, no. Because the things is the ones that are called like the pack, like Steampunk pack, Victorian Legends pack, and Streets of Legend packs, by their names don't sound like story packs to me.
I believe Streets of London had that thing where it was like it kind of had story stuff because I think they included like 2 missions and.
Okay, but like the last Maharaja, Jack the Ripper, and the Dreadful Crimes all sound like they, those are actual like story expansions instead of like items and aesthetic skins and stuff. If I had to take a guess off of these 3, which one we're doing, I'm gonna guess we're doing Jack the Ripper. But I'm personally, if there's one that makes me the most curious about what it's about and like what happens in it, it's the last Maharaja, because I know Assassin's Creed Syndicate takes place in England, and I assume if we're gonna do the last Maharaja, we're gonna go to the British Raj in India instead. So like the character from Assassin's Creed Syndicate is gonna get pulled into a quest where he's like, someone comes to England to recruit him for this quest, and then that person and him get on a boat and they go to the British Raj over in India, and then the DLC takes place in India, and then you go back after that, back to the main map and back in England when you're done with the DLC. So that one interests me because I'm curious if that's what they did or not.
I did realize that this plan of mine did backfire on me, but I'm gonna stick with it I'm gonna stick with what I said just because, even though it's gonna backfire on me. But no, we are not gonna be doing Jack the Ripper.
Oh, okay. Oh yeah, because you said I get 2 guesses. So are we doing the last Maharaja?
We aren't doing that one either.
All right, so we're doing the one that's exclusive to PlayStation, apparently.
Huh.
At least that's what it said on the wiki, because I
got it on PC.
The Dutiful Crimes one?
I played all 4 of them on PC, so I don't know what the fuck the wiki's talking about.
Well, there was more than 4 DLCs on the wiki. There was like 6 or 7.
But 2 of them don't count.
Well, yeah, it's unclear what they all include because several of them have the word pack. I mean, maybe they were originally only on the PlayStation, but eventually they got added to PC.
So yeah, that's why it backfired on me, and I should have planned ahead, but I'm not really about planning ahead.
Right here it is.
So, Patui.
the Dreadful Crimes is indeed on PC. So that's the reason I didn't guess that one, by the way, as like I just kind of immediately eliminated it, is because it said something about it being like PS4 or PS5. Maybe it was like a pre-order bonus at the time for those ones. I don't know. Maybe that's what it was getting at. But it said something about those ones being that. So I was like, yeah, okay. Probably not doing that one then, because we're probably doing one that's available on the PC. Well, so to sate my curiosity, the last Maharaja DLC, does that take place in England, or do you get to go to the British Raj?
No, I believe the last Maharaja is visiting London, so you don't go anywhere.
Dang it. So the missions all have to... It's not someone comes to London to recruit you and then takes you to like a smaller DLC map. That's the British Raj. Instead, it's just British Raj people have come to England.
Yep, Indian people have visited for the day because obviously he's royalty.
I mean, well, that and during that time period, they
political ties, yeah.
I mean, not political ties so much as like, you know, under British rule, because at that point in time,
yes,
it's not India, it's the British Raj, right? so the government over there is England, right? So they still have like royalty or like people of special like status, and I don't quite know.
They have obvious racism.
Well, no, that's not what I was getting at. I was stating that like there's still like Raj, like the Maharaja, like there's someone of Indian descent that's in a higher position than just like your common man in India, is what I was getting at. I wasn't talking about racist stuff. But my problem with it is I don't exactly know what powers those people had. If it was just like, we rule you, but you're allowed to have people like kings and queens that like symbolically, or like if those people had any actual power. Like I don't know things like that because I don't know much about the history of India, and especially I don't know much about the British Raj. The period of time that I think I've learned the most about in India is the came like shortly after the British Raj, which is I forget the name of it, but it's when India split a line for Hindus and Muslims, and one went and became Pakistan, and the other, so like essentially there was like a mass deportation event that happened where like neighbors turned on neighbors based on what religion they were, and it was essentially that the Indian government decided, this section of the country is going to get split off from the main country, and that's where all the Muslims get to be. But the problem that, that you can see coming here, well, other than the sheer, racism and stuff that's involved in this, the problem with doing that is suddenly you have to displace a fuck ton of people, because if all of the people who are Muslim are supposed to be in that area and they're not, and you just like declare this, then suddenly you have like a mass get the fuck out of here attitude, and so
we're
people
gonna
are
go build our
people.
own country with blackjack and hookers.
No, because it's not that way. Essentially, I forget exactly how the decision gets made, but a decision got made by the government that like the northern area was going to be for get separated, and that's where the Muslims were supposed to go. But it essentially gets declared suddenly that this decision is made. And now suddenly, Indian people like your neighbors are saying, well, you don't own this land. It's my land now. Get the fuck off my property. And they come with guns, and you have people like rounding up, let's find the Muslims that are still in this country and kill them, right? My point is essentially you have a mass fleeing of Muslims from India where they have to flee the country suddenly, as like basically everybody in the country tries to like kill them or force them out of the country, and so it becomes an incredibly dangerous period of time for the people of India, specifically the Muslims of India. But I mean, there is fighting back, so there is deaths happening on both sides. But you suddenly have this really mass deportation. I'm taking your home. I'm taking your land. Get the fuck out. I'm gonna kill you. And you have people who are like, no, I want to stay. This is my home. And then their neighbors are killing them, or like the local police are coming and killing them, right? And I've seen like a handful of TV shows that have like explored. There's like a Doctor Who episode, for example, where they during that time, one of the doctor's companions, that it was the girl doctor she's traveling with, is an Indian girl, or well, Pakistani girl, but I don't know. It's confusing. I don't know. As I said, some of the people like literally just fled the country. So I don't remember which country she technically, but essentially she has that background, but she's Muslim, right? Here, I'll send you. We'll talk over the screen of Ace Attorney.
Yeah, let's we can get that switched over and finish up. Switch.
Yeah. During that time, you know, so what they end up doing is I forget why, but they time travel back to one of her ancestors. And they end up on the day that happened, and the like story that develops is that her grandmother had a first husband that no one, like, presumably her grandfather knew about, but like she never knew about. She never knew about that her grandmother had a first husband and that her grandfather's the second husband. And the reason for that is because we end up the doctor ends up involved in a story where we have they were neighbors growing up. One family's Muslim, one family's Hindu. The kids are getting married from the two neighboring families, but like the brother is super into the like, you know, Muslims get out mentality that's happening during that time in that country. And you know, the event, I'm failing to remember the name of it, but the historical event happens like where that decision's made. Where that decision is made happens while that's happening, and there becomes this like difficult.
If it's like situation. The Holodomor, then I probably could find a Wikipedia article on
it. And the first husband stands up to his brother, and his brother kills him. But
I love how the first fucking thing I got for Googling Indian mass deportation was about Native Americans. Fucking Google.
Well, that's why I would say India, like the country, not Indian.
Because apparently Google is being racist. Yeah, this isn't helping me. Maybe mass deportation Muslim will give me something closer.
I'd say... Or you could say Pakistan, India split. Partition! It's called partition.
Oh, I literally just got it in like in a suggestion. Partition.
The partition of India.
The long partition.
In 1947 was the change of political borders in the division of other assets that accompanied the dissolution of the British Raj in the Indian subcontinent, and the creation of two independent domains in South Asia of India and Pakistan. The Dominion of India is today the Republic of India, and the Dominion of Pakistan, which at the time comprised two regions lying on either side of India, is now the Islamic Republic of Pakistan and the People's Republic of Bangladesh. So the two areas that those people were sent towards became what is nowadays Bangladesh and Pakistan, but when they first were created was just Pakistan, which I did not know. I learned that today. I did not know that. I did not know that's where Bangladesh comes from. I just assumed Bangladesh was kind of its own thing. The change of political borders notably included the division of two provinces of British India, Bengal and Punjab. Majority of Muslim districts in these provinces were awarded to Pakistan, and the majority non-Muslim to India. The other assets were divided, including the British Indian Army, the Royal Indian Navy, the Royal Indian Air Force, the Indian Civil Service, and the railways. And the Central Treasury.
Because this happened almost near 1950.
Yeah. for which is, you know, shortly after World War II is when India gets out of, because during World War II it's still the British Raj.
They eventually
this
got
is
their country back.
Yeah, this is essentially them deciding what to do with their country now that they have it. Like, this is the establishment of the countries.
We got our own country now. Time to be racist.
Yeah, so the partition caused... Here's the thing. The partition caused a large-scale loss of life and an unprecedented migration between the two dominions. Among refugees who survived, it solidified the belief that safety lay among co-religionists.
Yeah, I would imagine.
In the instance of Pakistan, it made was only imagined refuge for Muslims of British India, and migrations took place hastily and with little warning. It is thought that between 14 and 18 million people moved, perhaps more. Excess mortality during the period of the partition is usually estimated to be around 1 million. The violent nature of the partition created an atmosphere of hostility and suspicion between India and Pakistan that affects their relationship to this day.
Yeah, because, like, that happened, like, a lifetime ago. It didn't happen in, like, the 1700s. It happened... My brain's not mathing out right. 70 years ago.
Yeah. I mean, yeah, speak of other things, by the way, when going back to the thing where, like, samurai... War? No, going back to the stuff about, like, samurai, cowboys, and, like, Victorian England all existed at the same time. That's something that always throws me for a loop. I always forget that the British Raj and, like, everything in India ended, like, post-World War II. Like, while rock and roll was getting its start in the United States, India was having things like the partition had just happened in India, right? Like the very beginnings of like rock and roll and the early, just before 1950s era. Like we're getting, as the 1950s era is getting established and becoming the 1950s in the United States, you're having partition happen in India, right? It's a weird thing that I find interesting about world history is the fact that like there's a lot of world events that you don't think of happening at the same time, but are. Like, there's another good example of like, shit, I wish I could remember, but it's like people who were alive during the same time as Martin Luther King. Like, and there's like historical figures from other nations that we know of that we wouldn't expect to be around during the time of Martin Luther King, but are. Like, I think Gandhi and Martin Luther King, for example, were still alive at the same time.
Yeah, I mean, if this was happening in the almost 50s and MLK was working during the 60s.
Yeah, because Gandhi... Wow, Googling Gandhi does not just get you
Yeah, because
Gandhi.
Gandhi is like a role title. You have to Google Mahatma Gandhi to get the guy. Because there have been multiple Gandhis.
I mean, okay, but like, yeah, okay. I assumed because, you know, if you're searching from google.com, you're searching from like an English-speaking area, I'd assumed it would have, it pulls Gandhi the film up is the first thing it pulls up, believe it or not.
That's fair. Maybe. Actually, that's not fair at all. I don't know why I said that.
I don't know what this movie, I don't even know what this movie is. It's a Lebanese drama film.
Huh.
Okay.
Lebanon's films. So, I did want to eventually say this, since you already know, and I didn't tell you because you got it. Just take a look at the Dreadful Crimes. I'm sure you'll understand pretty quickly why I picked it. Based on what we did before in projects. This week I'm gonna have to do a little bit of work because I'm gonna have to play up to game chapter 3 to unlock the DLC. So I'm gonna be doing that.
Yeah, Martin Luther King was born in 1929 and Gandhi died in 1948. So wow. There was a period of time where both of them are prominent leaders. their communities. It's towards the end of Gandhi's life, and it's the the beginning / height of civil rights stuff for Martin Luther King. But it's things like that where it's just like, oh yeah, those people did exist at the same time, didn't they? Wow, history's weird. Like there's this weird like disconnect. I think there's actually like a word for it too. Like there's a word that's definition has to do with like a feeling of like the weird feeling that comes with the fact that there's that disconnect. And that's like that whoa feeling you can get from things like that. I think that has a word, that feeling of like that surprise that comes with, that like, whoa, shit like that did happen at the same time. Like there were samurai at the same time that there were cowboys. Like what? But yeah, no. So going back to the original topic, quick, just to wrap it up, Pokemon I think are going to be the starters. I think they're going to do. I think Tepig might be the fire starter they do. Primarina I think is going to be the water starter they do. Otherwise they could do Chimchar. And then what was the grass starter? Oh, I think they're going to do Meganium.
Meganium.
I feel like Meganium with like because flowers and like parks, flowers are something that are flowers. A lot of the times where we see flowers in our world are in places where humans literally chose to put flowers. Like it's not. Flowers are kind of more spread out in nature. And most areas,
flowers don't appear in rows. They just appear in like big patches in nature.
Well, but my point is like the patches themselves and stuff are like few and far between. And like my point is you don't, when you think of big gardens and like when you think of flowers and like the images that come to your head are like,
Yeah, you're not getting like big, naturally selected layouts of flowers.
Right, because when I think of flowers, I think of stuff like big, gardens, beautiful, like Parisian gardens, right? Like those kind of like gardens you'd find outside royal places, which, come to think of it, in Kalos's design, when you play through X and Y, is very much a prevalent thing. There's a lot of flowers intentionally put around like the outskirts of cities and stuff. That's where a lot of the big flower areas are. So to kind of match those Parisian gardens and stuff. So my guess, if I feel like out of all the starters, the grass starters, the one that like fits that like garden concept, is Meganium because it's a flower.
Yeah, it's just a giant flower with a head.
I also feel like it's a
feet.
If you're gonna give something a mega to help it kind of boost its popularity, Meganium's a good one to pick. Because Meganium, even though it's my favorite of the Gen 2 starters, is a very unpopular fully evolved starter.
I think people think that Chikorita is cute. They just leave it on the back burner all the time.
Yeah, I agree. But I think Meganium out of all the fully evolved forms is a very like not people like if you have to give all of the fully evolved starters to someone as options, I feel like it's towards the bottom of a lot of people's lists.
I think people just forget Meganium exists.
So, but here's the thing: it's a dinosaur, and that means you can give it the dragon type because it's a lizard. So
you make it more dragony.
Yeah, so I feel like its mega evolution could make it more dragony, or because it has those like bug antennas and like the flower.
Or they could just make its flower a lot bigger.
No, they could also do fairy. They could lean into like a fairy motif with like fairies and flowers and stuff. So I feel like that's an option too.
Give it a big flower dress and it'll look really stupid.
Both of those. I don't know exactly what they do, but both of those concepts of making it a dragon.
Think it should
also,
be.
it becomes Mega Meganium, which already has the word mega in it, which becomes delightful.
Holy shit! Someone actually drew a draconic Meganium, and it looks really good.
Yeah, there's megas of basically every starter back in the day. So if you Google like Mega Meganium, you're gonna find designs.
I'm gonna put this into Discord because you should really see this. This is a really cool fan design.
Is it the very first one when you Google Mega Meganium?
No, it's the second one. Give me a sec. Yeah, there it is. Like, that looks cool.
You didn't send it to me.
I put it in Discord. Did I not hit the button?
There, you didn't hit the button. Yeah, okay, so that's the one you saw. Out of the ones that show up on Google, I'm a bigger fan of the first one that shows up.
If you want to make Meganium look scary, that's how you do it.
But well, I feel like with its mega design, you don't make it look scary. Like I feel like that's not the concept I feel like you lean into. My brain says for typing you make it either Grass Dragon or Grass Fairy because both of those typings would be exciting and cool for it, especially because both of those types are very strong types. Design wise, I think you make it bigger and fancier, but I don't think you necessarily make it scarier, right? You lean into like elegance and beauty. Is what I feel like. No matter what, you're gonna lean into design.
Or you could do what this guy did and just give Meganium like tentacle fists.
I mean, I don't know why. Meganium already has antennae. Meganium already has antennae, so they just made it longer and more pronounced in the design you sent over.
Yeah, but I'm looking at another one now, and literally they just gave it tentacle fists, and it looks really silly.
Oh, weird. Yeah, that must be like a concept where if it was a grass fighting type, I guess maybe if it's fist. I don't know, but I assume it's supposed to be like vines and then fists. It's vines, but I feel like that would be a good one. I think Primarina would be a good one, and then the fire one's the one I find the toughest to pick out of all the fire starters. Like which fire starter?
I think fire is just going to be a hard type to have in the city, like at all.
Well, I mean, innately fire works with industrialization very well, so, like innately, it's just out of all the fire design.
I guess you could have a Colossal walking around.
Well, yeah, but I mean, for fire types in the game, that's easy. I can think of several fire types that could be in the game to be caught. When I'm thinking specifically, I have difficulty trying to think what fire starter you put in the game. As you said, the one that fits the cities most, I kind of agree with you, is Score Bunny. However, it fits the cities the most because it was already designed with cities in mind for its game that it's from. I also feel like if they do consider it, they might be like, okay, it's too strong competitively, we're not going to give it a mega. But they might. They might still pick it.
So I
feel like there's other ones they could do. I feel like the one I think out of all the starters, I think I like the idea of picking starters that need love, right? That need more love. To give them the megas to help boost them, to help boost ones. I think for that. I think for that, the best options are Meganium, which I do feel fits the theme very well. Primarina, which does fit the theme very well. And then for a fire one that fits that it needs more love category, I go with Tepig.
Well, yeah, Tepig doesn't need love, he needs help.
Yeah, because I like Tepig and Pignite, but I think Embor is overly designed and could use help.
So
I think maybe giving it a mega. Also, talk about another starter based off of Journey to the West.
So I did want to mention this just because I'm on Google. I did also Google Mega Primarina. One of the guesses, literally what they did, they just combined Primarina with Samurott, and it kind of works.
Oh, weird. I was like, my guess was you're combining Primarina with like Mega Gardevoir. Because I feel like that would work better.
But I'm like why Samurott?
Because I feel like Gardevoir was the mega that was supposed to like represent opera singers and stuff.
But this one looked pretty good. I like this design, even though it's
that looks nice.
Its hands could probably be redesigned, but everything else in it looks good.
That's because they're going very angel. So its arms are meant to look like angel wings.
It seems like its hands are in the wrong spot.
Well, that's because they're going with angel wings, but also they're still flippers and still its arms. Like that's the wonkiness to it, is they're like supposed to be wings, but they're not wings, so they're not in this position wings would be in. But they feel like they're in the position that their wings would be in. So they both feel like they're not in the right position to be arms, but they also don't feel like they're in the right position to be wings. They feel like they're kind of in between those two spots. It's not lined up with your arm sockets, but it's not far enough on your back to be wings.
So I'm gonna stop because I don't want to go down the rabbit hole. I'm gonna stop Googling Pokemon fan designs.
But yeah, I do feel like Primarina is a good one, especially because I feel like Mega Gardevoir, design-wise, it was designed with like a similar cultural aspect to
Mega Gardevoir. Kind of looks lame, to be honest.
Well, but I think Mega Gardevoir is supposed to be like, supposed to be like the performance side of like Paris and France, right? I feel like that's where some of its design stuff comes from. Yes, I agree that it's not the best execution of that idea or the most exciting execution.
They literally just put Gardevoir in a big dress, and that was
in like a ball gown. They put her in like a ball gown, bigger dress kind of deal.
They put her in a Princess Peach dress.
Yeah, kind of. So I feel like you could do something cooler with, Primarina already having like the opera singing stuff, like already innate to them. And you could do a cool Mega on Primarina. One thing though that I think would be super sick if they one thing I think would be super sick that would be cool for them to do, but as I said, I think it the more I thought about it, the more I think it makes more sense to just not do regional variants for this game and instead just make new Megas and let that kind of take the place of the regional variants. I think that what could be cool though is if they did do a regional variant of Primarina, because I feel like one thing that regional variants get away with better than Megas is getting farther away from the original design, right? Because Megas have to like build on top of the original design because it's the original design turning into the Mega. But like you can like completely change color schemes and like all these details with like the variants, and you could change types. So I feel like you could do like a really cool, like she's a like a lamenting singer, like she's singing sad songs. Given they did just kind of do a dirge singer with Skeledirge, but like I was like you could do like a water ghost type where you like change the typing. Because I feel like if you give Primarina, he's just a big Mexican alligator because he's got like
he's a big gator.
He's got Mexican like Halloween and like Day of the Dead stuff to like the painting on his face, and something with the bird because he has a bird that is always on like his nose or his head. I forget if it's on his head or it's on his nose.
Yeah, I can see it.
But that bird has something to do with dead culture stuff too, if I recall correctly. And then I know the word dirge in his name comes from dirge, which is a funeral song. Or it's a type of funeral hymn, I think, because requiems are also a hymn for
dirges are just sad.
Yeah, I forget exactly what the difference is between like a requiem and a dirge are, but because I think both have to do with funerals. But he that's the dirge, and then he has Scorching Song or whatever the name of his signature move is. And what happens when he does that move, and a design element that when you just look at a still image of him you don't see, is that the bird comes off of his head, and then like the legs of the bird extend down, and it becomes a mic stand, while also still being like the bird for when he does that attack. So his microphone is the firebird that's on his head. But yeah, I feel like Primarina and Meganium are both prime candidates for a Mega and very good thematic ones for like starters for Luminous City game, because opera singing in Paris and then like flowers in Paris and stuff. So
you just really want that dragon Meganium in your life.
No, I actually think I want a fairy Meganium, but the problem is I feel like you don't do a fairy Meganium, you do a dragon one, and here's why: you leave Primarina
available to be a fairy.
I mean, it already is a fairy, so Primarina's water fairy. So you leave it that way, and then what happens is you get a reverse circle. You kind of get a reverse circle because the fire one can't really equate to the circle very well. But by nature of being the fairy, its fairy beats the dragon and Meganium, right? So grass normally beats water, but now the fairy of Primarina beats the Mega Meganium's dragon, right? So you can do like a reverse circle.
Could we turn Embor into an ice type?
I was gonna say the problem is you wouldn't. No, you don't make that one a type that beats dragons. The fire one doesn't need to be a type that beats dragons. It needs to be a type that beats fairy, because you're doing a reverse circle. So the fire one has to go beat the water one. So your options are steel or poison.
Yeah, I mean you can kind of work poison into a lot of things.
I mean, yeah. Well, the point is it's not a reverse circle because neither of those two types like lose to dragon is the problem. because the idea of a reverse circle is that, for a good example, there is some regions that have reverse circles. I just have to think, because there's some that instead of doing reverse circles did goddamn double same direction circles, like Gen
Well, that's
6.
not a circle then.
Water. I know. Well, it's just two circles rotating in the same direction, because you normally have a circle of water, fire, and grass. That's your circle, Jeff. Right? That's your normal circle. The reverse circle is when you have a different circle going the opposite direction. Right? The arrows are going in the opposite direction. That's the reverse circle. So Gen 6 has two circles going in the same direction because your water type becomes a dark type, but the dark type beats the psychic type that the fire got. The fire type psychic beats the fighting type that the grass got, and the grass fighting type beats the water type's dark, right? But it already beat it anyway because of the grass, water, fire thing. But I believe, yeah, the most recent gen has a reverse circle, albeit semi-defensive, and this is the problem with trying to do a reverse
fire,
circle.
Ghost, and
so it's
water,
so you have,
whatever the fuck.
You have grass dark, you have water fighting, and you have
that
fire
was a fighting
ghost.
type.
Yeah, the dance, because it's basically.
I couldn't really tell. It was so ridiculously over designed.
Yes, it is a fighting type. So the fire type that would normally lose to the water can't be hit by the fighting type moves of the water one. So sadly, the reverse circle, and this is a problem with trying to build reverse circles for starter Pokemon, is that there aren't really any perfect circles in Pokemon like there are some, but they're like harder to do and they come with problems. So it becomes difficult to incorporate a reverse circle properly for types. The best one is, and they fucked it up by making it go in the same direction, in my opinion, Dark Psychic and Fighting. Because Dark beats Psychic, Psychic beats Fighting, Fighting beats Dark. That's the best reverse circle they could do. However, they fucked it up in Gen 6 because they had it go in the same direction.
Unsurprisingly, they fucked up everything in Gen 6.
I mean, I personally, it's fine because I like Greninja and I like Delphox. Delphox grew on me over time. So it doesn't bother me that we have the two circles going in the same direction. I just personally like the idea of once they fully evolve, you get the upper hand. Or you get the ground becomes equal because they can still beat you on the normal circle, but now you can beat them on the new circle, but only once they're fully evolved. Yeah, so it was fighting. You resist your fighting type moves because you're immune to them because you're a ghost. Your ghost moves are super effective against your ghost moves aren't super effective against anything. The dark moves are super effective against the fire's ghost type. And then your fighting moves are super effective against the grass's dark type. So that's that one. That's that reverse circle. But yeah.
So Pokemon Legends Z to A, it's gonna be an interesting concept, and hopefully the extra year in the oven means they aren't gonna have many opportunities to fuck it up this time.
Yeah, because I do believe part of the reasons why Scarlet and Violet had such the monstrous release and problems it did is because it was in development at the same time as Legends Arceus and in development at the same time as BDSP.
Yeah, yep.
Like Brilliant Diamond and Shining Pearl. Now, given
it was
at
a
the
tight
end of the
schedule.
day, Brilliant Diamond and Shining Pearl were handed off to another company, but something with designs, games for companies and stuff, isn't always
still
something...
needs to oversee it.
Yeah, so at the end of the day, the people involved in Pokemon still need to oversee it, and then on top of that, when it's handed off to a third studio, sometimes that's not decided right away. Like the project gets started by one studio, and then somewhere early-ish on in the project, they realize, let's bring another studio in, right? That very well could have happened. That very well could have happened for Brilliant Diamond Shining Pearl. I don't know. But I do think the fact that those three games were being developed at the same time is what led Scarlet and Violet to be the problem it was. Because what I think happened is Legends Arceus was coming out first. Launch date that was set in stone because Pokemon, you can't like the launch dates for Pokemon games are
They
not
can't be
just
moved.
They can't be moved, and they're likely set in stone very significantly in advance because anime has to line up with it. Card game has to line up with it. You know, all the different merchandising and different other properties and like things that Pokemon is involved with all line up with it, right? When the new gen comes out, somewhere around that same time, the new cards have to come out for that gen. The new, Ash and friends, or well, now that Ash is actually done, the new characters have to go on their
faces
adventure
and
there,
friends.
right? Yeah. So I forget the name of the new girl.
No one gives a shit about them. This series is gonna die.
I doubt it, actually. I think it's doing. If I recall correctly, it's doing well.
Everyone's gonna be like, "Where's Ash? Bring Ash back!" Because for some reason, Ash has fans.
Yeah, no, I don't. I mean, I think at the end of the day, the reason why we root for Ash is because we've been rooting for him since we were a
because
child.
he's a fucking loser.
I think the characters around Ash are the better characters in the Pokemon anime. And you lose those between, you lose them and then get new ones, or have some come back from time to time, throughout the years. But
yeah, which is usually why your main character kind of sucks, is because they have to be the straight man to the actual interesting people around them.
But yeah, so what likely happened, in my opinion, when it came to Legends Arceus and Scarlet and Violet, they were gonna do I don't think there's anything anime-wise with the Hisuian region, like the Hisuian stuff, like the Legends Arceus stuff, but there's certainly cards, right? There's cards of Hisuians or our Hisui, these different Hisuian forms. So with that, that game was coming out first. Let's work on that game. Let's try to do it as best we can. However, they so, because as we know, Legends Arceus is a great game, runs perfectly fine, right? There's no issues with it, right?
Legends Arceus was developed properly, and then Violet just came out and just immediately failed.
Yeah, I am of the belief that that's where all the time went, right? You you allocated more of the resources to that project because that one was coming out first. However, you couldn't delay the other project because it lines up with anime cards. If anything's going to be the big one that can't, that has to come out, it's the new region, right? When a new gen and a new region comes out and it's all new, a whole fuck ton of new, that's bigger. At the end of the day, I think they could get away with the Hisuian stuff comes out in the cards a few months before it comes out in the game, right?
I thought you were gonna mention that they could get away with they could get away with a shitty launch because it's Pokemon.
I mean, they have. There's proof of that, but
they did.
My point is, I think if there is a game you could delay, it's the games that are kind of in between and the remakes.
Yeah, the side games.
Well, yeah, and Legends Arceus. Well, Legends Arceus was an entirely new game and had new regional forms. The number of new Pokemon in it are small compared to all the new Pokemon we got in Scarlet and Violet, right?
Arceus isn't the tentpole.
Yeah, I was gonna say you can't delay Scarlet and Violet out of anything because Scarlet and Violet has to line up with the release of literally everything else. I think it'd be more okay for Pokemon, albeit I still don't think they would like it, for the Hisuian Pokemon to come out in the cards first or show up in the anime first. If they do show up in the anime, I don't know if they show up in the anime.
I don't think anyone would really give that much of a shit depending on the time. It's in the cards. We're gonna get it in the game, and it's you're gonna get both anyway. It's just they're coming out at different times.
And I agree with you to the extent that yes, I think
I guess you could consider it a spoiler.
Yeah, that's the thing. Is I think at the end of the day, that's why they always want the stuff, anything new to be in the game first, the new designs of stuff being in the game first, right? So new regional forms, all new Pokemon because of an all new gen. You always want it to be seen in the game first, before it shows up in the anime, because the game is the biggest thing, and then the game brings people to the other things. So you want them to have seen it in the game and then go, oh, this Pokemon I really like from the game is in a card game, cool. Or oh, the anime's got that Pokemon I really like, cool, right? That's part of how that momentum of where the sales and stuff, how a lot of it works is, the game at the end of the day is the thing that sells the highest in numbers, the highest numbers. merchandise makes, at the end of the day, merchandise like plushies, shirts, and stuff makes the most
money.
amount of money. Makes the most amount of money in the long run. But the thing that like sells the most physical numbers and introduces people to it, to then get them interested in buying the other things that make a shit ton more money, because they, packs of cards, you have to buy fuck tons of them in order to get the cards you want, right? So there's probably a lot more money being made outside of the games, even though the games do make good money in the other areas. But the way you get new customers in, not your dedicated customers, but to get new customers in, is a lot of them get brought in from the game first and then go to the other things because they like the game, right? They like the game. They want to see more of the creatures from the games, right? And I mean, that's kind of how it worked as a kid, right? We liked Pokemon the game, so we watched Pokemon the anime. We bought the Pokemon cards, right? That kind of stuff. That's kind of how it lined up there too. So it's that same mentality. But yeah, let's start Ace Attorney. I don't think we need to talk about the secret hard ending of the game. Whatever. That game's story was really hard to understand and follow anyway. Partially because I talked over it, so that's on me. But it was wonky, and they didn't explain a lot of the world premises very well, in my opinion. Like the time travel thing, I was like, they are time traveling, but what?
So we, I don't know how much we're gonna do since it's a Saturday, so we have time, but we're just gonna have to play it by ear because I can't imagine we're gonna do the whole final chapter.
No.
So we'll have to just pick a spot.
Yeah, I imagine because it's Saturday, if at the earliest, I feel like, what I think is a good, looking at the clock right now and calling like a good stopping time is 12:30. I'm assuming that's not too late for you. But we can go later than 12:30. I don't want to go to 2 because tomorrow my mom's coming.
We probably shouldn't. Probably shouldn't try and pull an all-nighter on this.
She's not coming until lunchtime. So yes, I have time to sleep, but also I'm just finally fixing my sleep schedule, right? So I'd rather not go till like 3 a.m. and stuff like that. So I feel like a good, like, if we're having fun, we want to continue, we can go past it, but like a good, like, ballpark time in my brain is 12:30, which gives us like an hour and a half of this game today.
Okay, let's hit it. The nice surprise, because I really thought that I was gonna get stuck in Sine Mora, and it would, like, I legitimately thought we would go to like 11 because I thought I was gonna get like properly stuck, but we finished it. We polished it in 2.5 hours.
Yeah, you didn't get game over very much. I think there was only one spot where you got like a total game over, like run out of all your lives, game over.
Yeah, and it's something that at least the game did, is like on a fresh one laid in, I got like 11 continues. Oh, Pearls is finally here. I was gonna say, of course she wasn't in the last one. The last chapter was a flashback.
So yeah, it looks like, Maya saying, just like how an attorney needs to keep practicing attorney shit to...
she needs the spirit medium.
She wants to do some spirit stuff to stay spirit medium.
And that's why they want to go to a festival, and we're gonna go find a crime.
They want to go to a spiritual hotspot tour, and if you look at the picture in the magazine that's in the upper left-hand corner, you should recognize a character.
Hey, it's Bitchface! Wasn't she in jail?
Yeah, she should be. Given... So, I forget how long that flashback was prior to...
Why would you buy that magazine?
So here's the thing I have in my head. So she went to jail.
Is Bitchface a ghost?
Well, no, she's not dead. The when she went to jail, that was the case that brought her to jail was a few months after the case we just did, and the case we just did was what, 5 years ago? Was it 5 years ago? My point is, it's been years since that case.
Yeah, that sounds about right.
I believe it's been stated that it's been 2 years or 3 years since the first game in this. Like, I think 1 year passes between each game.
Yeah.
Like, the timeline they've done. And so, we know Phoenix is still in school and not yet a lawyer in that thing. So I think it's 5 years before. So we give him 1 more year to finish school. 1 year of working with Maya, then the first game starts. Maybe I don't know. I think it was stated to be 5 years ago. But my guess is in 5 years she managed to sweet talk her way into like some sort of weird early parole or something.
Yeah, because literally everyone in this universe fawns over her immediately.
Yeah, until her facade drops. But like once she's back in jail and she's in front of, you know, the jail people, she can put her facade back on. You know, it broke in the courtroom and that's what got her sent to jail. But my guess is somehow in the past 5 years she's managed to weasel her way out of jail.
The reason why she didn't go to jail in the first place is because a witness died.
I was gonna say, even though we have like multiple murders on her head.
Yes.
Like I'm pretty sure in the one where we get her, like the tutorial one, we get her on 2 murders. Like, cause the one is only a few months old, like the poisoning's only a few months old. So we managed to get her on the poisoning, which I don't think anybody was ever tried for because they weren't able to find someone to try, right?
They couldn't find the poison, which is the whole point of the other case.
Yeah, so I'm pretty sure she gets convicted for double murder by the end of that.
Those classic double murders.
Definitely should not be out of jail within 5 years for double murder, especially in a world where we know the death penalty at least 5 years ago existed. Like, she very well could have got the death penalty.
No, it's just a really progressive government. Let her out in 3 years. She'll probably be fine. Also, get rid of the death penalty. Also, we're gonna turn all of our prisons into apartment blocks.
I mean, I'm personally for better rehabilitation efforts by prisons and no death penalty. So
also, we'll make all the prisoners kings of the country.
That's going too far.
I don't know. I'm trying to pull jokes off the top of my head, and it's not working.
Hazakura Temple. We're going to Hazakura Temple.
If you didn't see the intro of this case, somehow the statue from the second case managed to kill someone.
Yeah, the sword of it, like the hand of the statue is holding the swords backwards, and the sword stabbed into someone.
It's really weird, and obviously the murder victim is going to be Maya's mom.
Yeah, I don't know if it's going to be Maya's mom. I think it actually could be, you know, bitch face.
Bitch face in disguise.
Like the poisoner woman.
Okay, so they just spent all of our money on this tour because they bought like the special VIP super package of it.
Yeah, because for whatever reason Maya just has access to our money.
We put her name on the credit card and that was a massive mistake.
We gave her a company card once because we needed her to go get something while we were busy that was related to work, and now she buys shit with it even though she's not supposed to.
We gave her, like, a credit card just to buy lunch, and now she's bankrupting us.
Yes, it's something like that. Like, there was some situation where, like, Phoenix couldn't be the one to go buy it, so he gave Maya a company card for her to use, and then now she uses it for other things, and then writes it off to the company.
Apparently Maya, like, bought this package in spite of it apparently being an adult tour, and requires someone... I don't know why the line they picked was 20 years old, but they picked 20 years old. You have to have someone older than that to go on the trip with you? So now they're guilt-tripping us into it.
Yeah, because now Phoenix has to go, because Maya's only 19, and Pearls is, you know, Pearls.
Pearl is 5. How can you be so selfish? I already spent 50 grand on this.
So here's what's gonna happen, right? She's like, come here, Nick, look at this place. Doesn't it look beautiful? She's gonna shove the photo in her face super hard, and we're gonna see the photo of bitch face.
I know, bitch face. She was my old girlfriend.
Yeah, see, ... what the? So she shoved it in her face, and at first we're like, nope, wanna stay home. But now we see bitch face.
She was the reason I went to court that one time. Yeah, it's Dragon Lady.
She found Jesus! That's how she got out of court early. She found Jesus!
She used to be.
I mean, kind of. She was a girlfriend that the whole time she was a girlfriend, she turned out to be using us.
She was the flattest girlfriend I've ever had.
I'd argue that she's probably the same level of flat as Maya. They both don't really have much of a chest, so you know. Maybe Phoenix has a type, Jeff. Come on.
Well, when she transforms into her dragon form, that's when the tits come out.
Well, when Maya channels her ghost of her older sister, that's when the tits come out too. So if you want to say there's a transformation that makes them have bigger tits, well, then it feeds into the fact that Phoenix might have a type even more, Jeff. Yep.
This is working out perfectly right at the end of the trilogy.
Even though there's absolutely no proof that this girl can turn into a dragon other than the fact that you feel like she's a dragon.
It's literally just the haircut, and that's it.
See, to me, there's like, because of the level of elegance and like the butterflies that were around her, I think of fairies. Oh, and also the I'm too delicate to do blah 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 blah. So there's elegance, the fact that she's delicate like a small fairy, and
she's constantly attracting moths, which is also a thing.
The butterflies and stuff around her.
Now, what the hell is she like palling around with like a potato sack doll, or is that a human being?
That's a very short nun. Again,
that
one
Yoda?
has their habit up. That one has their habit up, but she has her habit down. Now, I'm really curious how this game does nuns, because while they're calling them nuns, she does still have like the
medium shit.
The medium shit, like she has this thing on her, right? She has the magatama on her neck underneath her like the cloak tie, and like my brain says like probably in traditional like Japanese.
She also has
culture,
arm guards for some reason.
Well, because she's likely more of like a shrine maiden, and I don't quite know how 1-for-1 shrine maidens are to nuns.
Kind of fits.
But like, my guess is the game's gonna call her a nun the whole time, just like, these jelly donuts sure are good, right? They're gonna refuse to refer to it the cultural style of it. Which likely, I wouldn't be surprised. Well, no, she's definitely a medium.
It's a weird delineation because it doesn't seem like a translation thing. It's just like they picked a role that like best fit what it's supposed to look like, and they didn't really care what it's supposed to be.
That's what I'm saying is rather than translate it more literally to like shrine maiden and then teach us cultural stuff from Japan and how that works for Japan. She's going to look like the Japanese thing because they're not going to change the design because it's a translation change. Well, but instead of calling her this and teaching us stuff about Shinto stuff,
well, in this case,
she's a nun because everybody in the West just knows Christianity and that's it.
Well, in this case, they didn't even have to do that because apparently this temple isn't in their town. This is like a completely independent location, so they could have literally just kept it the same and just been like, no, they do that there in that one place.
No, I'm aware, Jeff. I'm aware. But
it seems like a weird choice.
Well, my point is, historically, there has always been a thing where Japanese things go out of their way to translate things into English to be more relatable to what the general experience we have here is. So rather than call something what it is, they'll, call a rice ball a jelly donut.
Well, they don't even have to do that. They don't even have to do that thing where it's like, oh, it's supposed to be in California. You could just say in California. In fictional California, they just have Temple Place where they do Japanese things.
But yeah, because that's the thing that I personally believe is probably a difference. If I like, I don't know, maybe I'll one day look up if it is a difference or not. But like, if I recall correctly, the first game told us we were in like San Francisco or like somewhere around those kind of areas of like a San Francisco style area of California. But like, I feel like in the actual series, like in Japan, like if I were to play the game over in Japan, if I'd play the game in Japanese in like the original Japanese release,
it would be in some prefecture somewhere.
It'd be in Tokyo or like a district of Tokyo. Like it would take place in Tokyo. Like the city that they're in is Tokyo, right? But so that's why culturally so many things are very Tokyo and Japanese culturally that we see, but like they bend backwards to try their best to make it culturally American, even though it doesn't need to be.
Well, they can't redraw all this shit, so they're just stuck with it.
That's my point.
No one wants to redraw anything.
The language changes to reflect Western culture, but the visual doesn't. This is a historical thing. Like, throughout all of like Japanese entertainment stuff coming to the US, this happens all the time. That's why I keep bringing up rice balls as jelly donuts, because there's the famous Pokemon episode where Brock's eating a rice ball.
That was
and
famous
like,
just because the people localizing it were lazy.
Boy, do I love jelly donuts. Jelly donuts sure are good. Like, or whatever, and he's eating a rice ball. And so I feel like, you know, she's not a nun, she's a shrine maiden, but because culturally we don't have something similar to a Shinto shrine maiden, the closest thing in the Western culture we have is a nun. But I doubt what actually is a nun and what is a shrine maiden are all that similar. Like, I bet they're similar in the sense that they're both women dedicated to faith.
Yeah, I could imagine them.
Other than that, I doubt there's very many similarities.
Well, I mean, there is that similarity that both of them probably live at the compound.
Yeah, that's true.
Why did we put this in our case file?
I don't know, because it was interesting. But like, oh, it says cult, fun.
Yeah, that's
cute. That's cute.
I pointed that out.
Oh, I missed that. Sorry.
I was like, why would you buy this?
I love the fact that it's called Old Cult. Oh, that's so funny.
Yeah, buy the Cult magazine. That's a good idea.
Because my favorite concept is that she's written to be the like Western motif of like born again Christian from jail, like, you know, person goes to prison, becomes born again Christian in prison, right? Because that's such a motif and like a archetype. Not an archetype, it's a motif. It's such a motif and like a gimmick and like a cliche from Western storytelling, but I don't know if there's an equivalent to that outside of the West. But like, part of me really wants that to be what this is that she found Jesus in prison, and I don't think that's like what the explanation we're gonna get when we meet her and she like has to explain why she became a shrine maiden. I don't think it's gonna be like, I turned to God in jail. Like, I don't think that's what it's
she doesn't believe in any of this shit. She just needed a job.
Do I really want it to be? I really want it to be like, I found Jesus in jail. Like, I really want that to be what happens narratively. I don't think that's what's gonna happen.
I'm surprised she hasn't changed at all in 5 years, considering she was 19.
Yeah, she should probably look a bit older.
Well, that's her dragon DNA. She's gonna live to be 12,000. Also, it's winter again.
Well, it's snowy. It's on top of a mountain.
Oh, we're on a mountain.
Yeah, that's why Nick didn't want to go originally, because it's cold. Because they're on top of a mountain.
I thought they did the waterfall hanging under that as a joke.
No, it was because of the snow and stuff. He didn't want to get cold.
Says the guy who came up here in his fucking suit. Yeah, but not for the visitors.
I mean, for her, she wants it to be training, so even though we're visitors, she still plans to do training here. That's why she wanted to go, remember? She wanted to sharpen her skills.
And Pearl is perfectly fine as an icicle.
Yeah, actually, I would find that to be funny if it's like Maya suffering from the cold, but like trying not to, like, denying it. Meanwhile, Pearls isn't actually suffering from the cold for no apparent reason. Like, that's the thing they go with. So...
yeah, so, they're gonna be making jokes about it now.
Maya's trying to tough out the cold. But yeah, so here's
it's
the
Yoda.
Other woman. Yeah, this is the other woman that was in the thing.
We haven't had visitors ever, because no one wants to come up here. Why would you want to become a born-again Christian and then work here in the most remote piece of shit place ever? Why? You could have worked in town.
Also, one of my favorite things from games where it's cold on like snow on top of a mountain and it's cold and stuff and people are bitching about the cold is, as someone who's been on top of a snow-covered mountain before, the average temperature for at least, like, you know, the ones I've been on is somewhere in like the upper 20s, low, like just around like freezing temperature for it to have snow.
Oh, so not negative 40?
Yeah, so I'm like, haha, you people bitching. So whenever I see people on a mountain bitching about the cold in games, I'm always like, you motherfuckers. Like, come to Minnesota in the winter when it's like -20.
Well, unfortunately,
No,
global warming
surprised
has now removed our winters. Her name is
True.
Bikini. I don't believe that. That is a lie.
It's true. Our winter this year has been shockingly, like, disgustingly warm. Like, there hasn't really been.
It hasn't been
snow.
a winter. We've literally just had 6 months of fall.
Yeah, we've had like a really like a slightly at times slightly colder fall. Like what would be the cold days of fall? Like we'd have just a bit more of the cold days of fall than what would happen in a normal fall.
I think it's the worst name you could have picked, but sure. You could have been named Charles instead, and that probably would be better.
Okay, but we're picking up. She's building a certain thing that's going to be important, right?
That
the
people have fake names.
The people of this temple forsake their birth name in favor of like a religious name, which
because tradition.
I don't think nuns do. They actually might. I don't know. We already do it in in Catholicism. We already do it in the form of when you're, fuck. Why am I forgetting the name of the sacrament? Both you and I went through it together. We were in the same class.
Are you talking about confirmation or baptism?
Yeah, confirmation. No, confirmation. Cause at confirmation, remember we have to like pick a saint name? And like technically I know at one point in time the reason why there's a name there with confirmation is because that's your name within the church, right? So at one point in time that was a thing where you had like a different name that was tethered to the church. And so I don't know if nuns maybe used like that name instead of their normal name, I don't know. I want to say at the end of the day, it's fallen out of practice if it ever was a thing.
Oh, it definitely has.
But I know
confirmation
that's
doesn't
why,
even do it.
I know that's why confirmation we pick a saint name is because it's our Christian name, right? If you ever heard people like in like shows talk about their Christian names, right? That's what they're referring to. I
mean, that's true.
She chose it because it makes her seem younger. Ho 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 ho.
Well, yeah, of course I know you. You're literally the only one. You're on the visitor list.
So apparently it's a little colder than usual. And whatever it is, by signing up for the special course, Bikini thinks that Maya is very, very brave to do so during like this time of year where it's this temperature, which it might be colder up here than normal because the last case was in January. Like the last case that we were playing as Phoenix, the month was January. I missed the day that this was because like
this was February 9th. I'm pretty sure.
Okay, because I was gonna say 9 times out of 10 when like the Ace Attorney games show us a day in a month, it hardly matters. Like, what matters is 2 days ago X thing happened. It doesn't matter what time of year it is. The only case that it ever has mattered what time of year it was the case that had to do with like Christmas, because there was a case that literally happened on Christmas. Oh, I suppose there was a New Year's case too, wasn't there, in one of the games?
Well, the circus case had a snowy clue.
That's true. That one took place in the winter.
You can't come here today. Today is a bad day. There are curses everywhere. You've also paid me $10,000 to be here. You've also bought my snowmobile. We could just go, leave.
Nah, I mean, I assume to progress the story we have to talk to her.
Is this a shrine or a dojo? Do you train people here?
I mean, you're pointing out a good question there, Jeff. Is
Sister
that,
Bikini? What a name.
Well, yeah, because nuns you refer to as sister first. But like, you're right. That could be a weird. They were calling it a temple. Now it's a dojo.
I don't think nuns really fit here at all.
And then it's a shrine. And then it's a shrine because shrine maidens.
This game doesn't know what it's doing anymore.
Albeit, I guess I don't know, because do shrine maidens have like a habit, or do they like combine the concept?
No, they just wear a kimono and a funny hat.
Well, okay, so then what I think the design then is intentional. So maybe in the Japanese they do refer to these characters as nuns because her outfit has a habit. So I feel like her outfit, while being a shrine maiden outfit, is designed to make it, twist that outfit into a nun outfit. So it's like what if a shrine maiden's outfit was used to make like a nun outfit?
I guess
right?
I could Google this. I'm not really sure what your typical shrine maiden is supposed to look like outside of TV shows.
I was gonna say, yeah, I only have anime, and they have like the red like pants kind of deal, and like the big white sleeves, and have like fans and stuff. You know, there's another thing that's likely gonna be referenced here. There's a yokai that
Well,
you know,
I can't
you know
really
the Pokemon.
I can't really tell from because this is only half of a design. But yeah, it's literally just it's a kimono with a red dress.
Yeah, that's why I always think like the bottom's red and the top's white.
And apparently it's very consistent. Like it's definitely a hard tradition.
Yeah, because I always think the red bottoms, the white top, their hair's tied in kind of a specific way, and then they have that stick. They have that like ribbon stick, but I don't think it's a ribbon stick. I think it's for something else. But it looks like a ribbon to me because I don't know what it is. But it's some sort of spiritual item. But it looks like a white ribbon kind of stick thing a lot of times, or fans. A lot of times I feel like I've seen them with fans. But you know what's another thing though that we're likely gonna get referenced to now that I think about it. Frostlass. So the Pokemon Frostlass, if you didn't know, based off of a yokai that's like a shrine maiden that like froze to death on like a snowy mountain, and like looking at these guys' designs and thinking of Frostlass, like you instantly see Frostlass's colors in their design, right? You see like the red bow wrapped around her waist. You see the white kind of shawl even, because the white does go onto her head, and then like the big ear sleeves are in Frostlass's design too. And then because they just happen to choose purple, you have the kind of the purple from Frostlass. This is a different shade of purple, but it's still purple. This one's a brighter.
I don't even think the shrine maidens really have like the belly wrapping. It looks like.
So maybe there's a different kind of spiritual person in Japan that does have this white. And because I have seen this like belly wrap thing in a lot of places, so it has to be in something culturally. So if it's not a shrine maiden thing, maybe there is like a nun of some kind. Like maybe there is like a Japanese nun.
Maybe it's this thing. But
like maybe I assume whatever it's called isn't the word nun, but like maybe the closest thing to an English translation for it is actually much closer to nun than a shrine maiden is, and maybe we're the ones getting things confused.
Okay, so yeah, apparently it is a thing.
Okay, so whatever she is something that is more akin to a nun than a shrine maiden.
I don't know if the belly wrap thing is a standard part of the uniform, but apparently it might be something for traditional dates or specific things.
Oh yeah, it might be that like the one that we're thinking of with like the red bottoms and stuff might be for certain kinds of ceremonies, and then like maybe in their off time when they're not doing anything, they wear this kind of outfit.
I think it's the other way around.
I think it's the other way around.
It seems like the red dress is more their standard.
Like their day-to-day wear that when they're not doing important ceremonies, because like a lot of pictures online would likely be them in the middle of doing important ceremonies. So that's my thought, is maybe that's what that one is. But
so this dojo is gonna murder Maya with training. Do you know this person in this picture isn't like 5 years old?
I must say, I look rather divine here.
You look like Yoda, seriously.
I mean, she has like more makeup kind of on, I think, in the picture in the magazine than she does in.
Even the cameraman was in love with bitch face.
Yeah, because she has like lipstick and like eyeliner stuff going on, or not eyeliner, like mascara going on. Can I just like look at it? Yeah, I can. To see she has like eyeshadow and like mascara eyelashes, and then she has like lipstick on, but like here she doesn't. So that's interesting.
Well, yeah, she just mentioned it.
But Iris helped me.
Who could Iris be? No, she doesn't.
What was her name before?
Melissa Abigail?
No, what was the actual Hawthorne name? Like her fake Hawthorne.
Oh, Dahlia, that was it.
So, they switched flowers. Iris is another kind of flower. Dahlia and Iris are both flowers.
She can't think of anything else.
I was like, there's got to be a connection between the name, her nun name, and her actual name. And I was like, what is it? And I'm like, oh, they're both flowers.
There's only two people here. What a coincidence.
Which, speaking of, the flower thing fits her motif very well. I actually want to look now to see if either of those flowers are poisonous. Like, cause like that idea of like beauty, but then also danger, right? Like, you know, they look beauty and you're drawn to them, and like she does.
Well, she couldn't be called Foxglove. She had to go with this.
Yeah, so that's what I'm curious about, is if either of those are poison. I think Iris is poisonous, because I did at one point name a character Iris, and they are a poisoner, so it's very likely that I chose Iris because it's a poisonous plant. I don't know for sure. I'd have to go double check. It's been a while.
Or you were just feeling edgelordy that day.
Well, so that character was part of a group, and everybody in that group was named after flowers. There was a dahlia in that group, for example. But you know, I very well might have named her after a poisonous flower because she was the poisoner.
Dahlias are not poisonous.
No, I was asking if irises are poisonous. That's the one I was thinking I named a character after for being poisonous, was Iris. But yeah, I was curious if both flowers are poisonous. So if dahlias aren't. Is hawthorn? Is hawthorn poisonous? Hawthorn's a plant.
Apparently every part of the iris is poisonous.
So, okay, iris is very poisonous, hence why I picked it for my poisoner. Is hawthorn a poisonous plant?
Oh my god, hawthorn is a flower.
What, you didn't know that?
What the fuck is she doing?
Ah, fuck. When you type hawthorn, you get, like, a bunch of shit that's not the flower. Hold on, hawthorn plant. It's actually a berry, it looks like.
And also not bad. Berries.
It's also known as Mayflower, thorn apple, white thorn, hawberry.
But apparently hawthorn has something in it that they can mix with other things to create poison. You should consult your doctor before having berries.
They're used in traditional medicine.
They don't murder you.
Oh, they're also bonsai. That's cool. That means if you put them in a pot, they will only grow as big as the pot allows them to. They won't die because they outgrow the pot. Which is what you'd do if you planted it like an oak tree in a pot.
Yeah, oak trees kind of have a specific size they want to be.
Oh! Okay, but there is a tie. So remember how I said her design makes me think of fairies? Hawthorn marks the entrance to the otherworld in Gaelic folklore, which is strongly associated with fairies. So that might be intentional again. Because I think she has a fairy motif to her, like, because of how big and bright her eyes are and the stuff. So
she certainly doesn't look human, just like Bikini.
Well, and that, like, entrancing nature of hers, but also being dangerous is like a fairy
I didn't want to come here at all, Bikini.
Because fairies are very good. Fairies are very good at like,
tricking
luring you in, and then like horrible shit happens to you. And so, like, so I feel like the fairy element fits to her. So I like the fact that when I looked up hawthorn there, it did have it marks the entrance to the otherworld. But iris is poisonous. So, but
apparently Pearl is constantly monitoring us in case we're cheating on something.
On Maya, because while Maya and Phoenix aren't officially together, nor have they ever been officially together,
and never will,
the game does feel like it kind of ships them, or at least like they're so buddy and they're constantly in each other's life that they might as well be husband and wife kind of deal. Like that's kind of more where it's at. Like I don't feel like they're dating. I feel like they're that. They bicker like a married couple. I feel like that's where they're at. Like they bicker like a married couple and things like that is kind of the deal with them. But like, since the introduction of Pearls has always had this idea that, like, I forget how it happened, but there's like someone referred to Phoenix as Maya's special somebody, or like something got stated as like one of them being special to the other one, and Pearl took that as meaning like romantically special.
Phoenix just fell down the stairs, and in typical fashion, at the bottom, he got a face full of boobs.
And then you know, to go with it, there's also a motif of
What is the motif here?
well, there's the motif of they have the cliche of like rescuer, right? Phoenix has rescued Maya like 20 times at this point, right? So she's Phoenix, you know, Phoenix is her hero, right? There's that motif to that cliche.
Wasn't
you know,
wasn't
one of these days
Maya
I'm gonna
lost
sit down,
her
I'm gonna,
big sister
and
and wasn't living at the village.
yeah, so Maya was coming to visit her sister at the beginning of the game, the first game, and then she's the one that gets arrested for the murder because she's there and found over the body.
Oh damn!
By Phoenix.
Awkward.
Not that Phoenix accuses her. It's more just like the cops just go with it because Phoenix is the one that called the police, not Maya.
Because Gumshoe happened and he did a dumb thing.
Yeah, basically. And then the other thing is that and then she gets kidnapped, but then there was one other case that she ends up being the suspect for. Like, we've had to defend her in court twice, and I'm trying to remember the other case we had to defend her in court for.
The one about the lady who was in a box and she murdered a guy getting a reading.
Oh yeah. So the second case, the case where we meet Pearls, which is the case after the tutorial case in the second game, and then at the end, the last case of the second game, she gets kidnapped, and we have to like we're being blackmailed. Like, the kidnapper is using her as weight against us. I guess we're going to the main hall first. I meant to ask you which one you wanted to go to, but then I forgot because we ended up on a topic. And then, or talking about Maya and stuff, and then I was like, oh, and then I just kind of clicked the first one. Mr. Nick, do you smell that? Smells like meat and gravy. I mean, she did say supper is just about ready. So it makes sense.
Oh, okay. We're eating it in the sand pit.
So, here's another fun thing that I'm curious about. So they're talking about it smelling meat and gravy, and she's calling it a pot roast. But you know that... Actually, you might not have... I feel like I haven't come across this enough in anime that to know for sure whether or not to just assume you came across an anime.
It's not curry.
There's some sort of Japanese meal where it's like a big pot and everybody just kind of eats out of the big pot.
It doesn't sound familiar.
Okay, I've seen it in Persona 5 and I've seen it in a couple anime, but I watch a lot more slice of life kind of anime, and that's, I feel like, where you're more likely to come across it because it's kind of like a social event.
Yeah, you're not going to have a lot of conspiracy and murder people having dinner.
Yeah, there is. I know there's a moment where they do it in Persona 5, in between, like, because that, you know, the Persona games are very, like, slice of life, and then, you know, the supernatural thing happens, and you start doing the supernatural thing, and then there's, like, then life goes back to normal, and your characters are going to school.
Oh, yeah, and speaking of that...
the game literally has a day-to-day thing. Oh, yeah, I was going to...
New Shin Megami Tensei game is coming out.
Oh, it is. That's cool.
They haven't killed it for Persona, which is surprising.
Well, they're kind of very different games, while also kind of being the same game, which is weird, and I'll get to that in a second. Because I own one of the Shin Megami Tensei game. I haven't played it, but I watched my roommate play the one that I own at one point in time, which I think... So whatever one had featuring Dante from Devil May Cry, because I actually got to the part when I was watching him, it got to the part where Dante shows up, and I'm like, what the fuck? I was like generally confused that Dante showed up.
Was it 3 or 2? I don't know if 2 ever actually came to America.
I want to say it was 4.
I do not remember what 4 subtitle was.
I mean, let me look. It's on my. I own it, so it should be on my.
I know 3 is Nocturne, and I think they turned it into Reload with the remake or something.
No, Nocturne's like 5 or something.
How the hell is that right? What am I thinking of?
I don't know. Oh, do I not own the Shin Megami Tensei game? I thought I did. I don't see it here. Maybe I don't own it. Maybe it's on my wish list.
No, I was right. Tensei 3 Nocturne.
Oh. What's the one featuring Dante from Devil May Cry? Just type in Shin Megami Tensei.
Yeah, just type featuring Dante.
Or, yeah, literally just type in featuring Dante from Devil May Cry.
It says Lucifer's Call, which does not sound familiar.
I don't know. I mean, I think the American version of it didn't necessarily have that moniker. I think it's just like a name and a number. I thought I owned Shin Megami Tensei.
Oddly enough, apparently, Apparently,
Yeah, I do.
3 Nocturne.
It is 3 Nocturne because I literally typed in what I own, and I own Shin Megami Tensei 3 Nocturne HD Remastered.
Featuring
the game I own.
On the PS2 version,
which is featuring Dante, from Devil May Cry.
Why did they call it Lucifer's Call?
Maybe there's less Shin Megami Tensei games than I thought. What's the new one they announced? Is it 6?
No, it's 5. I'm pretty sure it's 5.
5 already came out like a year ago. It came out on the Switch.
Well, this one's going to be coming out on the Switch because it was part of the Direct. Maybe it was 6.
Maybe it's like a new version of 5, like the version plus.
Because this says that it's coming out it came out in 21.
Yeah, so when I typed in Shin Megami Tensei 5, one came out that was called Vengeance. It's called Shin Megami Tensei 5 Vengeance, and I think that's like the super sexy, digital deluxe mode.
It's definitely not 6, it sounds like.
No, I found it, Jeff. I'm telling you I'm trying to tell you right now. I'm not hypothesizing. I'm trying to tell you. It's Shin Megami Tensei 5 Vengeance comes out in June of this year. Shin Megami Tensei 5 came out in 21.
Is it like the Persona 4 Gold of this game?
Yes.
Okay, that
or the
sense.
Persona 5 Royal of this game, because they also did Persona 5 Royal. Which is kind of like Persona 5 Royal. Now I don't know how much difference is between. I've only played Gold for Persona 4 because I've played my first Persona game was Persona 5, like normal base Persona 5, and I played it on my Xbox or my PlayStation 4. Back when it was just a PlayStation exclusive. I bought it on a whim around the time Joker got announced for Smash because I was curious about the game when Joker got announced for Smash. And then I really, really, really liked Persona 5. I was like, holy shit, this game's awesome. Until the end. I'm not a huge fan of the end. Which feels like, according to my friend, I'm not going to be a huge fan of the end of most Shin Megami Tensei games aside. I'm not going to be a fan of a lot of the Persona 5 endings because they kind of all do that kind of ending apparently, and it's fuck that. Because you have a villain, you have a distinct villain you're fighting throughout the entire story, and then you do beat him, but the game's not over yet, and then there's essentially a JRPG Go Kill God moment that happens at the end.
Well, every Japanese game needs that, including this one where we're gonna go fight God Godot at the end.
Yeah, so that's what bugged me about Persona 5 is I'd rather have had the more grounded story where
no, you need to go fight a giant demon at the end. That's the whole point.
Where the supernatural elements and the villain that I was
you need more demons in your life.
Because both Persona 4 and Persona 5, I actually haven't finished Persona 4, but both Persona 4 and Persona 5, your characters find out about but don't know quite the identity of someone else, someone who's using the same supernatural bullshit you do, which is different across the games, because it's TV related in 4, and it
turns out that it's Lupin the Third the whole time.
And it's heist related, so the gimmick with it is TV in Persona 4, and then in Persona 5 it's Phantom Thieves is the theme, but
it's a good one.
Yeah, I mean, I like the characterization and style of Persona 5 a fuck ton more than I like the stuff I've played in Persona 4. Don't get me wrong, Persona 4 is still super fun and I was enjoying it a lot, but thematically and visually, it's so fucking kick-ass in Persona 5, because the idea of how the dungeons work in that one is you end up having to plan a heist with the dungeon is how the dungeons work. So the going through and beating the dungeon element of it is mapping out the dungeon so you can plan your heist, and then the final boss is you go to do the heist and you get to run through the dungeon really fast and essentially execute your plan of here's how we're gonna do this, and you start from the outside and have to do this whole run and stuff, and it's so you the characters map out a plan and then you do it, and there isn't random encounters and stuff, or there's less random encounters and stuff for the the actual heist portion, because the heist basically is we're gonna pull it off flawlessly, and then what always happens is right before they're about to pull it off flawlessly, the boss gets involved, and the boss happens to notice and find them, or starts chasing them because they didn't take the boss being there into account, and so they managed to grab the thing they need to grab and start.
You'd think they would start taking that into account, considering it happened 6 times before.
But yeah, so every dungeon, the heist portion is where you end up having to fight the boss, and fighting the boss wasn't part of the plan. Stealing the thing was what the plan was. But it's super fun and super thematic, and the music in Persona 5 is just so good. I mean, the music in Persona 4 is also good, but I'm just a big fan of a lot of the tracks in Persona 5. They're really good at getting your blood pumping for the moments where your blood needs to be pumping. Like the heist music is, burn it out there, born it to be free. It's just you're like, yeah, let's do it. They have lyrics, so I'll have to send you the heist music from Persona 5. It's
fuck it. I'll just listen to 2 minutes of the OST while waiting, hearing you gush about things.
Because what is it called? It's life is. It's been so long since I played it that I haven't
Wake
listened
up,
to the song
get up, get shit done. I don't know.
That is the theme song when you boot up the game. It's a different version of the heist song. So the heist song, the song that plays when you have a heist, I think has a different name, but it is, if wake up, get out, and get shit done, which is not the actual name of the song. It's wake up, get out there, but essentially, yes, it's wake up, get out, and get shit. P5 OST. Let me, because I'm trying to remember what it is. Because the theme when you boot up the game is wake up, get out there, but when you do it's life. I think it's life will change. When you actually do the heist, is life will change, which is the 4th song on the OST. Here, I pulled it up on YouTube on my phone, and I can just copy the link and throw it in Discord on my phone quick. Yeah, the main difference between it is life will change is fits better for gameplay, and then get out there fits better for being the opening.
Yeah,
theme.
introing shit off. You want to have your banger right out the front.
Well, I mean, they're both bangers, but you'll notice there's similarities between the songs.
They can be bangers, but this one's supposed to be it's weirdly enough, I don't know why you'd call it a showstopper, but it's kind of supposed to be that.
Well, yeah, Life Will Change is this is it's the heist, go time. That's the song that plays every single time it's the heist, go time. So the dungeons themselves and stuff have different music, and there's different music related to each of the dungeons, but every single dungeon you will hear Life is Strange. The enemy fight music I think is the same in every single one, but when you're running around the dungeon, there's a different music. But the fighting an enemy is just the normal fight music for fighting normal enemies. The bosses have unique music too, I think. Because I'm trying to think, they're the desert song that plays in the 4th dungeon is super fucking good, and I forget if that plays during the boss fight of that dungeon or if it plays at certain parts of that dungeon. And that's I think that's the 4th dungeon that it's. What's it called? I'm scrolling through the OST to find it, but it's gonna be, because it's the 4th dungeon, it's gonna be a ways down compared to the songs I put that are the first 4, which are the main themes that play across the entire game, right? And the opening. Be free.
Well, I've listened to 3 excerpts of the OST, and oddly enough, the one I actually liked the most was Escape, which isn't even a minute long.
Yeah, I think Escape...
And that's because,
I forget what Escape plays.
I want my jazz to have, a punch to it, the more crescendos, ups and downs, and, unfortunately, it seems like Persona 5 is more soft, smooth jazz, and there's just not... It doesn't really get me going.
Yeah, I was gonna say, the songs that I like, because the thing you specifically mentioned that I think is the important takeaways, you mentioned you like it going from, you like the...
Yeah, the hard, trumpets and trombones announcing that they're there.
Well, but I feel like that's there. It's just Life is Strange is only that, right? You wanted that dynamic contrast, and you mentioned something about like you want it to go from low to high, like soft to loud, right? But like Life is Strange is just like going hard right out the gate, right? There's no like build up. It's just like shit's just going, right? There's no like back and forth. And I think you stated something that sounded like you were talking about one of the things you like is kind of like a dynamic contrast, and yeah, most of this like
frickin' thing. Of all the things, it was literally the fourth one on the list. It's literally the fourth one, and I listened to the first three.
I mean, I can just hit escape on my phone because I don't remember that one, at least not by its name. Yeah, because one thing you said you like about when you were talking about soft to loud, and this one's doing that because it's quiet because it's the bumper to bump, and then it's like bam, and then the horns come in loud on top of it. Yeah, so you have like strings and stuff being quieter, and then you have the horns suddenly shout, right? So you have that dynamic contrast. Yeah, I don't know when escape plays. My guess is it plays when you like flee from a battle, maybe. Because it's short, so whatever segment of the game it plays on has to be a shorter segment of the game, because the full length of the song is only 59 seconds. So yeah, my guess is it maybe plays when you it either plays when you flee a battle, or maybe it plays like during when you leave the dungeon, like the game does a overview of everything you got accomplished that day in the dungeon, like when you choose to leave the dungeon, because you do the dungeons over the course of multiple days, with like checkpoints and stuff that you get to. So typically you go until your resources are expended, and then you like hit a checkpoint where you're like, yeah, my resources are pretty fucking tapped, I'm gonna call it. Or if you're me, you do it all in one day because you're like, I can do it.
Well,
and you tough it out, but like I have a really bad habit because like in games where it's like things are time sensitive, which it is time sensitive, and Persona 5, and in fact, if you get the dungeon done in a single day, it opens up your free time to do other things because you only have so much time each day in the Persona games to do stuff, and there's a numerous stuff you can do, all of which can be beneficial to you. So like I found across the entire series, I found myself like my first playthrough of Persona 5, which I mean I never finished my second playthrough because I did play Royal when it came out. I bought Royal right away when it came out. Got like the steel case collector's edition for PlayStation 4, and I played like 30 hours of it, but it's like a 100-hour game, right?
Yeah, it's kind of hard to find the time to play a 90-hour game.
And so, well, yeah, essentially I played it until I got distracted, and the reason why I got distracted on like my first playthrough of Persona, because you know me in games, you should be surprised that I'm able to. You should be shocked that I'm able to complete a game the length of Persona, right?
Well, getting through one of these games is hard because it's like you said, they could be 60, 70, 90 hours long. It's ridiculous.
Yeah, my playthrough of Persona, my first playthrough of Persona 5 was over 100 hours. It was like 120 some hours or something like that. It's not the average playthrough time. It was longer than like the average playthrough time on like how long to beat. But like I really took my time and explored stuff, of course, and dicked around and did all sorts of basically everything extra I could. But like that speaks to how fun the game was for me. Is that like it was able to hold my attention. The reason why I didn't finish Royal is because it's kind of the platinum of it, right? It's the platinum of it. So there are differences. Like there's whole new characters and stuff. There's a whole new party member that like shows up almost immediately in the story in Persona 5 Royal, and thus causes changes and stuff. But like essentially what happened is other things started to distract me or buy from my time, and I chose those things over Royal because parts of Royal were the same, so it wasn't as exciting as experiencing it the first time where I was like, oh fuck yeah, this story's awesome, and like I'm really curious where it's going and shit like that. But yeah, the main difference between Shin Megami Tensei and Persona 5 from the gameplay elements I remember seeing is Shin Megami Tensei is your character's a Pokemon, and then you catch the different Pokemon, and so your team is like just different Pokemon. And they're not. I'm using Pokemon as like a stand-in so that you know what they mechanically are similar to, right? They have like types, and they do types of damage, and they have special moves, and they level up on in-game moves as they different moves as they level up, but they can only know so many moves, right? That's in both Persona and Shin Megami Tensei 5. But Shin Megami Tensei 5, your character is one of those Pokemon because like you have the weird demon form you take, like you actually have a demon form, and then you catch different demons by playing the game, and then you have a team of demons you use, right? And so you have your party is way more creatively available because any Pokemon you come across can be in your party. The Persona games, you have characters that you meet who join your party, and there's like normal think Final Fantasy 7, right? There's like 6 or 7 of them, but you can only use like 4 at a time. And so you have like a team, I think it's 4 or 3, I forget, but you can only use so many of your party members at a time, and one of them is always going to be the player character. And all of your people, they have a distinct persona, right? Everybody has a persona. That's why it's called Persona, not Shin Megami Tensei. Because the things in Shin Megami Tensei that you're catching are the things you're catching are Shin Megami, like they're death spirits. They're not. They are the same monsters. There is like overlap where you'll be like, oh, that monster from Shin Megami is in Persona. That will be a thing you'll see if you play both series. However, in Persona, they're called Personas. And the difference is each character has a unique persona, unique to them, with the exception of your main character who starts with a unique persona, but has the unique ability of being able to, like, the spirits you meet, which are technically the Shin Megami, he can turn those spirits into his persona. So you essentially have, like, a roulette, like, in Persona 5, I think you can have like 4 or 5 personas on equipped to your main character at the same time, and like Pokemon, you can switch them out for you in battle because your personas are fighting on like your behalf, right? In that game, so your party members, like the people who also get turns each round, have a very distinct persona, and it will always be that persona. But you yourself can rotate which one you are. So your character can be like any number of personas. And that's like the unique thing to the player character. And it's like written into the story that you have this unique power, and the characters are always like, wow, don't know why you can do that, but you're special. And then like the story does go out of its way to tell you why you're special. And there's like an NPC who literally is the guy who talks to you because you're the protagonist, and that NPC is part of the reason why you can have more than one persona and your friends can only have one persona.
You are Destiny Man. Congratulations.
That's part of it. So there's the Shin Megami Tensei, to my knowledge, mechanically is super more focused on like the battle mechanics and like the team building, because you can build like your team out of literally all of the personas in the game and stuff. Meanwhile, the Shin Megami in the game. So the Shin Megami Tensei games are much more like the battle system focused games. So if you're looking for like the super high in-depth battle gameplay, I think you're gonna get your more fun out of the Shin Megami Tensei games, because there's more shit you can do and like more variety and like build structures and plans you can map out and things like that than you can in Persona, because in Persona you're always going to be stuck with a much tighter roster. But the exception, the trade-off is that the Persona games are way more story oriented. Because like what I've played of Shin Megami Tensei 3 Nocturne, it's like the story in those games is like, you get a cutscene before this area, and then you get a cutscene the first time you go to this area, and like you kind of have to piece shit together because you're like, what the fuck? It doesn't make sense because the game's not constantly telling me what the story is because it's not a visual novel. And then you play the Persona 5 games, and it's like, yeah, you do the battling and stuff, but it's like, more limited. But also, you're not constantly doing that. Instead, it's a slice of the life, novel game for like 90% of your gameplay. Like 90% of your gameplay is reading dialogue and talking to people, right? The Shin Megami games are the opposite. There's a lot less dialogue and talking to people and more like running around massive dungeons fighting stuff, right? It's very much the Pokemon, where you're going and you yourself as the trainer are collecting them all and fighting different things, and it's more like that. while the Persona games are much more story driven. So yeah, I have been meaning to put the Persona games are one of the games I'm planning to probably put on my wheel at some point. I don't know when, like because as it stands right now, I'm already thinking about replacing 2 things on my wheel, and one of the things I'm thinking about replacing, one of the options I came up with, what I replace it with, is Persona. The other thing I was thinking about putting on there is Far Cry, because I really like the Far Cry games.
Well, that's why I felt like 6.8 out of 10 on the weirdness scale. Okay.
Oh, it also...
I feel like we've met this person before.
Another reason why... Well, I think she was the victim. I think we saw her get killed. But,
that would make sense.
But, another thing that is fun, that I think would be fun about putting the Far Cry game on my list is, my games are always super heavily story-driven versus yours. Where, like... There's, we can't talk about topics and stuff during my games because my games are so story focused. We have to be constantly focused on the story.
And Far Cry would be the opposite of that.
Far Cry would have far more, like, it'd be a lot. It's way more gameplay based. There is a story, and I do enjoy the stories of Far Cry. But yes, at the end of the day, at the end of the day, the stories of Far Cry aren't super amazing, super blow my mind away. It's the characters and stuff are fun and are what keeps you. Like, the characters are cool and stuff from the story elements that make it neat. As I said, the villains are all very charismatic and very fun, like, you love to hate them kind of villains, right? Because the game is, yes, 100% more it's a very gameplay oriented game, which for me is actually very rare. Like, most of the games I like to play are games that are very story based. My favorite gameplay is a style of gameplay most people hate and harp on as a very boring gameplay, which is...
How dare you walking simulators, you jerk!
Gameplay wise, I like turn-based combat the most.
Call yourself a person who plays games? You're not a real human.
So one of the things I've been told by some people is that a lot of people don't like turn-based combat because it's very basic, right? It very comes down to just pick the right choice, and that's all it is, and then you win. And there's no live reacting and stuff like that.
Well, yeah, it's turn-based. That's kind of the name of the game.
Well, I know, but my point of why it's why
people who say that are dumb.
Well, my point is most of the games that are turn-based games that are super, super, super well loved are very story heavy, and they're loved for their story, right?
Yeah,
but
yeah.
I personally love turn-based combat as well as love. I like having numbers that stats on a character that I want to up, and then I want to use the right type. I want to. This is a fire guy, so I need to use water, things like that, which is why RPGs are great, because that shit's all in RPGs, everywhere. I'm playing Final Fantasy, well, this enemy's weak to ice spells, so I use ice spells, right? That kind of stuff is in those games. And then now given, I will state the Final Fantasy series does a thing that I'm not super big fan of, but is trying to make it more exciting and less of a less turn-based, just make the right choice, because now you have to do things quickly and think quickly on your feet, which is ATB. I don't mind ATB in the long run, but I do prefer, if I had to pick between not having ATB and having ATB, I'd prefer just to do normal turn-based. Which is why I think the Persona games hit me so hard, because it's you mean we're doing the big mystery, very heavy, Danganronpa style, story stuff, and, where it's very dialogue heavy and character driven and all this other stuff that I love, but also it's got Pokemon in it, Pokemon combat in it. Fucking sign me up.
Well, we did, and then you wasted 200 hours of your life with us.
Basically, I still have to go back and play 4. 4 was...
I'm a ghost.
4's story, I'm pretty sure I pinned the twist, right away. So, we'll have to see. I have to get through the 4.
You have a knack of doing that somehow.
Yeah, but I didn't do it in 5.
You get presented a conspiracy and immediately suss it out.
Because both Persona 5 and Persona 4 have, big mysteries of, which is why I wish... That's the thing I was talking about when I was talking about how, I wish the story focused on, ended with that. and like focused on that being the final fight.
No, you have to fight the big demon at the head of the conspiracy.
Both Persona 4 and Persona 5, there's like, you know, just as your characters are normal people that fell into the supernatural world and like found out about this supernatural shit, they eventually you find out there's someone else who found out about the supernatural shit, but they're using it for evil, right? There's like a person who's using it for evil.
You'd think that lots of people would do that.
And like they seem better at it than you, like they seem to have been doing it longer and better than you have and stuff. And so eventually what happens is the characters, you know, start to be like, well, we need to find out who this person is and stop them. And so there's this fun game of, who is this person? Have we met them? Have we not met them?
I don't know, you?
Right? I don't know. Well, Persona 4, by the nature of it taking place in a small town,
it's your best friend.
Well, the beginning of the game is you go to you are from the big city, but you're sent to the small town to go to school and like live with I think it's a family friend or something, and I forget why. It might be the same reason as
you
Persona
stabbed
5.
the kid in the locker room.
Well, that's the reason in Persona 5. Not literally, but something really similar to that.
I was like, really?
So, because Persona 5 does the same thing where, like, you're the new kid. Because both games, and I assume Persona 3 does it too, and I bought Persona 3 Portable, and they're making the new... I don't know if it's out yet. It might be out yet. It might be out already. Otherwise, it's coming out. But they're making, like, the new version of Persona 3 where it's Persona 3, but it's more like gameplay wise, it's more like Persona 5, and they like changed a bunch of stuff. So like it's the same story, but it's a lot different. The problem is the other one that was ported to PC, which is like the more traditional version of Persona 5, is the portable one. So it doesn't have cutscenes. It has like DS style, like both characters show up on screen and there's just dialogue boxes between them, and whatever guy is talking. Yeah, well, kind of. Like there's a very distinct like so think like Fire Emblem. Like, you know, when two people talk to each other on a Fire Emblem map and it's a big important conversation, you can see the map, you can see the level underneath them, but you have like their picture of them and then the dialogue, and then you have picture of the other person in dialogue, and like if it's super important it'll be like a full picture of them and not like them in a box. Like just their face in a box, but if it's a minor conversation, it'll be their face in a box. That's how Persona 5 Portable did it for a lot of the scenes, instead of like having the full cutscenes and stuff that were in original Persona 3. And the version that got ported like 2 years ago or something to Steam is the portable version. So it doesn't have the. I believe someone has already modded in the cutscenes, which I plan to do for that one, because. My friend told me he told me it's probably better worth my experience to play through Persona 3 the main way. I think the new Persona 3 did come out already, because I think my friend was talking about how it was super jarring for him because the voice actors are different and that bothered him. But he's told me it wouldn't bother me because I haven't played Persona 3 yet. So he told me if I played that one it wouldn't bother me because I don't know their voice actors, right?
It's like clearly they had to get new VAs, but they didn't even try to sound like the old ones, and now I'm confused.
Yeah.
Why did you pick these human beings?
It's probably like that. I don't quite know, but like there is that. So
I had to feel that way when they changed the voice actor for Sonic back in the day. I was like, they're not even close. Like, what the hell?
But yeah, I forget why, but in Persona 4, at the beginning of the game, you're sent to the small village to live with a family friend, and he's gonna take care of you, and he's like the local cop at the town, and he's just like he's like that cop that's like really tired all the time because he lives a busy life as a cop and doesn't have time for like his daughter, but like really
I have to keep dealing with 25 crimes every day and have to rescue 10 lost cats.
And so the big thing is that the supernatural guy
I have to give out 75 parking tickets.
The bad guy that the characters find out and eventually get after is like a murderer. Like he's a serial killer of some kind, or like some big. So the mystery of Persona 4 very quickly becomes, oh, the party's got to figure out who the murderer is. But it's like, you know, it's like I'm in a small town. I've already met every goddamn character there's to meet. Like, I don't think this character is going to be introduced, like, much later into the game or, like, in Chapter 3. So, like, I made a call out of, like, all the characters you meet in, like, Chapter 1. I made, like, a call which one I thought was the killer out of all of those people, and I'm waiting to find out if I'm right or not. Because I'll have to get farther into the game when it eventually is revealed who the killer is.
It's Joe at the grocery store. Dun dun
but
dun.
Yeah. But when I mentioned the whole, you said stabbing a kid in the locker room and then he had to get transferred, right? That is basically the premise, the start of Persona 5. So the beginning of Persona 5 is that your main character has a strong sense of justice, and walking home from school late one night, you saw some drunk dude like bullying and trying to like grab at some random girl, and you intervene and punched him upside the head and like broke his nose. And it turns out he has a lot of power and money, and he pays off his victim even to claim that you just kind of went at him for no reason and that you're this like violent, troubled kid, and like ruins your reputation in like your home area. And like no school wants you because you're violent, and like you get expelled from your school. And there's this one school where like because a family friend knows the principal there or something, they're able to like pull some strings, and he's able to like get you admitted into the school so you can finish school, get a good education, get to a good college and everything. And but it's on like the opposite side of Tokyo from where your family is, because Tokyo is extremely big. It's like the largest city in the world. So you literally have to like move districts. So you move to this, you move in with the family friend again, this different family friend.
You go to the shitty prefecture where it's just all blackjack and hookers.
But I mean, it is kind of the area where like the schools and stuff is a bit busier part of the city. But yeah, you are in like a more of a suburb area where like the family friend lives. And so you go to live with him, and you start going to the new school, but you automatically have like a tarnished reputation already, because like rumors have already spread about, oh man, that some violent kid, like he assaulted some guy, he's been to juvie, like the truth of what you did, like the fact that you punched some dude, mixed in with the lies of what you did, plus like rumor lies, like you went to juvie and you like beat up people in juvie and stuff, comes with you to the school. So like right away, you're outcasted. And like that's the premise to like all the party members of Persona 5 is, for one reason or another, they're all outcast in their own way. But like, yeah, you essentially the kid you end up being like your first party member and your like best friend character is in Chapter 1 is like the school delinquent, like the guy who is the other guy who like no one wants to talk to because he's also trouble, right? Is the character who ends up being like your main friend at the start of Persona 5.
I also stabbed a kid in the locker room for looking at me.
Then he
I am Captain Edgelord.
He's got his own story about how he got like kicked off the track team. I mean, you can explore that story if you spend time hanging out with him. Otherwise, you get to know parts of it and like you get the gist of like what happened to him, but you don't get to like the redemption arc or like him working through the problems. Because like one of the things you can do is spend time with your friends, and by spending time with your friends, sometimes it's as simple as, oh, you spend time with them, do you want to give them a gift? And like that's basically it, and it's nothing special. But like when you hit certain marker stones, you get like a story element, and that each of their hangouts has like their own story arc of personal growth and like learning stuff and like coming to terms with things. So like his story has some of parts of his story have to do with him coming to terms with it, as well as like facing the people who were a part of it, right?
I crippled my best friend's legs because he broke my record.
His basic thing is that he was kicked out.
Now I feel better about it.
He was kicked. Yeah, the basic thing is he was kicked
out.
I'm
still Batman, though.
And you learn about it because the first chapter, your first party members at the beginning of the game, because the game is very quick to give you a full party in Persona 5. I don't remember if it's as quick. No, it is as quick. Because in Persona 5, by the end of the first dungeon, you have including your character in Persona 5, you have 4 characters. and I think it's the same in Persona 4 as well. I think there's I think at the start of the dungeon you have 3 characters. Like you've already met and befriended enough people to have 3 characters at the start of the first dungeon. And it's either my brain says in Persona 4 though the 4th person doesn't show up until you beat the dungeon. But it might be that she shows up super late into the dungeon, because that's what happens with the fourth party member of Persona 5. You get her before you're done with the dungeon, but like you get her like 2/3 of the way through the dungeon. You get to like a story point, and there are with the dungeon there's certain story beats in the dungeon that if they happen it automatically ends your day. So like while you have X amount of time to get the dungeons done, like there's always like a deadline of like bad shit will happen if you don't finish the dungeon by X day on the calendar. The idea is to get it done as fast as possible, and there are some dungeons you can kind of one day, and then other dungeons, because there's certain story beats that happen at certain points of the dungeon, you instead of getting them done in one day, you get them done in like 2 days or 3 days, because when those certain story beats happen, they automatically end your day. So
I could go kill a demon and stop all the problems, but I'd rather have a tea party with my 3rd girlfriend.
Yeah, the more I talk about it, the more I just want to go play Persona. Like, god damn it, this game's good. And like,
how should I know? I don't know psychics.
Maybe that's what I'll do. Instead of
going
straight to
you're Mr. Look at Me guy.
Maybe I've gotten excited enough that maybe we'll go play Persona 5 Royal for our next game for me. Maybe that's what we'll go play.
Well, I guess we're going to have to buckle up, kids. Welcome to the 25 episode challenge.
Well, I was going to say, especially because like we currently being out of work sadly and stuff, and we are going to like a 2 episode a week thing, which gives me more, lets us blitz through some of the slower games faster. So yeah, maybe we'll do Persona games. Or we'll do Persona 5, because if we do one, I want to do Persona 5, and if we do Persona 5, I think I'm gonna just jump to Royal, because I'd rather play Royal and personally get to look forward to the new elements, and then part of what will help the elements I already know will be like your excitement to them. So like when they build a mystery that I already know the answer to, you can be like, oh, but how is it gonna happen, right? You'll have that stuff.
You can do what I tried to do in Metal Gear Acid, but ended up not working because you immediately answered it.
Yeah, so the parts, and then I'll have parts to look forward to, like how does the new party, where does the new party member come in? Because that's the biggest thing to me. Is there a whole new chapter? Which I think there is. I do think there is. I think the game is longer. Like there's another dungeon in the game or something. But enough about Persona. We should focus on this, at least for now.
Yeah, I think we ended up just turning this episode into a podcast inadvertently.
Yeah, we did, because we talked about a bunch of shit, kind of, instead of progressing this game. We did progress it somewhat.
That character crippled his best friend, and then he kicked him in the balls and pushed him off a bridge. He's really dead. I feel better about it, though, after talking to you, protagonist.
Yeah, I'm trying to remember if there's like a theme that links all the characters in Persona 4. Because I know Persona 5. I know Persona 5. I know Persona 5. They're all linked because they're
also
outcast.
Batman.
It might just be that in the Persona games you're always a group of outcasts, and that like might be like the reason why you can get the Persona power. I don't know, because I don't remember enough about 4 to know if that carries across the series, and because the more I think about it, the more I'm like, I don't remember what they are in Persona 4. I haven't played Persona 3, but I know Persona 3, the characters form a special, like, supernatural investigation club. Is like they're what they call their like group or whatever.
Yeah,
like,
the usual ghost hunting club that every Japanese school has.
Yeah, that's what binds them. But like they could be, once again, that they're all outcasts and that's how they come together. But like, Persona 5, everybody's the Phantom Thieves, right? You become a group of thieves. Like that's like your motif, and you're like your group. right?
Probably not the best
supernatural
idea for school children.
The Supernatural Investigation Club is the Persona 3 one to my knowledge, and I don't remember if there is one for 4. It's probably just the kids who are looking into the murder mysteries. Like that's probably what your like group name thing is. You're the people investigating. You're the local kids who are investigating the weird murders.
And after I killed my best friend, I blew up the library. I actually killed 6 people.
Well,
I didn't want to tell you.
I know Persona 3 has to have some kind of motif of feeling like an outsider or feeling like undeserved, because in Persona 3, and into my knowledge only Persona 3, and it probably got removed and they probably decided not to do this, because each Persona game you have like a different way of how you summon your persona. And in Persona 3,
game you shoot yourself in the head, and in the next game you also shoot yourself in the head.
So Persona 3 is the one where you shoot yourself in the head to summon your persona. Like they use toy guns that look real because of how like the psychological like, you know, supernatural world is, because it's all psychic mumbo jumbo. So like it has to look like a real gun in order to work.
It makes
in
sense
Persona 3
in
for what
context.
my friend told me, and so they literally look like they shoot themselves in the head, and then when they pull the trigger, the opposite side where the bullet would come out, it like energy flies out and then their persona comes out. And I'm like, that is hyper violent. But like if that's like a symbol in the game that the characters are doing, saying they're outsiders or they feel like not welcome is very likely a theme that they all share. So very well could be that every group of characters in the Persona games all feel like outcasts.
Everyone in Persona 3 is an edgelord.
Yeah, kind of, I guess. Just on the nature of that alone, that is super fucking edgy.
That's their bond. They all have terrible Batman voices.
I don't remember how they... Fuck, yeah, I literally do not remember how they summoned their personas in Persona 4, because it has to do with that theme, right? There's the theme is TVs, and
they throw TVs on the ground, and then demons come out.
Well, because I know the whole theme to that game is like TVs and stuff, and like television and like broadcasting. Meanwhile, Persona 5 is like the Phantom Thieves motif, and so Persona 5, the way they do it is they rip off their mask, and
they turn into demons.
Well, so because what happens is when their persona manifests, their distinct like Phantom Thief mask shows up on their face, and then when they pull it off for the first time and they have to like violently and difficultly rip it off, and there's like blood, the persona gets summoned for the first time, and then their connection to the persona is their mask. So you'll see like in combat, when they're standing there in combat, they'll like have their hand like on their mask, or like when they channel the powers of their persona, they'll like put their hand on their mask, because their mask symbolizes their persona. And that's and then whenever you get a new persona in Persona 5, that like when you like capture a persona as the protagonist, when you get it, it like the creature spins around, turns into the mask that Joker wears, and then flies into his mask that he's wearing. So it's like an energy version of his mask, and then it like flies into his thing, and it's like, you got him, you know, that kind of thing. The way you catch things in both Shin Megami Tensei and Persona games is really interesting, especially Persona 5, because just because of the way they draw it. Because I don't think they draw it the same. It mechanically it's exactly the same in Persona 4 and Persona 5. You like have to find their weakness and knock them down, which is like a status effect that happens when you hit things with their weakness. They get knocked down, and if you knock down everything, you go into like a negotiation phase where you can like negotiate with the enemy, and one of the things you can negotiate is join me. You can negotiate other things like pay me or I'm going to kill you, or give me items or I'm going to kill you, right? There's other negotiations you can make, but essentially you got them to the point where they're begging, right? Because you knock down all the enemies in the encounter. But like visually, I don't remember how it looks in Persona 4 when you do it, but in Persona 5, it becomes a stick up. Like they all have all the party members have their gun. They have guns pointed at the enemies during it. And it's like you go into like a mode where it's like, what do you want to do? And it's like a list of things you can do. But when you're standing in that, essentially the party is surrounding the enemy, pointing guns at them.
We're gentlemen thieves, but we also all have guns.
This is a stick 'em up. I mean, all the characters in the game have both a gun and a melee weapon.
But I wanted to look into it since we were talking about the whole spread, and probably because no one's heard about them is because they got released for the PSP, which was a legendarily dead console. But Persona 1 and 2 did eventually come to America.
Oh yeah. Well, one thing. So my roommate is a big fan of both the Shin Megami Tensei series and the Persona series. He's just kind of like a really big JRPG fan. Like a lot of the big name JRPGs are his shit. Like Final Fantasy and stuff as well.
I kind of thought I was gonna be in love with the JRPGs, but like I said, I've had a lot of problems with the Final Fantasy early games.
But yeah, I remember my friend telling me once about the early Persona games when I got super into Persona 5, and I was talking to him about it, because and he was telling me that like the series Persona 1 and 2 are like very different games and are kind of significantly like more similar to like what you'll find in like the Shin Megami Tensei series.
That makes sense.
The series doesn't find itself until 3, which is why you never hear people talk about 1 and 2, and you always hear them talk about 3, 4, and 5.
Those are the ones where they got style and started doing things.
Yeah, that's when I mean, yeah, I do think one of the things is there's style, and I think there aren't other party members in 1 and 2. I'm speaking from a huge place of ignorance, because I'm trying to remember a conversation I had once with my friend.
Only once? Wow, they were really boring.
So like, I only ever talked to him about because essentially I asked him after, because I was telling him how much fun I was having with 5. I asked him if it's worth playing the other ones. Essentially, what I asked him. And he told me 1 and 2 are basically not worth playing. And then at the time I was going to have to emulate 3, but now I don't have to emulate 3.
Yeah, 3 was probably PS2, somewhere around there.
And I think at the time too, I would have had to emulate Persona 4, but eventually Persona 4 Golden came to PC, and then when Persona 4 Golden came to PC, which was the first Persona game to come to PC, I was like, oh fuck yeah! I really hope this means they're gonna put the other Persona games on PC.
And they did.
Yeah, because now Persona 5 Royal is on PC. I don't think base Persona 5 is on PC. I think it's just Royal.
And Persona 1 and 2 are thrown in the trash.
And then Persona 3, I think Persona 3 Royal came to PC, and then when they did the whole like reboot, like remaster version of Persona 3 that just kind of happened this year, where it's
Persona,
a remake. It's like, what if Persona 5 was Persona 3? Is like, to my understanding, what it is. Like, gameplay wise and stuff, it's very different.
But it's dark and spooky and full of demons. How does that work?
Because it's the story of Persona 3, but like gameplay wise, it has all of the shit of Persona 5, because there is a lot of quality life improvements across the series, like in each installment. So like,
I would imagine for a game that was from the PS2.
A game that's gonna have the kind of like the gameplay is gonna feel like a lot worse, and like there's gonna be a lot more clunky stuff in it, is gonna be Persona 3 versus Persona 5.
Hell, even the original Kingdom Hearts didn't have skippable cutscenes.
Yeah, which is probably gonna be really rough for me, because most of my friends played up the games, and my first one was Persona 5, so I'm gonna lose stuff that was in Persona 5 that I thought was really useful and really good as I go back. So like, it probably is.
That's why you should play games in chronological order instead of backwards.
Well, I knew they were like the Final Fantasy games. I knew you don't need to play one to understand the other one, right? I knew that was a thing with them, so I played 5 because Joker was announced for Smash. Like, that's the thing that got me interested enough into trying it. That, and at the time I had just gotten my PlayStation 4, and I got my PlayStation 4 to play Spider-Man, and that was like basically, I got it on a whim because it was a Black Friday sale. It was late in the PS4's lifespan. It was bundled with the Spider-Man game,
and I wanted to really play the Spider-Man game.
And so at the time that I bought it, I was justifying my purchase by buying other I was looking at what PlayStation exclusives there were for the PlayStation 4 and essentially buying those. So all my games that I have on my PlayStation 4, and I'm going to say this very clearly and loudly for everybody in the audience, at the time were exclusives, because basically every game I bought for my PS4, I have no want to go and play them on my PS4, because a lot of them I didn't finish or beat. and like essentially I'm at the point where they're all on PC now. Like basically all of them. I think Bloodborne's the only one I own that's not on PC at this point.
And the PS4 got really, really sad at you.
And so yeah, now my PS4 has been like gathering dust for years. Like I haven't touched my PS4 like at all. And
it's crying constantly.
The number of games I own on my PS4 that I've beaten, the number of games on my PS4 that I've beaten is like maybe 2 or 3. And I own like maybe 6 to 10 games. I probably own somewhere between 6 to 10 games for my PS4.
You haven't touched your controller in 4 years.
I've only beaten. Well, now that I have a TV in my bedroom though, because I got a second TV.
We can play Bloodborne again.
I might break my PlayStation 4 up, because what I can do is I can plug the PlayStation 4 into my TV, and then I can like watch stuff on my PlayStation 4, like watch Netflix and stuff, and then I can have that available, because right now it's sitting at my parents' place, my PlayStation 4. Like I don't have it here.
Damn it! You left me behind, you bitch!
I think the only games I beat on my PlayStation, I think I only beat 2 games. I think I beat Persona 5, which ate up most of the time spent on my PlayStation, and I beat Spider-Man and its DLC. Like I bought the DLC on it, and I beat that and its DLC. I have since beat Spider-Man, but not its DLC on my PC. So like I bought the game again, because I bought like the collector's edition that was on the computer that came with the DLC. I just haven't played the DLC yet on it, but I did go and beat the main story on it again.
I can't believe you spent money to avoid me, your console.
But yeah, now I'm at a position where there's an awkward situation where like most of the games that are on, as I said, that I bought for my PlayStation 5 are now available on PC. And almost all of them I have not purchased. Like I haven't purchased them yet. So like I have reason to still, if I want to play them, I either choose to buy them on my computer and play them on my computer, or I go back and I play them on my PlayStation. And it's really wonky. And if we wanna stream Persona 5 Royal, I'm gonna have to get it on PC, because that's how we're gonna stream it, right?
Or you'd have to get an Elgato and do that instead.
Or I'd have to figure out how to do the whole capture from my console thing, which
then you'd have to play it off your console.
That's probably more expensive. That's probably more expensive than just buying Royal in like a Steam sale or something, right?
Well, yeah, if you got it on sale, then absolutely.
Well, because how much is the thing you need to capture stuff off of a console? I don't even know.
I don't even know what the price for it is now. Like I bought mine probably about 5 or 6 years ago.
Okay, what did you pay at that time?
Probably around $200, $150.
Yeah, so it'd be cheaper for me to just buy the game on, because presumably there's like newer and better versions of stuff.
Yeah, I know.
But like. So, cause here's the thing. At the end of the day, either drop like $100 on this equipment, or buy a $60 game on Steam full price. Like, full price, it's still significantly cheaper. At sale, it's even more cheaper.
But what are you buying really in comparison to this device that you could have?
Besides, as far as those games go, I am willing to shill the extra money to pay for Persona. Persona 5 is one of those games that, in my mind, yes, I can shill the money to play this game again. Like that is something I'm willing to do, because I'm willing to give the studio that made this game money in the hopes that they make more. Because the Persona 5 was a goddamn blast. Persona 4, I think some of the things that made me not as keen at continuing playing Persona 4, which is how I got distracted off of it, was some of the gameplay elements. And while it was still a fun blast and the characters were great and I was enjoying the story, I do think the Persona 5 story I was enjoying more than Persona 4. Which I think at the end of the day, I think that story comes down to things like that come down to personal preference. Because I do think games that are very well made but have like a bunch of different stories across the series, it becomes, a lot of the times the story can become there's like a lot of them are pretty much equal. They're all pretty good, and like it just becomes personal preference. And so I think I melded better with like the characters and stuff in Persona 5 better than I was doing that with Persona 4. I think part of it was the early party members too. There was a party member in Persona 4 that I absolutely could not fucking stand. Like one of like the very first party members in Persona 4, I could not stand them at all. Like they annoyed the ever living shit out of me. And in Persona 5, I had no negative opinion of any of the party members, albeit the last party member, in my opinion, and it's probably partially because they're the last party member, is kind of like a very meh character. And they come too late in the story is probably the thing. Like, you don't get to be alongside them long enough for them to like have enough moments that you start to really like them. Instead, they just come across really meh to me. So they're like an okay party member. And then I love all of the other party members in Persona 4. Like Persona 5. All the Persona 5 party members I absolutely love. Oh, she's writing a book.
Yeah, she's a book illustrator, has some award-winning work.
I'm glad you've been doing a better job at paying attention than me.
Well,
right now.
it's kind of been... I mean, it's not that hard to pay attention when we've only gone through like 12 text box in the last 40 minutes.
But essentially, one of the problems is I'll get distracted on my tangent, and then I'll realize we haven't moved along, and I'll hit the button without having read all of it, or like only seeing certain keywords. So like, there are things I've missed.
Anyway, we'll have to redo all of this when we actually do our next Ace Attorney episode.
Nah, we won't.
We're gonna save after the intro and be like, well, that's it.
A lot of this is gonna be us like getting to know characters and like getting to know who they are and stuff like that right now. Like there is no murder and no investigation to pay attention to stuff. So essentially, the biggest thing that I failed at is
she is wearing a purple blouse, which is weird.
I was gonna say, so far the only thing I failed at is if there's anything I failed to get, it's this character. I haven't been paying attention to most of the conversation with this character.
We haven't really learned beyond her occupation. We haven't learned much about her.
Right, which is why I'm like, it's not, because my point is these characters, you don't get to, you get a very basic like here's who they are, which at any given time I can do this and like look at that too, basically like a shorter sum up of it.
How can we sum up a character in 2 sentences?
Well, because the experience of who they are and what makes them like more fun and stuff comes more with the murder and when you talk to them about that stuff. Because right now the conversation's very much this is who I am, and like based on how they talk, you can get like a bit of like their personality, comes through how they talk. And this person's just kind of been like, just a basic like kind older woman. It's basically.
Oh, you were making dinner? I was busy dying of starvation. Because I've been standing here for 5 hours. Oh my god, dinner! I'm not gonna poison you.
Yeah, so here's a twist, by the way, that I'm gonna call right here, right now. And I had this twist when we walked in here, but I think that just kind of helped confirm my twist, where she like really didn't want Maya to come help her. So you know how all the nuns in the convent have to change their name?
Sure.
And you know how her mom has disappeared for a long ass amount of time and like has gone missing and has been gone for like she's been gone for like a significant amount of time.
And also like, the victim.
Yeah. So if this woman's the victim, no matter what, this woman strikes me. When we walked in here, she striked me as like, I was like, if any character is gonna be Maya's mother in disguise, it'd be this. And like the whole thing that they changed their names helps hide her. So yes, my guess is right here, right now, I'm guessing that this is Maya's mother. And I think part of the reason why she's willing to let Pearl help her is because Pearl wouldn't have ever seen what she looked like or like, be able to eventually piece together. Because it's been years enough that like Maya's like, we can't fully remember what her mom looks like. And it's been long enough that her mother is aged enough that, it won't be like a 1-for-1. But I feel like over time, if you would spend enough time with them and talking to them, there could be a slip up, right? Where like, Elise here might slip up and say something that like, confirms she's the mom, right? And because you get into that like habitual thing with your child, like you'll be like, oh, honey, like you'll say something or like say something or they'll start like Maya will start talking about something about in her past, and it'll cause reminiscence to happen, and then Elise could accidentally cut in with something she shouldn't know if she's a stranger, right?
Here's my family history. I am not Maya's mom.
It's a map of the place. Hey, it's that bridge.
Because we apparently need a map for 2 buildings.
Hey, it's that bridge.
Who gives a shit about that bridge? They still never fixed it. They can't be the same bridge.
Well, my point is, it looks exactly like that bridge from the other case, and that would make sense why fucking what's her face is here. It's because it's tied to her early crimes, right?
Could she be dumb enough to commit the same crime twice?
I mean, no, but I think part of why she came back, like, so here's the thought, right? Let's say she's truly repentant somehow, right? Let's say she's truly repentant. Let's say she truly found Jesus in jail or something. She got out of prison for however she did, but she's truly repentant. She comes back to, like, you know, pray or something, or lean down, or like look at what she did and like feel the impact of what she did. Meanwhile, literally just down the road from this, there's like a nunnery that she ends up meeting the person and talking to, and they end up like convincing her and recruiting her and giving her a better life, so she joins them. Alternatively, and I just fucking figured it out, throw all of what I just said away. Remember that she said she hid the diamond at a temple?
No, she threw the diamond in a river.
No. They hid it before they got there or something. They hid it here or something, didn't they? Oh no, they went and retrieved it from here, right?
I thought that it fell into the river, and they were like, that's why she jumped into it as well.
Right, but there was a thing where they had to stop at a temple beforehand to get something. I think they hid the diamond, so I think they went and got the diamond, right?
Well, dipshit stopped at a shrine for some reason.
No, with her, because they were together, and they stopped, and that's when that's what it was. You're right. It was the second case, not the first case, that they made the stop at the shrine. It's not the murder where she falls off the bridge and she's the victim murder. It's the murder where she kills the guy murder is the one where that involves himself, because he stops at the shrine, and the reason he stops at the shrine is because the shrine's a special spot for the two of them, or like was a special spot for him and Dahlia. That's why he stopped at the shrine. There was some reason why he stopped at the shrine, and while he was stopped at the shrine, she was able to put the body in the trunk. That's how she gets the body in the trunk, while he stopped at the shrine. But so my guess is that shrine that he stopped at is this shrine, and that's part of that is going to be why she ended up here. But it wasn't that they hid stuff here. Albeit she could have hid the diamond here. That could be a thing that turns out to be true, like after she got out of the river. But I feel like she wouldn't have had to have hidden the diamond at that point. So like, I don't know why it would be hidden here. But yeah.
Unfortunately, we've been standing here for 6 hours straight, and we both froze to death.
Oh, there's something new. Okay, Sister Bikini's gone.
Let's go meet Bitch Face. It's been 5 years since I talked to her. Okay, so what are we gonna do? We're gonna have a stone sign and a wooden sign. We don't know what the heck we want to do.
Oh yeah, remember the fact that Phoenix is in the hospital reviewing the case that involves this bridge in the previous chapter? Like that's the start of the previous chapter, is he's in the hospital reviewing the case that involved this bridge.
He was in the hospital. We still don't know how.
My guess is he's gonna end up in the hospital because of something in the story, and then he's gonna review that case. And then he's gonna review that case, and while he's reviewing that case, having to review that case is gonna be prevalent to what's going on here. Like he's gonna have a reason to have to go look at that case from this, and something's gonna happen to him during this case that's gonna hospitalize.
Actually, that'd be a good cutoff point. Let's get Phoenix almost killed. He'll be hospitalized, and that'll be the perfect endpoint.
Yeah, we'll see.
To our podcast, because this was definitely not an episode.
I was gonna say we'll definitely go a little bit longer, than because I said the earliest. I said that sounded like a good quitting time was 12:30, and we're 10 minutes from that right now. So I feel like we will play a little bit more just to get a little bit farther.
But hey, if there's anything to throw away in episode 4, it's definitely Persona, a series worth talking about.
It's true.
No, it's not. Dusk and dust are not the same thing at all.
Dusty Bridge. I like that.
dusty bridge covered in snow.
Do you want to know what this thing is?
Well, that's obviously a security phone, but it's in the middle of nowhere. Why would they hook it up in here when they could hook it up to a building, if that's...
Okay, that's important to note and keep in our memories. This bridge is 20 minutes from the hall we were just at.
I just realized I'm gonna have to, like... I mean, it's not gonna take, like, forever, but I'm gonna have to shotgun a lot of Assassin's Creed 3 really fast, because, like, I'm basically gonna have that due in 3 days.
I mean, if you want more time, we can just do double episode of Phoenix, right? And then...
I guess that's fair.
If that's something you want to do. It's just you'd be giving up your time.
Again, I'm not
saying move it around. I'm saying literally just replace that day, your game, with another day of Phoenix, right? And then Saturday do Phoenix Wright as normal, and then the following Wednesday do your game, and then the Saturday after that do Phoenix Wright again. So
I don't know if I'd be up for that, but I can. I'll see what I can get a schedule for.
My point is, we're not rotating anything and like getting you an extra day. It's that we're literally replacing your day with me getting an extra day, and then I guess in a way it pays back for the fact that today was supposed to be my day, but I willingly gave it to you. I don't know. It's my point is, if you want more time, that's an option. If you don't want more time, we don't have to do it. But it helps the fact that we didn't get very far into this game, so I was thinking this case was going to take 2 sessions, like 2 full sessions. It's probably going to take what we did today, still plus 2 full sessions, if I had to take a guess.
We didn't do anything today. We didn't do a damn thing.
Well, that's my point. Is we're gonna accomplish so little by the end of today that
we accomplished 2% of the case.
My initial thought was that this case was going to take 2 full sessions of playing to get through, and
doesn't
minimum.
look that bad. I mean that arch doesn't look good.
I mean, the fence, the outer fence.
Was everything in this temple just built terribly?
I mean, I imagine it was built by hand like many years ago, and so, just time has torn away at what, and it was built by hand, so, you couldn't build it in certain ways because you didn't have access to certain, like, materials and stuff. So it's like, it's very wooden, like, the wood wore away.
So Phoenix oddly can't read Japanese.
Oh, I assumed it was like worn away enough that he couldn't read it or something.
That is very clear Japanese. I don't know why he couldn't read it.
I don't know. I was gonna say all writing that's been like written on things, like written on boards and stuff, has been.
Okay, apparently he can read Japanese.
Because he's like, yeah, except the sign here says no entry, and as you can see, that sign image-wise is written in Japanese. And this isn't the first time in the series we've had to like.
Maya, stop committing crimes.
That we can examine, and then.
It's either Japanese or Chinese. I can't really tell from here.
It's Japanese.
It's actually Korean, but I can't see.
I want to know why there's 2 gates.
One's for horses.
Like, there's this gate in the middle that's very clearly like the main gate, but then there's that little side gate.
Why is Maya just so incredibly stupid? Maybe you should have had some food before going on a 20-minute. What the fuck?
Excuse me, this is the training hall? What? It's
no,
like
we're clearly in prison.
It's like a weird oblong prison cell.
Yeah, why is the whole room falling over? Why is there a mine under the temple? She couldn't handle walking. Okay, we made this like a prison in a mine, but let's improve the place by putting up a poster. That'll fix everything. Ooh, I'm a spooky ghost.
No, it's Dragon Girl, I think. Actually, no.
I can't tell. There's a hat on her.
No, you can. So some of her hair is peeking out there on the bottom there, and then if you look inside, like over her shoulder onto the inside of the habit, you can see her hair there too. Her hair is brown.
Who are you? I can't see you. Who you are?
They didn't put fucking fairy girl in the thing. The thing is, she has fairy girl's eyes, which is what throws me for a loop. Like it's they might be a different color than they're supposed to be, but like.
Well, apparently Phoenix thinks she's her. Why are you in the prison mine?
Okay, so she also had a moment of surprise, and then she waves it away here. So yeah, very well could be her. It's just her hair is not the right color. Her hair is brown.
Well, that's kind of what you do when you're escaped from jail.
Yeah, that's true.
Well,
yeah, this
there
is
you
Iris.
go.
So this is the girl in the photo who looks exactly like.
I will look forward to getting murdered by you. Well, that's convenient.
If we want to figure out how Phoenix gets into the hospital, you want a good fucking guess of how Phoenix gets into the hospital?
Well, even Maya is falling for her.
The girl, I was gonna say, the girl who has a habit of killing anybody who knows anything, or like knows even a bit too much, and someone from her past coming here is going to ruin whatever it is she's planning to do here. So my guess is Phoenix is gonna end up in the hospital because that girl's gonna make a goddamn attempt on his life. Or in a twist, someone else is going to take an attempt on his life, but the game's going to frame it in a way that makes us think.
Well, you can tell it's long. There's a bar on the damn thing. Stop using "look at me's" catchphrase. Shut up. Jesus.
Maya doesn't know how bad of a thing she just said.
No,
that's
she
like
does.
She's incredibly horrible. I mean, no, this is an incredibly horrible thing to say. Like, it's light teasing the way Maya said it with her knowledge. Like, it's teasing. It can be annoying, but at the end of the day, it's just teasing. However, she's literally going from Phoenix's perspective, who knows everything. She's saying you and your ex-girlfriend who tried to murder you, sitting in a tree cage.
Well, even Phoenix doesn't connected the dots yet.
No, Phoenix is pretty sure it's her. That's why he came, right? Seeing the picture of her is literally what caused him to be like, wait a minute.
But apparently he's still not 100% there yet.
I mean, he was expecting her to be like, so he believed it was her. He believed it was her, but
it's her mom.
You know, but like it can't be because she's supposed to be in prison, right? That's what I'm assuming it's supposed to be, right? It looks exactly like her, but it can't be because he's in prison. So he comes, he asks people who's here, hey, who's this girl? What's her name, right? Because he's hoping they say her name. Well, then he gets a different name, right?
It's Iris, not Hawthorne.
And then he bumps into her, and
I called it. I win the prize.
The portrait was her mother. Is that what you said?
The obvious thing was obvious, and it happens to look exactly like Elise.
Yeah, it does look very similar to Elise.
Except that wouldn't really make sense because this is a painting and not a picture.
I mean, Elise's hair is arranged differently now.
Yes.
But, I mean, that's you can just change your hair.
But we can't really use this as proof because, again, this is a painting and we can't tell this is what she looked like. This isn't gonna hold up in court, Phoenix. Okay,
yeah, so Maya hasn't seen her mother.
She has no idea what her mom looks like.
And that means she was 4 the last time she saw her mother. So not only is it 15 years of time, it's also 15 years on the memory of a 4-year-old.
Also this. She just gave up trying to remember what she looked like. Let's get out of jail.
My guess is we go back now. Alright, something's gonna happen on the bridge. Iris is gonna try to push us off the bridge.
No, we made it across the bridge.
He looks green because he saw...
Shrek.
He saw the person who was trying to kill him.
Oh, now there's another character?
Hey, Butts.
Why?
Oh, he's painting apparently.
What the fuck is with the bows on his shirt?
Oh, he's got a silly monkey face on his shirt.
He painted that monkey face.
Like a monkey samurai guy, I guess. I don't know.
Oh, it's that guy.
What?
Butts changed his name because of potatoes.
Larice?
Yeah, to Larice Donham.
Which, like, I feel like it's just Larry Butts hidden in there, because Larice is definitely Larry. So my guess is if we looked up what the fucking word that his last name is, it's some, like,
well, that's
other
clearly not
word
a word.
But no, if there might be a there might be a word in there that's like Greek or something. Like, my point is, it's not an English word.
Well, if I just type that name into Google, it's just gonna give me results for this. Why are you stuffing a brush in my face?
Because there's no way this is. You're right. So if there's a word hidden in there, the problem is they don't know what the word is. Because when you type in that word, you get...
I literally told you not to do that, and you just did it.
Hold on. No, I typed in the last name plus the mean. I mean, it didn't spoil anything because...
We already know that this is Larry.
Yeah, we already know this. It looks exactly like Larry. There's no way it's not fucking Larry, but he's claiming his name is this. It says it may be a play on a pseudonym, or on the word pseudonym.
Okay.
Or if you could be a combination of a corruption of dux, meaning two, and the suffix nym. The nym suffix is a variant of onym, a suffix from ancient Greek for name, so second name. So it's either a play on the word pseudonym in some way, because it's the combination of words in there.
Oh, it's phone name.
Is literally the combination of words in there. That is, you have the Greek word for two, which is deux, and then nym, but nym is a suffix variant of omnym, and omnin is the suffix from an ancient Greek word for name. So like synonym, right? That nym that comes from words like that, it has to do with name, right? So synonym is just, it's another name for something, right? That's why it's a synonym. Another word for the same word, synonym. But yeah, so it's literally to name is what it means. So I was thinking it was going to be a play where his first name is just a different version of the name Larry, which is Larice, and then his last name was going to be a play on the word butts somehow, like a different way of saying butts. But no, instead the joke is second name.
You literally act exactly the same.
And immediately Phoenix accused it. So I thought maybe like the Iris thing, we're going to be like, oh, I'm not sure. We were going to be like, oh, I guess this is a different person who just looks like Larry. Like, we were going to be super hard on it.
He's he's skirt chasing in the worst possible place to pick for.
Is that Elise's name too? Hold on.
Yeah, of course it was.
Elise's name. I didn't catch that. Well, remember that like basically everything with this character I missed, so I didn't catch her last name. So yeah, you're right. Her last name also means second name, so that's a point towards my level of thinking that she's Misty.
No, you're still a skirt-chasing douchebag. Yeah, you lost your job because you were a moron.
No, he didn't lose his job in that case. He still had it at the end.
He found the Book of Destiny in a newspaper. Really?
Oh. So apparently in his quest to find to reinvent himself,
he found it in a children's picture book.
He found the book, the answer, and the book was called The Magic Bottle, and it's written by Elise. And so then I assume he loves it so much that he goes and finds her, and then he I guess becomes her adopted son, or his womanizer ways get in the way, and he tries to date.
He's her student.
And he takes up her name, I guess. That's gonna be what it is.
I don't know why, but yes. I thought you already read the book. Or you were at least aware of it.
I'd follow her anywhere.
And that's why we get pushed off the cliff. Because Larice does it. In honor of Elise.
See, just like him being a weird creeper, though, he took this photo in secret. Like, this is a photo he took.
Why would you take this in secret? She was clearly looking at you.
And he has extra prints of said copy, and he just gave us one, taken by her pupil.
Why do you just walk around with 8 copies of this picture? What the fuck are you doing? It's such a good picture, I have to give it to literally everyone, even though it's a secret picture.
I mean, for a picture taken in sequence, it is a very well shot photograph.
It's also like, what the fuck? Did you take this picture while it was falling out of your hands? How is it this diagonal?
I assume from wherever sneaky shot he had to do.
That's not the way to fix your problem, Larry. That's probably not what it's about.
I mean, I think to some extent he's kind of right. There's an element of skill, and then there's an element of soul, is how I would put it. Not pure heart, but like an element of soul. So there's an element of skill to, I mean, any form of art. There's an element of skill, and then there's an element of soul.
I don't think Larry understands that.
But you know, because I think to truly make your own art and to love your own art is to have great soul, but not necessarily great skill. But to make a living off of your art, you need to have great skill and sometimes great soul, because there'll be some things that we can point to that say, I would argue, are pretty soulless forms of art, which are like, you know, I cookie cuttered this formula because I know it's successful and makes money. Well, then you didn't really put much soul into it.
And you also lost all of your money.
Well, and a lot of times when it comes to, you know, copying something for its success but not missing the soul for it, people pick up on
failure.
I was gonna say, yeah, people can a lot of times, not always. I'd argue there's things that are super formulaic, and I wouldn't argue have that much soul in them, if at all, but are successful. I think there's whole genres of movie that are that way. I think the MCU is at this point kind of getting to become that, and I think that's why the MCU movies have been so hit and miss lately, is because a lot of them I don't feel like have much soul to them, and it's starting to bug people because they are very formulaic, and they have become very formulaic.
It's been that way for several years.
I mean, yeah, but that's because like we're several years out of Endgame, which was like the last big one, right? So like since Endgame, everything with the MCU has been hit and miss. Like it's literally felt like, from someone who like goes out of their way to watch all of it because I'm super into superheroes and everything,
it hasn't been able to rebuild into anything.
Yeah, there's been movies that I've really enjoyed that have come after Endgame, but like they haven't topped some of the best films during the era before Endgame and stuff. But it really feels like they're throwing darts at a dartboard, and sometimes they hit a good thing, and other times they miss. And to some extent, it's actually felt like it's literally every other. Like the ones I like is this one, and then the next one comes out and it's bad, and then the next one comes out and it's good, and then the next one comes out and it's bad.
Sounds like a very annoying thing to be a fan of.
Yeah, right now I'm not. I'm like behind on things. Like I think one of the last movies I didn't bother to go see in theaters, even though like I used to always go see them all in theaters.
Well, you don't need to do that.
I know, but like that's the point though. Like if you're a super fan of this, you would probably enjoy seeing them in theaters more. But because they've gotten so hit and miss lately, I've not been going to them in theaters because I kind of like wait to hear like the general audience consensus from like the release day, which I mean I always do. I don't tend to go to things on day one, but if I hear it's kind of meh at best or like it's okay at best, I chose to skip it, right? The last one I saw in theaters was Guardians of the Galaxy, the most recent Guardians of the Galaxy sequel, which I feel like was a better movie solely because it's not trying to establish new characters, which so you don't have that struggle to do, which I feel like that stuff has gotten really formulaic, and you know you're not exploring a character, you're just doing the same thing you've done before with the new characters, which is why I think a lot of the new characters, from what I've been hearing, just aren't hitting shit as well. Like they're not hitting audiences very well, and I think what it is I think the bubble pops is part of it. I think like I think we're back to the superhero movies that are really only for the big superhero fans. It's not this is the movies literally the entire world are going to see, which like it
not
was.
anymore. No.
Yeah, during its height and like into Endgame, this was like general movie going audiences are sitting on their seats for a year because of this shit, and they're looking forward to the next installment with great gusto. And I think when Endgame happened, we finished the arc, we finished the story, and then they started having to introduce like a lot of new characters, and it's kind of like a restart. But because it's a restart, and the fact that
obviously not going to do as well,
they're starting to feel formulaic on top of it because we've, on like the start of the, what became the Endgame and stuff like, the start of that run of movies. The start of that was new, right?
Now we're doing it 35 movies deep.
Yeah, now we're trying to restart the path 35 movies deep, which means I feel like you lost the general movie going audience now, and it's becoming just the comic book fans. And for me, if the movie is kind of meh and not all that great, I think I'd rather just like wait for it to come to a streaming service like Disney Plus to watch it instead of like watch it in the theaters. But I'd argue some of those ones that are like not hitting very well lately are because
did you fall in love with Bikini? How did you do that?
The MCU has become a very like it's become so formulaic and so like this is the formula to make good movies in Hollywood that like other movies you can feel have been influenced by the MCU, like other genres, like not even superhero movies, but they do some of the same like styles of humor and stuff like that. Like fuck, I forgot
the Marvel humor, the terrible trope.
So the call it the Marvel humor is almost exactly correct. Bathos. It's called bathos. So bathos is when you bathos is when you in writing. Bathos is when you undercut a serious moment with sudden comedy.
Oh, there is an actual word for this bullshit.
So, and that's like literally the MCU's gotten so bad at it, it feels like there's never a serious moment in MCU anymore. Because even like in the old MC movies, when they like, because like I'd say Avengers was the first movie to do like a good amount of bathos with like a really good audience reaction. Like I don't remember if the movies before Avengers 1 had that element to them. Like I don't think Iron Man 1 and stuff had the bathos to it. But like I can name very distinct bathos moments from Avengers 1. But it wasn't like every goddamn joke in the movie, and it wasn't like every goddamn emotional thing suddenly got undercut with bathos, right? But now it's gotten to the point, because the bathos has been such a big hit during like some of the most memorable moments from like Avengers 1 are some of those bathos moments. It's gotten to the point where like every time the MCU starts to do anything like, it's building and it's supposed to feel serious and something, I'm waiting for that undercut. Like part of what causes bathos to hit good is when you're not expecting it. But the MCU has normalized bathos so much that it shows up in other movies and other stories and stuff now. I feel like it's become a very popular form of comedy to do in fiction. And then 2, on top of that, it's become so overused that we expect it. And when you expect it, some of the humor of how it undercuts is lost, and thus it becomes really hollow and like not as good. And like becomes more groany, which is what I'm at it now. There's a lot of moments in MCU movies now where they do the bathos, and I like groan because I'm like, oh my god, just please don't do the bathos. Like at this point, it'd be more of a shock to not undercut the serious moments.
And then they go for the joke and they just say stillbirth, and that's it.
Yeah, I wonder if I can.
She's
I wonder if I
48.
can.
Really? God damn. For being almost 50, she looks pretty good.
What, Bikini?
Yeah.
I'm curious if we can ask him about some of the other people around here.
What?
She's Bikini Butts?
But you can't leave me hanging on that. How does that happen?
Apparently Bikini that makes sense of how he potentially was able to meet Elise, because like, he read the book and was inspired to become her pupil, but then he has to like track her down. But it's like, nah, my mother knows her. Like that helps him get in as a student. All right, he probably has something to say about his master.
Stop having so many moms, Larry.
She's like a mother to me.
I immediately fell all over her. Well, you are a comedic doofus, Larry. She's the type of every man who breathes.
I mean, yeah, basically that's been her motif.
I don't know how, but it's happening.
Makes sense. It makes sense that if any, it makes sense that if any character in the series though would like fall victim to her next, it would be Larry, because like Larry's whole thing of he's constantly falling in love with women and then moving on. It feels like the woman who takes advantage of the fact that everybody loves her and she uses her meek and mild and I'm so delicate, please protect me, to like lure men to their deaths. It feels like a person to come into her crosshairs is potentially Larry.
I don't think bitch face would make the good like model for anything, because I feel if you just drew her as she is now, like she would just end up literally looking like the Virgin Mary, just a generic female statue.
I mean, no, part of the way artists draw and have always done the Virgin Mary is, you know, they do make her graceful, elegant. Like they do go out of the way to make her like prettier, right? Like she's not like the Virgin Mary in most art forms you see her in isn't drawn like the typical woman. She's drawn to be very pretty, right? At least pretty in face, because the clothes they wear at that time period, you don't really see a shape of the body.
Yeah, she would look like her.
But my point is pretty in face, so that's not like your average person or just your normal run-of-the-mill. Hi, Pearl, are you here to tell us that dinner is ready? I assume you're here to tell us dinner is ready.
And now somehow dinner will kill Phoenix.
I mean, we do know this woman has poisoned people in the past. Phoenix could very well end up in the hospital because Iris poisons his food. What could be a very interesting...
I'm confused. What? I thought Iris went to the main hall. Why is she still at the other temple?
Is that what they said?
I don't.
I guess it
doesn't really matter.
I thought she said something about her going to.
Oh yeah, she was going to do chores.
Oh yeah, so she's probably somewhere around that hall that she was at, but she's doing chores there.
Pearl believes in curses.
Well, that and the training's supposed to be really difficult, so physically it could be strenuous, right? I mean, we saw that the training or trial that Maya has to go through is through whatever that cage door thing is, so...
Maybe somehow, some way,
oh my
Maya's trial will murder Phoenix.
No, that's what's gonna happen, is the murder's gonna happen during Maya's goddamn trial, and because it happened during Maya's goddamn trial, Maya's gonna look like the guilty party, and Maya's gonna get arrested again!
For the third time you have a rap sheet, Maya. You're not even 20.
The twist I wanted for this chapter when I found out that, like, the girl who tried to kill Phoenix was in it, is that because she has a guilty record now, everybody was going to immediately assume her, and here she was going to be the innocent party. Like, that was the twist I was waiting on. Like, Phoenix is going to have to put grudges behind him for the sake of true justice and help the person that actively was going to kill him at one point in his life, right? That's what I was hoping this case was going to be. But, oh my god, I could easily see it be... see it being Maya gets put in goddamn jail again.
This game's not going to be that clever. Maya's totally gonna be the arrested one. So that you can die in the snow, falling off a bridge. You're gonna have to learn how to speak like Batman. Where are they? Apparently I can't do it anymore.
Alright, so I see that definitely not Misty is, you know, kind of reliving some of those lost moments with Maya that she doesn't have with, she could have had with Maya had she been around with Pearl. You know,
well, that was her choice. She chose to do that.
I mean, yeah, as stated, like
she's a bad person.
She's getting some of that out with Pearl, which likely, if I had to take a guess, because I'm pretty sure we saw Elise be the victim, but maybe I'm wrong. Because another twist I could see is that the victim is the victim is the victim is Iris, which is, you know, Dahlia Hawthorne, and then the person who becomes accused then has to defend himself in court, and then we have to like play as Maya for the investigation.
Phoenix did it.
Is Phoenix, because
Phoenix
falls
did
under
the
fire.
crime.
Phoenix falls under fire because he's the one that has he has the instant motive for wanting to kill her. So if she ends up dead, Phoenix is the one that around here right now that has the instant motive. But I'm pretty sure the beginning showed us who died, and it was Elise.
Well, why'd you come here at all then? You chose to live here.
I mean, he's choosing to put up. He's choosing to put up with the cold to train under Elise so that he can, become the new Larry Butts.
Gravely. I'm not foreshadowing anything at all. Gravely Roast, it's the worst cookbook ever. But you were just reading something. You're just gonna drop that for something else? Like, in the middle of a sentence, she's like, well, better go do the dishes.
I think it was they were reading something during dinner, because that was the dinner conversation. And then it was after dinner she was gonna go read to her, but, sit, in her room. Yeah, it's February 7th.
Damn it, can we at least intro the crime before we head out for today?
Well, Phoenix didn't go to train. Yeah, we can probably do that. My guess is the body's gonna be discovered. Like, what's gonna happen here is Phoenix is waking up the next morning, and like somehow something's gonna happen. We're gonna bump into something, and we're gonna stumble across the body. So right now, Elise is alive. So if she
Pearl died.
If she is gonna be murdered, she's gonna be murdered. She's gonna be murdered within a tight time period, because my brain says we definitely are gonna find the body this morning. Like, the murder's gonna have happened
I thought it was like 1 a.m.
Oh, is that what it said?
I don't know what it said. It just seems like
if it said 1 a.m., then my guess is Phoenix is going to the bathroom. Then he's gonna go back to bed, and this is gonna be important because we bumped into her during the time of the murder. So if she ends up being the person that murdered, we're gonna know that she was alive at this time because we bumped into her, right? That kind of thing.
Well, she's too busy looking for her not daughter. I mean, that's fair. But why would Phoenix give a shit about her at all? Oh, she just appeared in front of me when I was thinking about her.
Well, the two people I put on the chopping block to be people who haven't died yet, because we just bumped into both of them. Because my brain says either the Elise gets murdered, and then either Maya gets arrested for the third goddamn time, or Iris gets arrested because she was already caught as a murderer, and they're just gonna automatically assume that she's the murderer, but this time she's gonna be innocent. In which case it becomes really weird and wonky who the killer is, because unless it's a character we haven't met, that means it's either like Bikini, which is apparently Larry Butt's birth mom, Larry Butts, or Maya. Like if Iris isn't the killer, and they do the Iris is innocent thing, it means that our killer is either someone we haven't met yet and we will meet, because there probably is more characters in this chapter. I wouldn't be surprised. I also here's another reason why I think defending this girl makes for a really interesting chapter. If we have to defend this girl, Godot would be our prosecuting attorney, and and this is the girl that poisoned him.
Oh no,
right?
Vincent's come back for revenge.
If he is Diego, right? If he is Diego, he would be super hostile in this case against her.
But he's always antagonistic. It won't change anything.
However...
Oh no, she took her hat off and we can finally see who she is. Yeah, ask her about the temple. That'll help. You don't have mods constantly following you around. I don't know who you are. Okay. Can anyone prove that?
Hold on. Is there gonna be some weird-ass twist where the Dahlia Hawthorne that was in the other case isn't actually a Dahlia Hawthorne?
It could be.
Like this is the Dahlia Hawthorne that fell off the bridge, and she lost her memory because of that incident. She was found and then raised here.
I don't know. That seems a bit ridiculous.
Like Because it's the same person with different color hair.
Well, if she was found in a river, how did she end up on a mountain?
Well, because she fell into the river on the mountain. The river's on the mountain, Jeff. She fell off that bridge over there.
You expect a lady who fell into a river to just climb up a mountain?
No, I expect her to wash up on the shore of the river that might be somewhere else on the mountain. Like, there might be a shore to the river somewhere along the river path that's on the mountain.
This seems like the dumbest mystery they could have picked. It's like, it's Dahlia, but not. It's like, what's the mystery? It's like, I don't give a shit. It's clearly her.
I mean, part of the mystery becomes who the fuck was the Dahlia from back then. But no, I definitely think this is. I definitely think this has to be the Dahlia. I feel like that one, out of all the ideas I've had for this chapter that I feel like would be interesting, that's the least likely one, right? I think the defending her against Godot option and like Phoenix having to put the past behind him to like for the sake of justice is, in my opinion, the most interesting one. And
or just constantly grappling with this question over and over and over again.
The least,
it's like, it's Dahlia, but she keeps saying she's not.
No. That one I said is the least likely one out of all the ideas I've had on what this chapter could be. Is that like this girl's not actually this girl is Dahlia because Dahlia Hawthorne fell off the cliff, but like the girl that was in the last trial in the flashback wasn't actually Dahlia. She was someone else.
Identity theft.
Yeah, some sort of identity theft, because the hair is different, right? The hair color is different. That's my thought, and the fact that this girl claims to have no memory and like falling off the bridge could like make you lose your memory kind of deal. So like maybe.
Well, she doesn't say like, she has amnesia. She has her whole personal history. It doesn't mesh with anything that Phoenix knows.
I mean, her personal history is I've lived here as long as I can remember. That's her personal history as of right now. Like I've been a nun here as long as I can remember. That's
yeah,
not
but
it's personal history.
Yeah, but it's explicit. It's like I've been here since I was a kid. That's my life.
That's fair. But yeah, so yeah, we'll have to see. But as I said, I feel like that's the most unlikely one. The one I hope out of the ones is that she's the accused and we have to defend her, and Phoenix has to put the past behind him. And the one that I feel like is potentially most likely is Maya gets arrested for the third goddamn time.
Okay, how about this to prove that it's not Dahlia? It's because Iris has boobs and Dahlia doesn't.
Well, it's been 5 years.
It's the one identifying thing that she is different than her. She understands how a phone works. Why are you just holding up your magic amulet to her and be like, are you lying to me? This thing says that you're not. But you are. See, she clearly can't be Dahlia because our magical bullshit device says that it's not.
That or she's gotten so good at lying that it tricks even that thing.
Well, why are you learning how to do that? Oh, so it's not 1 a.m. It's not 1 a.m. It's like 9:30.
It's almost 10 p.m. He says.
You're gonna give me your hat? But I don't believe in any of that.
So if this is the manipulative version of her, this is likely her passing along some key important evidence that by her not having it, she can be found innocent, right?
Sure, sure. She's gonna go plan a murder real quick. Well, it's on your badge, stupid. You're wearing your badge right now. Oh, now.
Okay. So saying have we ever met before is thrown at the psych locks.
5 locks? Holy shit. What do we need to gather evidence to disprove this?
Well, no. So no. I think that proves that she is 100% Dahlia Hawthorne. Like, it is the same person. She just dyed her hair or something.
No, it's a deeper mystery under all the locks.
So my guess is that that's the proof there, and my guess is someone's gonna be dead this morning, and.
Well, he was clearly just struck by lightning.
Someone yelled, what the... A blurred Korean scream came from the courtyard. So yeah, someone from the courtyard...
Holy shit. Well, can we prove that she died? She might just be injured. I can't really tell what happened.
Yeah, that looks like... Yeah, okay.
Okay, so Elise is the victim.
It was right. I was right from what I remember from the opening.
She was killed with a statue.
So yeah, so my hope here is that by Elise dying, they're gonna find some way to pin it on. They're gonna find some way to pin it on her, and we're gonna have to defend her.
But we can't do that. There's no phone in the... There's no police in the mountain. Phoenix! Yeah, let's just run a half hour from here.
20 minutes, Jeff. And it's a 20-minute walk, so running would be less than 20 minutes.
Well, clearly it's going to take a lot longer in the dark as Phoenix constantly falls off the mountain. So how did he end up in the hospital if this is what happened?
Did I miss something that got said? Well, there's multiple days to
Well, yeah, they're running for the phone.
No, but she said hurry, hurry, or Iris.
I don't know.
So, like, is she saying Iris did it already?
Well, she said that Iris had a phone. And what? What is this gonna do? I'm burning the bridge down! Larry, what the fuck? You're here and the bridge. How did that even happen? And who burnt the bridge?
I mean, as Phoenix is saying, it might be burned to, like, cover their escape. So he's like, Phoenix...
Yeah, but then they'd be on the other side of the mountain.
So, I mean, this might be how we end up in the hospital. Maybe we get burned while running across the bridge.
He's actually doing it. He's running across the burning bridge.
Yeah, so we're likely gonna get hurt running across the burning bridge. If I had to take a guess, we're gonna survive, make it to the other side, and find something. But then
we saw him live.
We still get hurt enough. Yeah, I was gonna say we can get hurt. Likely get hurt enough that we end up in the hospital then.
Phoenix, you deserve this.
Oh no, Phoenix fell when trying to run across the bridge apparently, and that's how we end up in the hospital. Though we lived though. I mean, that's why you don't run across a burning bridge like that, to be honest.
Well, he died. That's unfortunate. And, yeah, that's gonna be to be continued in the next episode, which...
Yeah, that is a good spot to end it.
It's gonna be TBD until Wednesday, because, I'll have to see how long, getting to 1/3 of the game is gonna be. Because,
Question mark, question mark, question mark, time, question mark, location, question mark, question mark. Yeah, actually, that's a good point. If Phoenix ended up really badly hurt and in the hospital from falling, and it's been like let's say he's been in like a coma for like a couple days, is the case already over? Like, has someone already been tried for that murder?
Yeah, Maya's already been arrested.
Something after the fact. I really hope it's not Maya. I'm hoping it's Iris. Oh, I can't pause it right now. I can't pause it to exit the game.
Hey, Edgeworth. Wait, you have his phone number?
Okay, so this must be the same time as the crime Larry called Edgeworth.
Because rather than get to the cops, I need to call a lawyer.
Edgeworth, I'm calling you! Larry, what the fuck? It's not Larry, I'm not Larry! It's like, yes, you're Larry.
Wait, you called him at like 2 a.m.? Why would you report the Nick dying rather than the other lady dying?
I mean, this might be a call after the fact.
Well,
Jeff.
what the fuck are you gonna
might
expect me to do, Larry?
This might be he called emergency services, told them about the murder, told emergency services about Phoenix, so they could send everything they need to, and then he calls. Oh, goddamn it! My controller's doing that thing where it either the battery's going dead or like
right at the end here.
I leaned forward because what I did is I leaned forward in my chair, meaning my controller was closer to the wood of my desk, and that could have interfered. It was also closer to like my keyboard and stuff, which maybe that interferes, like some of the electronics in my keyboard and stuff. I don't know.
What the fuck is Larry doing?
Oh, that's the twist. Phoenix is gonna be in the hospital. We're gonna play as Edgeworth for the rest of this chapter.
Wait, really?
Yeah. Cause Butts just said like Phoenix was really hurt. I need your help. Like my Iris, she's in trouble, right? So he's like, the lawyer I know is really hurt. You need to be here because you need to at least come and see that guy because he's really hurt. Also, I have a lawyer job. I need a lawyer, or I have a thing I need a lawyer for, and Phoenix is really hurt, so I can't use Phoenix.
But Larry, I've never worked in defense. Why the hell did you call me? You're at the jail.
Yeah, so he's currently at the jail.
It's been 1 year since my spin-off went really badly, and no one wanted to hear from me again.
I mean, it's interesting that we're getting like the inner thoughts of
Edgeworth turned into Batman. Oh, it's the day after.
Yes, now I can do it. Now I can pause at the option.
Okay. So
yeah.
The good thing about me replaying Assassin's Creed Syndicate is that Assassin's Creed Syndicate to me is the last good Assassin's Creed game they made.
Gotcha.
So I'm not gonna have a bad time. I'm not gonna have a bad time at all playing it again.
Gotcha. The Assassin's Creed games I played, I don't know. I played Assassin's Creed 3 and it was super meh, and I never finished Assassin's Creed 3 because it was super meh. So, I
actually enjoyed it more than other people, but that's mostly because of Haytham Kenway.
But yeah, so we'll see if I end up how I feel, because I've heard that there are some pretty, I've heard that 3 and the long run of the series is kind of meh, but some of the ones after 3 are really good. So it's not that, but I stopped caring, and then like the story the series was saying back in the days of 2, where it's already like the crossing that was going to cross across all the games, was getting pretty convoluted. And then when I was told the ending of 3, apparently like the character you've been following for all the games in the future gets killed, and I'm like, oh, okay, so the overarching story that's been crossing all the games literally just is ended. And I think I talked to someone later too, like once there was like 2 or 3 more games in the series after 3, and I asked them, I'm like, so how did that work if they killed that character? Like, how did they continue the big story?
Well, they gave it to Faceless Character Guy.
Oh, they did? Okay, because I was told by someone that the big story kind of dropped, and it's like...
it dropped super hard because...
Like, it's basically not there. Like, there is no connecting story. They're all just individual stories now.
After 3, they kept trying to reboot it because, basically they handed the role to, like it's a first-person character, so people have called him, like, Faceless Character, because he's never been given a name. They transferred it to just a first-person character with no backstory.
Gotcha.
And then like, around, like, a game or 2 before Syndicate, they tried to give it to a different character after that, and then when Origins happened, they pretty much just gave up on it completely. But for some reason, they keep it around as a thing, even though, like, clearly no one gives a shit. Because they gave it to, an Arabian lady character who's the new Desmond, but she gets, like, no fucking screen time.
Gotcha. I take it she's probably introduced in the... Is she introduced in the Egyptian one?
Yeah, that was Origins.
Okay.
I think they've been stuck. I think they've been sticking with that, but I gave up on the series after Odyssey.
I was gonna say, I don't even know how many there are, to be honest. Like, I don't even know if I can name them all. Like, I have to just remember what... I have to remember what motifs... There's 7 fucking teen of them now? Jesus Christ. When I played, there was like 4. The last time I played, there was like 4 or 5.
I think the last time that you would have played, it probably would have been around 8.
There was 3... There was 1, there was 3 versions of 2, because like there was 2, the sequel to 2, and then the sequel to the sequel to 2, and then there was 3, and that's all I remember there being. Like there might have been some random little smaller ones or something maybe.
There were,
but like those are the ones I remember. And then as far as like the mainline ones since then, I know after they did Revolutionary War, I know they did like Victorian England. I know they did the Age of Piracy. I've known they've done Egypt, and maybe they did Vikings, but I might be getting that confused with God of War going to do Viking stuff. And
no,
I don't know.
The one before the new one was Vikings.
Okay, so they did Vikings. They did Vikings. They did
the important period of history.
I mean, yeah, what other periods of history have they done? Did I miss any is what I'm curious about. Did I get them all, or did I miss it?
Yeah, I think you've missed one of the most obvious ones.
They did Victoria, England. They did... they did Revolutionary War, of course.
It was happening around the American Revolution.
They did do the French Revolution in a game?
You got it. There you go.
Okay, they did the French Revolution again. See, I don't know. Because I remember seeing commercials. Like it all depends on whether or not I saw enough marketing for it that it kept in my brain. Like that's literally what I need to know, that I need to have seen. So
I figured the French Revolution would at least hazarded like an immediate guess.
No, because I wasn't trying to guess them based on important historical moments. Because one, you mentioning that because your hint to the French Revolution was you missed one of the most important pieces times of history, and I'd argue that across all of history there's a fuck ton of important moments. It just culturally becomes more important to you depending on where you lived and where you were born. So for example, that thing I was talking about earlier with Pakistan and India, very important moment in history if you're from the Indian area, like the Indian subcontinent. Not very important point of history to the point where I didn't learn about it till post college in the United States, right? And so there's all sorts of different moments in history that I feel like are just as important in the French Revolution in terms of just the world, but in terms of Western civilization and the big Western moments of history, yeah, the French Revolution is probably one of the big moments. Was it literally the French Revolution, or was it the Napoleonic Wars?
No, it was the French Revolution specifically.
Okay, because
very
that was another thing they could do. They could have done.
Reign of Terror.
Yeah,
I forgot what the word is.
The paranoia filled time where they were executing everybody they thought was even remotely sympathetic towards the nobles.
But speaking of the project, I think the only thing that's gonna sink it is whether they spread the DLC throughout the whole game. But I did research it a couple of times, and it seems like that's not the case. That it's not cover... the prerequisite seems to be just Chapter 3. But might need a backup plan if that happens to not be the case. I'll just keep researching it and see, but the only thing I know is that it unlocks after you get to Chapter 3. Which means I'll need to play 1/3 of the game to get there. And, yeah, I guess we'll just have to play it by ear if we're going to be doing that on Wednesday or lawyering on Wednesday. But I think once you get the summary of what the Dreadful Crimes is, you'll probably have a good idea of why I picked it. Because I can imagine that you do that at some point.
When I looked it up on Steam, but I didn't read anything about it. I just looked at it on Steam, so I saw some of the pictures. It looks like it gameplay wise, it isn't just like go murder this person. It's like very more like an investigating gameplay thing. So I imagine that's what it is, and so that's why it sticks out versus like the rest of the game. And if it does it well, then it becomes like a weird moment in game history where like a game that this isn't the dedicated gameplay of the game did like a very good version of something that it wasn't the whole game. Like there was just a random little thing in here that like decided to not do the normal gameplay of this series and then did like some crazy thing, and that might have been why you picked it. I don't know, we'll find out once we do it, but yeah. Because you're apparently not excited enough about it to just do all of Syndicate.
Well, yeah, I just like Syndicate. Like I said, it's one of my it's one of the ones I liked more, but I don't think the game would fit this format very well. This I remembered, it was like this would have been a no-brainer. This thing for $5. When does it?
I'm deciding whether or not, right now I'm working on my wheel and deciding whether or not I want to change things, and I went and I just Googled Far Cry to get a picture to see if there would be a picture I want to use if I want to put that on there. And one of the pictures where I was like, maybe I'll use that picture. It's like an IGN article of the 10 best Far Cry games. And I'm like, hold on. And like in my head, I'm like, is there even 10 of them? And I'm like, okay, there's probably some really minor small ones that I haven't heard of. There's 6 main games, and I don't know if throughout the entire series they've had this tradition, but I know ever since at least 3, there is a game that comes out in between the mainline games that like uses the map of the previous game, but like changes it visually and stuff. But it's kind of like they reuse some assets from the previous game to make this game, but it's another Far Cry game, and I haven't really played too many of those because they haven't interested me. So there's 3, and then there's Far Cry 3 Blood Dragon. I think they literally call it Far Cry 3 Blood Dragon, which is the one that's built on top of 3. Then there's Far Cry 4, and then there's Far Cry Primal, which is built on top of 4. And then there's Far Cry 5, and then there's Far Cry New Dawn, which is
New Dawn is the follow-up to 6, I believe.
No, New Dawn is the one that's built on top of 5. So it goes from 5 to New Dawn.
The one in Montana.
Yeah, the 5 is the one in Montana, and then I said each game, essentially reuses the map from the previous game. These ones that come out in the middle. They reuse the map from one of the things I know is they reuse the map from the previous game, but they like change it. So like it's not necessarily that they're in the same place as the previous one, but like if you pull up the map, you're like, oh, they literally like reused the map and then like just change textures on top of stuff, right? It's stuff like that. And so one of the ones for that is, I remember when Primal came out, one of the big critiques of it, because I think at the time some people who were looking forward to Primal, who Primal caught their eye, hadn't like known that this was kind of an already known thing with the series. And so I remember people being mad about it with Far Cry Primal, but then I found out, and at the time, that's kind of why I was like, because Far Cry 4 was the first one I played, and then I really enjoyed Far Cry 4, but I didn't at the time feel so necessarily go out of my way to try some of the other ones yet. I was just like, 4 was great, I enjoyed it. And then eventually I decided to buy 5 on a sale, and I super enjoyed 5. And then so I'm like, okay, now I'm going to actually like go back and play 3, because I know people do like 3, and I know like the villain from 3 is big and kind of like a poster child of the series. So let's go play 3. And then I'm like, yep, 3 is pretty good. And then I did play New Dawn as one of the ones that come out after, and I couldn't really get into New Dawn, so I never finished New Dawn. And then I played 6, and I really enjoyed 6, and I beat 6 the other day.
Oh, cool.
But there's an IGN article of the top 10 of them, and I'm like, wait, is there even 10 of them to put on this list? Like, or is there like just barely 10? Like, I feel like if there is, like, either there's exactly 10, maybe they're slightly over, because I know they did, ones on top of things. Okay, so number 10, they have a remake of the first one. So I guess they're considering a remake of the first one to be a different game for this list, for the sake of having more than 10. Then it's Far Cry 2. Then it's Far Cry, the original Far Cry 1. Then it's New Dawn is number 7. Okay, that explains why. If New Dawn is this low on like a list, it might explain why I didn't like New Dawn. I was gonna say one of the things I didn't like in New Dawn is they implemented like crafting in New Dawn because we've gotten to the point in games where like almost all games implement crafting now, and I hate it. Like I really just give me an item, like give me the item. Don't give me shit to make the item. Just give me the goddamn item. I don't want to spend my time gathering a million different random little things when throughout the course of my game so that I can get an item when I could just get like have to pick up significantly less things, but I just get the items that they would have been made into. So, because that was one of my things in Far Cry New Dawn is they implemented crafting, and everything felt like it was related to the crafting, and like because of the post-apocalyptic setting, like it felt like you have to like lean into the crafting instead of like buying shit. And luckily in 6, even though they did keep crafting in 6, they like significantly like simplified it from what I remember it being in New Dawn. And like guns themselves, like if I want this kind of gun, that's not a thing I craft. I go buy the gun. You can craft like you need to craft like silencers and stuff. So like attachments for your gun are craft you need to craft, but like you don't need to like craft literally everything. And I swear to God, in New Dawn you had to craft even guns. Like if you wanted to use that gun, you had to go gather a bunch of shit and craft it. And I'm like, no, I want to just buy the gun. Like put it in the shop when I reach like a certain level, because hey, you've reached a level where you can buy this gun, and then let me buy it, like all the other goddamn Far Cry games.
No, you have to make your guns out of trash. Go get all the trash.
I could see 5 being controversial with fans, because once again, I haven't like sat in spaces where people talk about these games enough to know what the consensus is on them. I liked 5, but 5's the next one on the list. 5's number 6. Primal's above 5, and I remember hearing negative things about Primal. So like,
I don't think a lot of people like Primal.
I'm curious why 5 is lower on this list than Primal. If there was something that really bugged people about 5, because I can see some of the stuff towards the end of 5 and like some of the story stuff of 5 being either you really love it or you really hate it kind of things that they did with the story in 5. Either you get super mad about it and you don't like it, or you really, really, really love it. It's like I could see it being a divisive game. So that could be.
And in the meantime, I'm just standing over here playing Pac-Man games. Because that's what I did today. I finally finished Pac-in-Time.
Okay, so what this article is saying on about why it's on the list like this, it's a video game tiger will always be more interesting than a video game cow. So
okay.
And then they go to explain that expression. Essentially, what they're saying is while the story is really neat and really good, the fact that it's set in Montana makes it feel really lackluster in comparison to some of the other games where you're in more exotic locations, right?
I mean, I understand that, but it also seems kind of dumb.
I was gonna say the story can't rescue it from a lackluster setting. That said, there's still a ton of stuff.
Yes, it could have if it was like a banger of a story. What the fuck are you talking about?
Far Cry 5's story is my favorite story across all the games. I don't think that's necessarily fan consensus. Like from what I do know about other people's opinions on this game.
Yeah, but that sentiment is just wrong.
My love of 5 is equal to other people's love of 5.
That sentiment is just way too judgmental. I mean, dumb.
At the end of the day, this is an IGN article. So
IGN!
There's a ton of stuff for Far Cry fans to love here. There's fishing and hunting and increased focus on exploration. And increased focus on exploration and melee combat. I mean, the increased focus on explanation, I feel like, comes from the fact that, like, as the series grew and technology for games got bigger, they made the maps bigger. So like
that's what Ubisoft does.
One of the things I felt about in 6 is that the map was too big, that there was like a lot of space between like the interesting, like the mission stuff. Like, oh, capture this fort, cool. But and I mean, at the end of the day, there are probably more forts to capture in that game than there were in previous games. But eventually what becomes the problem is, like, I'm pretty sure by the end of Far Cry 4, I did literally everything there was to do on the map. Because, like, as I moved across the map to the areas I needed to go to and, like, move to new regions, I, like, completed everything in every region. Because it was smaller and it was easier to do that. And, like, there came a point in Far Cry 6 where I was just like, nah, I think I've done everything I need to do. Like, I don't need to do... Like, there was side missions that, like, had stories and had cutscenes to them that I decided to pass on because
You're boring.
I'm sure they were interesting. Well, I'm sure they were interesting. I don't think they were going to be interesting enough. And I really wanted to see where the main story was going at a certain point, and sadly, I wasn't really thrilled with the ending of Far Cry 6. I do think Far Cry 6 has my favorite protagonist of the series. I think the Danny, the person you play as, because they can be a boy or a girl in that game, is my favorite protagonist. I really like their personality. I really like the fact that I don't recall this being in any other games. Maybe it's in the other games and I don't remember it. But like one of the things I really like about Danny is that they sing to the songs on the radio when you're driving the car. And like that was just like I was driving someplace and I swear to God, if this happened somewhere else in the other series, I don't remember it. It definitely didn't happen in 5 because the character in 5 doesn't have a name and I'm pretty sure it doesn't have a voice even.
Well, then he's clearly Gordon Freeman.
Which is why I think they went back to the way they did it in Far, because I think one of the things they wanted to do is I think they wanted to make it, more customizable, more, player-controlled protagonist. You can be a boy or a girl, right, in Far Cry 5. But they also made it so you can, you make their face and their hair, kind of. It's very limited compared to, RPGs and stuff. But you can, you do control their hair colors. You can make them kind of look just like you in Far Cry 5. Far Cry 6 is not that. You literally pick between stock girl, like a very specific designed character who's a girl, or a very specific designed character who's a guy, and you don't get to choose their name. So it's just you want to be the girl version of Danny or the guy version of Danny, and we did voice lines for both. We have a voice actor for both, and there's a couple games now that I've done that I've played where it's essentially like, to an extent, I personally feel like Mass Effect is kind of that way, even though you do get the name Shepard and you can change Shepard. I feel like at the end of the day, most players, myself included, find that because of the nature of how the story works and that the fact that Shepard kind of is already a character in the story, that you have some control over how they do stuff, but not so much so of a choice over how they do stuff that they feel like truly 100% your own. That I always
you're not going to get those opportunities with the Mass Effect trilogy.
Yeah, I was gonna say I always just defaulted to this is Shepard, and you can be like Dickish Shepard or Nice Shepard, but at the end of the day, there is a character of Shepard in this game.
Yep.
And I feel like the same thing is in Dragon Age 2. Dragon Age 2 Hawk, you play it like Shepard. You're called by your last name. The character's last name is Hawk. And Hawk and Dragon Age, while Dragon Age 1 very much has a make your own character and a lot of choice and stuff.
But you will always be Hawk, a variation of Hawk.
One of the things from Dragon Age 2, which is my favorite Dragon Age game, even though that's
90% of people just name themselves Ethan for the joke.
Is that Hawk is it always feels you're always some variation of Hawk, and the dialogue in that game has a lot of they're unlike Shepard, where I feel like at the end of the day you either have kind of nice Shepard, mean Shepard, or Shepard that kind of it depends on what day you got caught him on kind of Shepard, because basically there's always a nice option, there's always a more of a neutral or a mean option, or there's a mean option.
There always has to be a kick him in the balls option.
Yeah, so at the end of the day you're either Paragon Shepard or Renegade Shepard, or some mix of the two. It's basically any form of Shepard. I do feel like there are more forms of Hawk, because in that game, and they very clearly label it, there's different styles of talking, and every time there's a choice, you basically get one for each kind of version of talking that there is in the game. And I don't think there's a visual way you can check which kind you pick the most, but the lines you don't get to say as Hawk, that Hawk just says, start to color and change themselves based on which version you lean towards. So for example, there's a cocky jokey Hawk option that shows up a lot, and the image when you hover over it, you get there's a laughing face image that shows. And I did that one a lot, and my Hawk became sort of that jokey cocky even when I couldn't pick things. They started to deliver their voice lines in that way, and I believe I've heard, and I'd have to double check to know for sure, but I've heard that the game starts to tailor how Hawk talks in other scenes based on the ways you pick. So there's moments where if they find that you're leaning towards this one, an option where you don't get to pick anything, the line gets delivered slightly different to kind of lean towards the version you've been picking the whole time. But yeah, let's see here.
We should probably think about calling it at this point.
I thought we already went offline. Like, I thought we were off the
Oh, no,
stream.
we're not off the books. Not at this point.
Well, yeah, let's call it there then. Yeah, definitely.
Okay, well, we'll see you on Wednesday.